Atlanta. London. Harlem. Brooklyn. Kingston. Atlanta. London. Harlem. Kingston. Atlanta. London. Harlem. Brooklyn. Kingston. Atlanta. London. Harlem. Brooklyn. Kingston.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, mothers, fathers, daughters, sons, brothers, and sisters. Welcome to a circuit that really needs no introduction at all. It speaks for itself. It is, of course, the Ardennes Forest that is accentuated by Spa-Francorchamps. My name's Chris Buxton. I'll be one of your commentators throughout this lovely Coach Dave 6-hour event. Joining me alongside in the box, Daniel Gilligan. Glad to have your company, good sir.
Thank you very much, Chris. It's a pleasure to be here. And as you rightly said, this is a circuit which produces fantastic racing, is absolutely iconic, and I'm sure we're going to see some great action here today.
We are indeed. Now, a lot of the teams taking part in this event are kind of using this as a bit of a test bench for the full 24-hour event taking part next week. So, yeah, that is going to be interesting to see how our teams deal with that. They're out there doing their qualifying or finishing up their qualifying sessions at the moment. We'll head trackside for the 15-minute warm-up. We can have a chance to have a look at who's driving what. David Christie in control of the cameras. Michael Hamlet is our race director as per usual. And I'm just looking at the timing sheet. It looks like they've gone through qualifying now. So we have got 59 cars out there, all of the GT3 flavour. Interesting mixture of chariots out there. Vast majority, well, I say vast majority, certainly the biggest single make is the Mercedes AMG. Very much, I think 26, I think Michael Hamlet said to us, was going to be the Mercedes contingent. BMW, the next most popular, and then a sprinkling of Ferraris, of Porsches, a couple of Fords, and one sole Audi, which we don't imagine the Audi is going to do particularly well at Spa, but either way, good to see that we have all of the brands represented. So, yeah, like you say, Daniel, it's Spa is or you could have exciting milk float racing at Spa just because it's Spa. It's one of those tracks that never fails to entertain.
Yeah, that's an excellent idea for a motor race, isn't it? Just get milk floats, but here's the thing. Even further than that, you then get extra people on the milk floats armed with the milk bottles themselves, and then that's the gimmick of the racing. You then have battles between them, not just on circuit, but between them. They're like pirate ships going at each other. That'd be brilliant. I'd watch that.
So when will we sign you up to the FIA exactly, Mr. Gilligan? That's a fantastic idea. It's funny you should mention that. It's actually today I'm announcing my candidacy for the presidency. Whenever Mohammed bin Sulayem is done, which I imagine is probably not going to be for a number of years because he's relatively new in the position. But there we go. Why not? Really, would be my campaign slogan. Yeah, absolutely. I'd support that. So, two Valkyrie cars up top by 23 thousandths of a second. It's all that separated them. Struth alive. And the three pure sim guys in the top six as well, with the Asper team slotted in there in fourth. The Vroom race, excellent. Again, some of these names really do make me laugh. Good to see Brabham back on board with us. Another one of the Valkyrie cars in ninth, and the Apex Tech Racing number 13. Although some of the car numbers haven't quite associated themselves correctly with the team numbers that they should be, but no idea why. Then there's the Esports Blue, Continue at 11. The KTM professional safety car, that made me chuckle last time we saw it. We have a Shizou car out there. Excellent, 13th. Very, very nicely done there, as you can see, as the field goes in. Now, there is a name I'm going to keep getting wrong. It's the MGB squad. I'm going to... MBG. So I said it wrong whilst I was saying I was going to get it wrong. So you've been forewarned.
I was just going to pretend. I was just going to nod and agree. And yes, yes. And I was going to be polite to you there. I was just going to be like, no, it's fine. It's fine.
Oh no, fear not. I have enough self-deprecation on board to cover everybody. So fear not, there, Daniel. Yes, again, as you can see, coming down further through, we're only 2.5 seconds at this point, and that covers 38 cars. 2.5 seconds sounds like a lot, and GT terms it's not as crucial, but of course with the length of the lap at Spa, that is not an insurmountable amount. So gap in between each car is very, very narrow, which is great to see. Yes, there's a bit of a skill gap top to bottom. We're in for a fantastic evening's racing if this is anything to go by.
Certainly are, and I think that one of the things which will prove particularly interesting from a strategic point of view is the mix of 2 and 3 car teams, or 3 drivers, I should say, because of course majority of the field 2 drivers, therefore you'd imagine 2 3-hour stints, or maybe 1.5, then swap, then 1.5. And so on until the end, but then those teams with 3 drivers, that's going to necessitate potentially more pit stops in order to get those drivers into the cars. But then, of course, by having more pit stops, you're going to have a lighter car because you're presumably not going to have to fuel it for quite as long in the stint. So I think that's going to be an interesting one that will come into play later on.
Could well be, and there is my favourite team name of the event, qualified near the bottom in 56, the Sausage Dodgers Racing. That made me chuckle when I read that. Absolutely fantastic. But so okay, those are the tail end struggled a little bit. That's fair enough. Again, this event was it's primarily for fun. Let's be honest. It's not a championship we're dealing with here. Whilst we do get to enjoy a number of different names of various different iRatings and experiences and what have you, this is part of the appeal of SimGrid and the Coast Air Academy. It really is open to all. You do not have to be the best of the best with the best equipment and huge amounts of time you can pour into it. If you have basic idea on how to drive, as long as you don't banzaiing everybody into every turn you can find, then the door is welcoming for you.
Excellent. Well, I mean, that sounds like my neighbour should sign up then. They've managed to keep it clean in terms of getting in and out the driveway for the period of time I've been living next to them. So it seems like a perfect fit. In terms of this 6-hour race that we've got to do then, we've got, as you can see on the screen here, we've got 19 degrees worth of air temperature, 55% chance of rain at the moment, partly cloudy with a 5 km/h wind as well. Couple this with one of the longest motor racing circuits that there are commonly used in the world, I suppose you could say. It's potential then for, as we've seen many times over the years, both in virtual and real life racing, where we could potentially see a great big mix-up in terms of strategy if the weather comes and changes whilst you're midway through the lap. You could potentially be all the way at the back end of Sector 2, and then all of a sudden the rain starts to come down, and then you're going to have all sorts of troubles in terms of, do I go for a new set of tyres? Do I not? Do I this? Do I that? Do I the other? It should be an interesting one regardless.
True indeed. So we're in the warm-up stage at the moment, so the qualifying order has been set, as we've kind of touched upon before. Let's head trackside and let's have a look at some of our beautiful cars. And some of the things that one of the things we really enjoy is how these cars look. So once we have an idea on who we are looking at, as a tricolor coloured car, just working the way through Speaker's Corner, or No Name Corner, calling it as you will, coming down towards Double Gauche, as it likes to be called. I still refer to it as Puon because I'm that old. It's the Eagle livery. Yes, I remember that from last time out. So Michael Mina in control of that at the moment. Just coming through the campus chicane, being chased by one of our Lamborghinis. Lovely white livery on that one. That's how the practice times currently sit. 2:59, the top of the tree at the moment. That's one of the Pure Sim cars. 117, or car number 117 in this event. Alexander Davidson has brought that one over the line. Then it is our actual pole-sitting entry, the Valkyrie Competition 877 car, Jonathan Poulet, that has that one. Who is joining Jonathan? Look at notes then. That is Bastian de Silva. That will be joining him in the what should be 177 car, although they've got 877 in this event. Oh, well, that crest on the front, that kind of Firebird crest, reminds me of two things. Now, I'm old enough to remember the Spectrum computer from days of old. Look at that. And there was a publisher called Firebird, and that is what that emblem reminds me of. But also of that era, if anyone remembers Smokey and the Bandit and the Trans Am that was used, you would find that, the black coloured car with a golden kind of eagle crest on the front. That's a stunning looking car.
Absolutely, yes. Some of the creativity that's gone into all of this is absolutely phenomenal. It's some of these cars look absolutely stunning. I must point out, I've been found out, I'm afraid, Chris, because despite the fact there's a great big raindrop icon on the screen, and my brain then naturally went for, yes, rain, that makes sense. I completely forgot we're in iRacing. And iRacing, of course, as has been pointed out in the chat, does not have any rain currently. Devs have promised it and shown some pictures of it, but it has not yet materialized. So there we are.
It's like the Sasquatch. There's rumours of his existence, but no photographic evidence to back up that he's actually out there. So,
yes, exactly.
It would be nice, but alas, no. But either way, it's still something that our drivers have to contend with. It's certainly rather warm conditions, although the actual it's very, very warm here in the UK, or it is very warm in a number of different places, particularly through Europe. So a lot of drivers, I would imagine, particularly any VR users, I'm a big VR advocate, but in this weather, oh no, I would not recommend it. That's going to be rather uncomfortable. There is Alex Davidson. That's a very Brawn livery-esque Mercedes that he is in. I forgot to look at what car the 877 is. That's one of the Mercs, isn't it? Yes, that's one of the Mercedes. So we were keeping an eye on who actually got hold of pole to see if one of the army of Mercedes managed it, and it does look like they have, but that's, again, a rather resplendent looking car. Let me see for Alex Davidson, and slightly further down the field, there's one of our few it's one of the few Fords. I was going to say it's a Ferrari, but it's not. It's actually one of the two, I think it is, Fords, just at the top of the shot there. You don't often see the Ford used. It's not a particularly popular car, but that's not the one that we are focused on. That's one of the BMWs. Just climbing up through Eau Rouge, up and over Radion. Keep the car nice and steady. If we're going to see incidents, that's where the pit lane exit is. It's the GT exit, which is there rather than further down the hill. So the dreaded Eau Rouge and Radion combination, Camel Straight, and then into the Les Combes chicane. The tail getting a bit squiggly, it looked like there from the BMW. Now through and down towards, I'm forgetting my corner names. It's Spa, how dare I? Normandy and Bruxelles. Yes, of course it is. And there is that Ford chasing one of the few Porsches, 3 Porsches, I believe, in the field. Ooh, nearly 2-1. Now you can wander wide there without picking up a track limit penalty, as long as you are back on track before the rumble strip ends. I think that's how that's judged. There is an incident limit, but it's not a disqualification if they actually exceed it. They will be given a penalty for every 40 incident points they pick up. We won't see what incident counts they have picked up, but what a great camera that is. It's wonderful. That would be a great place to spectate any kind of race, be it GT or such like. At the bottom of Eau Rouge, looking back towards La Source. Again, just a track to admire no matter where you are.
Absolutely, yes. No, I completely agree with you. It is just one of those fantastic ribbons of tarmac that somebody at some point in the past decided, yep, this is how we're going to lay this around this particular circuit, and it stood the test of time. Broadly speaking, of course, it's not like bad old days of Spa where it went on for tens of miles, but in its modern guise, it still holds a lot of that old school DNA and so on, and it's a brilliant little motor circuit. Well, I say little, it's a large motor circuit.
Absolutely true. Yeah, the original Spa-Francorchamps went quite some considerable distance, inches away from houses. I would imagine that a few of the residents around the area had a few unwelcome visitors when someone got a corner wrong, particularly in the wet, and ended up with a car in their front room. It's modern safety and all that. Is at least we've kept hold of Spa. Of course, not every track that has graced the motorsports world has stayed with us. A few have gone by the wayside, and not surviving redesign and what have you. But Spa-Francorchamps, long may it reign in our enjoyment for motor racing. Of course, in sim racing, doesn't have to still physically exist. As long as it did at one point, we can still enjoy it. But Spa, of course, long may it reign. It always looks like a gun. I always thought if you turn that upside down, it always makes me think of an Uzi. But there we go. A bit of pointless trivia there. Let's have a look at so who's doing well in practice. Well, still Alex Davison at the top for Pure Sim. Then the Valkyrie entrant of Jonathan Poulet in second. James Armstrong in the Brabham Esports number 52 currently sits in third. Just again a tenth in between each car. Ellie Goldstein for the Valkyrie 577 squad, although 177 numbered car, in fourth, with Daniel Ferguson that's the next of the Pure Sim cars, in fifth position. You can see most people are in the pits. Wow, top six, all Mercedes is. And then the first one to break that is the Shazoo BMW in seventh position, or seventh in the practice, I should say. That's Philip Ansell. Let's put that car in that spot. Then it's the Racy Sports team. I remember seeing them last time out at Fuji. Gabrielle Garenti. Again, apologies for any and all names I am likely to absolutely murder through the course of the broadcast. You have been warned. Ninth is another one of the Pure Sim cars. It's the second of the BMWs. Eric Grove is but then in Harold Stadler in the number 94. That's the Brabham Esports blue Mercedes, rounds out the top 10. The top Ferrari, Mario Salafranca of the Aspertine Esports squad, has got the 11th spot. The top Lamborghini, we can see there in 16th position. The LMP New Stars, well, that's not an LMP car, I'm afraid, but that's Luka Korolev has got that one in position. And the warm-up is done. So the grid will be formed, and there it is. So Jonathan Pillay and Mikael Rodriguez will take the front row. Eric Grove and Mario Salafranca on row 2. Row 3, Alexander Davison and Daniel Ferguson for row 3. Row 4 will be... Now, some of these names are actually changing as I'm reading them out. So that's not the names you see there may not necessarily be the starting driver. That could be the qualifying driver. Either way. So row 4, Vroom X-Race. That's Max LaCroix taking that one. James Armstrong. James Armstrong in 8th. So that's row 4. Ellie Goldstein and Matthias Berg on row 5. Harold Stadler and Alexander Strutsenko on row 6. Philip Ansell and Thomas Dunn, row 7. Jose Perez Monos and Thomas Johnson, row 8. Marcos Martins and Gabriel Garrienti will be starting their cars in 9. Jesse Mietanen and Ivan Mera. There's the one of the MGB. Say, I did it again! MBG. It's because I do classic car commentary. It's ingrained, and it being a British car, it's ingrained in my head. So last few then of this particular lineup. Nico, I struggled with this practicing it. Shiwetz, I think it is. Now, before I carry on, someone's falling through the order, which has kind of shuffled my names here slightly. Jonathan Nicholson has seemed to have Nicholson has fallen through the order. Either way, we won't have time to get through all 59 cars. I think 2 of them haven't actually made it to the grid, unfortunately. It looks like, which is the Quantum Racing team and the Writer Engineering cars, 46 and 49, have not made it to the grid, it would seem. So, enough of the talk, and there's those gorgeous Eagle liveries. That's the Valkyrie squad ready to do battle. So, lights will be coming on and we will be racing here. 6 hours of Spa is awaiting our drivers then. The Mercedes, the dominant force in qualifying. Can they pull off the race victory? Lights still haven't gone out. That's because you're using the GT start-finish straight, not the Formula 1 one. So that's why the lights haven't actually gone out yet. Well, haven't actually come on to go out again. Oh, and that's the safety car you can see going back into the pits on the right-hand side. That's not someone joining late. So, as they come down the field, the start-finish line will be coming up. Lights come on. Wait for it. And we are racing here in Spa-Francorchamps. So the Valkyrie cars, as you would imagine, going single file up through and over Radion and onto the Kemmel Straight. Then now, of course, it is 6 hours. It's kind of a shorter end of the endurance spectrum, but that doesn't mean people aren't going to be fighting for their positions. You can see the tower updating itself with who's swapping around. The Pure Sim cars having an argument for potentially second position. So one of the Valkyrie cars has been dislodged from that second place, but a long way to go yet. Nothing to read into that just yet. One of the Ferraris, the Asper car, up into 6th place. Great start there. Someone looked like they were going very wide. I think it was the Apex car has gone too deep coming through Normandy. And it does look like so far so good. It doesn't look like we've had any major incidents so far.
Major incidents, of course, one of my favourite members of the military. Down the hill they go then, down towards Pouon. And leading the way then, that Valkyrie car still at the head of the field. Jonathan Poulet doing very well so far. Their teammate was in the other Valkyrie car, that being in the car 577, was just caught up behind them, was unable to really get the same level of toe and straight line speed that you might imagine during normal racing conditions, and then end up losing out that position to the Pure Sims esports car, currently in second place. As they round their way through that third sector, or onto the start of the third sector, I should say, then through this long right-hander here, and then up towards the long blast towards the likes of Blanchimont, and then of course the final chicane. The final chicane, which is technically not the bus stop anymore, but I will call it that nonetheless throughout this broadcast, don't you worry. And if you do take offence to that, then I invite you to ignore me. Most people do. So, up towards that bus stop chicane we go then. It's the Mercedes leading the way. Will they still be leading out of the final turn? It certainly looks like it so far, unless there happens to be an enormous mistake somewhere along the way through these last couple of corners. Round the final turn they come then. And the Valkyrie leads us across the Formula 1 start-finish straight into La Source, then the final turn on this configuration of circuit, before we'll then blast back down the hill towards Eau Rouge and Radion to then start lap number 2.
I will be caught out by exactly the same things. Fear not, Mr. Gilligan. So down the hill we come then. First lap of anger done. Great start from Alex Davidson, starting in 5th position, now up into 2nd, splitting the Valkyrie cars. Good start as a decent-ish effort there for Eric Grove. He has lost a position mainly because of Alex Davidson's absolutely storming start. BMW right up there in the mix of the Mercedes. Look at the way that everybody's jostling around. Oh, that was the second of the Valkyrie cars taking the nose off of the Pure Esports. Oh, BMW! Oh, no! And that's disaster then, as just as they were out of the camera shot. Coming through Les Combes, that is impact then for the two cars I was referring to, the Valkyrie and the Pure Esports car. But the BMW survived. It was one of the Pure Esports Mercedes that came off worse. And there it is, Alex Davidson from that storming start in the Brabham-flavoured Merc. Oh, careful how you rejoin. He's got to be careful how he does it. Oh, no, and he's collected somebody else trying to rejoin the circuit. Let's see that again. So that's where the second Valkyrie Mercedes came out, got on the inside line, and then just understeered into Alex Davidson. Oh my goodness me! So what a shame for Davidson's good start has then just come completely undone. Safety car has been deployed, so to give everybody a chance to recover from that. Oh my goodness me! Well, at least gives
we're 2 laps in.
I know. We're 2 laps in. But let's have a look at something I did want to have a look at as well. So who started well? And obviously I was commenting on Alex Davidson, and I've cursed him already. Apologies, I'll take that one. But some of this climbed 16 positions. Now up to 19th place is the Scorex esports car, the number 13, Tiziano Caponio. So an absolute belting start, now up to 19th place. Who else has done well? So Jonathan Nicholson is up 10. That's the Total Motorsport number 7 car. Stephen Lemonnier in the 777 Valkyrie car is done pretty well. That's out of 11 positions. Who else has started well? Yuri Sokach in the Shadow Realm Racing, that another team name that made me chuckle. Up 16 places. What's happened here? So this is that's an errant Mercedes that then collects a Porsche. Oh, that's a huge incident.
Oh dear!
How many cars do you want to collect? I mean, not the Monarchs could do anything about it, but the time that he got collected by the wandering Mercedes, he could do nothing about that.
Yeah, that was just really, and it's the sort of incident which could happen either off the start or after a safety car or something like that, when the whole field is bunched together and they don't have really any room, anywhere to go at any point during those earlier skirmishes. And so therefore, if it does get a bit dicey, if cars start to ping pong around all of the barriers and off of each other and all that sort of a thing, then there's really nowhere you can go, and you just have to pray to the racing gods that you are not caught up in that incident. And now we watch then as they all flit around like so. Oh dear, that's during the safety car, I think, isn't it? Or was that during the start?
That was during the race start, so that was at racing speed, but that was a little that's rude. I didn't quite see which of the Mercedes actually made that impact, but you were never going to make that, whoever that was. Quite a few cars having to visit the pit lanes, of course. Jose Perez Monos was one of them. That's the MBG. I have to recite that 10 times in my head. The number 88 car, so of course, Alex Davidson, we saw after the huge incident. A few cars are back out on track, so the Sausage Dodgers Racing. I'm going to chuckle every time I say that, and I make no apology for that. Eric Albright in the 23 car. Ethan Patel, that's the ZRL Enduro blue car. The 21, that's back out on track. Ilya Kochnev, the Highway to Heaven, number 25, is just leaving the pit lane now, so they've now recovering from their incident, as the safety car will then allow those that are on track to hopefully catch up and get them back in. Another one that's gone into the pits, I think, or has had an off somewhere, is Sergei Bulinson. That's the Crazy File Racing team. Not quite sure how to take that, but we'll see how they get out. Oh, another one that's wandered off the road. Olaf Rednev in the Speedhouse Racing car, or one of them, the number 37 car. So now everybody should settle back down into their rhythm. What's happened here to Mr. Rednev? Okay. So it wasn't as exciting as we thought it was in the again tricolor-coloured Lamborghini. I thought it'd be a bit more exciting. Try harder next time. You're going to wander off the road. Do it properly.
Yes. I mean, obviously. I mean, what else are we here for?
As long as we don't see any... Well, we don't want a repeat of the pinballing Porsche. There's a phrase that would be easy to trip up. Pinballing Porsche. Or such like.
Well, I mean, it reminded me of a quote from a very influential driver, of course, Sebastian Vettel, all those years ago. What are we doing here? Racing or ping pong? And well, it was difficult to determine which it was in that particular incident. But I'm sure that once everything is sorted and the safety car comes in, then everyone will obviously be on their best behaviour, because of course safety cars and yellow flags do not beget more safety cars and yellow flags. That's obviously the phrase and the saying, right?
That's the idea, at least. So now the safety car has a bit of a lead. We did surmise before the broadcast that we would see some safety car action. We saw it 3 times at Fuji, and I suspect we're going to see it a few more times than that in this race, but that is the nature of the beast. When the field, of course, is this, when you got a skill gap in top to bottom, you will have incidents that take place when the field are heavily condensed. But this gives a great opportunity for these drivers to practice how these cars feel when they're heavy, when they're light, etc. Various conditions, all in preparation for the big 24-hour event next time around. The downside of a 6-hour event is it does give you that much less time to recover from an incident of this. The safety car lights are off. There we go. You can see that is the case. Quite a lot of cars have chosen to come in the pits now I'm not even attempting to read all of them out. The only one from the early melee that has yet to rejoin is actually the MBG2 Esports number 88, Jose Perez Munoz. That was the pinballing Porsche. My brain is determined to find every way of tripping over my own tongue. So this is going to be an interesting broadcast. Everybody else is back out on circuit now, other than those that have opted to come into the pits, unless we've had an almighty great incident towards the tail end. I don't think so. I think this is chosen pit stop time from our competitors. Now we've got a couple of cars wandering off the road towards the tail end of the field, but everybody else is back out. Oh dear, I've heard an oh no from a broadcast. Oh, Mr. Rodrigo, what are you doing? That is not.
Oh dear.
What's he done? Okay, camel straight.
So is there a bit of over-exuberant tyre warming, do we reckon? What on earth has happened here? So the camera cuts.
It could well be. So unfortunately, we'll try and get a replay of what he actually did. I mean, there's a bit more room to do the 3-point turn. You don't need to stay that close to the wall. But, oh well, off he goes, Lieutenant Rodrigo.
Well, you never know. I mean, an awful lot of esports drivers are young. They may not have done their driving test just yet. They may not know the intricacies of a three. Oh no! Oh dear! I think it was not the intricacies of a 3-point turn that was missing there, but more the intricacies of a brake pedal. But there we go.
Yes. Well, I think someone forgot the safety car was still. There we go. Oh
dear! Oh dear!
I mean, that's quite a clout.
Just a bit.
Oh dear. Well, I mean, you can't say that he had anybody else to blame for that one. So that was that's our sole Audi as well. Lieutenant Rodrigo is in the R8 Audi number one. Well, it should be number one. It's the sole Audi of the field has tried to integrate itself with one of the Mercedes. Oh dear, that's not how cars are made.
Well, I mean, clearly in pursuit of that extra turbo power in the Mercedes engine, they've decided let's just morph together and be one single unit. We'll work together cohesively and get victory that way.
Evidently. Yes. There's something to be said for ambition, I suppose. Safety car lights are out, as you can see. It just purely the length of the lap, it just takes a while for the safety car to return to the pits. Get this racing back underway.
To give you some idea, ladies and gentlemen, listening and watching along at home, the last time that they all circulated round, it took them all about 3 minutes and 50 seconds behind the safety car. So it's not exactly a speedy motor when driven in this particular way, and I'd wager that it's not going to be a particularly speedy lap this time around either. In fact, it may even be slower given that it's coming in this lap. But there we are. We are now coming up towards the... Oh, and a couple of cars just deciding, do you know what? We're going to just crack on. This must be to unlap themselves, surely.
Yes, that will be what that is for. The safety cars should have peeled in. I would have thought the wave around cars should have done that a little earlier, but either way, they may not have had the notification to do so. Also, bearing in mind, again, they're not back under racing yet. They have to wait until they hit the safety car line for the GT start-finish line. That is going to catch me out more as the race continues, when I've forgotten that fact several times over. Now the lap cars are trying to leg it off into the distance, but as for the race leader, Jonathan Poulet in the 877 Mercedes, and away they go. We are racing again here in Spa-Francorchamps. Now have the back markers gotten themselves a decent gap? Decent enough, but now the BMW starts to get a very heavy right foot. Now can Eric Grove in the Pure Sims car have a go? Yep, he's gone to the what will be the outside line. There go the back markers. 3 wide now coming down towards Lecom, and that's Pure Sims that have taken the race lead. Oh, that's getting dicey. Well, of course, it's getting dicey. The field are very heavily condensed at this point in time. But has everybody survived? It looks like it. I'm seeing off track for a brief second on the timing chart. This is not something you can see on the stream. It's something I'm looking at on the timing screen. But it does look like we have managed to make it through the restart without too major an incident. I've said it now. I've risked saying it. There's the back markers that were allowed to unlap themselves, but they could well be swallowed up before long. That's why I'm a little surprised they didn't get back out through the field a little earlier than that. Also, Jose Perez Munoz is back on track again. So all 59 cars are back on track again or have come back into the pits since. So we haven't had any retirements just yet.
Not just yet, and I think it should be pointed out, and correct me if I get any of this wrong here, there, Chris, but we were told earlier on that there would be 2 fast repairs available for all the drivers on the grid earlier on. So, with a hefty old incident like what Munoz ended up having earlier on, then that's probably where the first of theirs is going to have been utilised.
Oh, this Ferrari is going to be very popular really quickly. Now the leaders are streaming through, trying to sort their own arguments out as we scream down towards the chicane. Oh no, that's off the wall. Oh, who was that? I think it was a back marker that's slammed into the wall, because I'm not seeing any major changes in the tower. It's Dave Christie, our cameraman. He's trying to figure out who it is. We've got 3 cars already in the pit. I wonder if it was Ethan Patel in the 21 car that has banzaied into the wall. Is he still moving, I think? Nope, he's still going. That definitely wasn't his car. Not sure who that was sent off into space. But we'll figure it out eventually, as that was a hefty impact. 3 cars in the pits at the moment are Marcel Fusi for sous chef, who has to be noted. His team did a 24-hour race, which they won yesterday. He had 4.5 hours sleep before this event. Absolutely fantastic. It's Gary Sack III that has been sent off to a spectator's position. That's the number 11 car, the Omnia Motorsports car. So he's recovered his car. That's there we go. So was there a tap? Was there just exuberance coming through Blanchimont? Couldn't quite tell. That's the Mercedes, I think, that Perez or Perez Munoz, tried to integrate himself with. I think that's Alex Roth in the Quantum Racing car. We saw it in the pit lane there. So the race lead now, Eric Grove, the 119 Pure Sims Esports car, leads the way. Again, another face full of back markers, likely to shuffle up the field again. You saw one of the Brabham cars. That's James Armstrong in the 52 car, just having a look at Daniel Ferguson in the Braun GP flavoured Mercedes there. So there's top 4 breaking away a little bit from Eddie Goldstein in the 177 Valkyrie Esports car. But I would imagine these back markers are going to have something to play with this top 4.
I would certainly imagine so as well. Yeah, I mean, we're having a look at these guys coming through now, and it certainly seemed as though through the corners that Mercedes in second place has looked a little bit more composed than the BMW out in front, but the Beamer seems to have just some really good grunt down the straight. Despite the fact that the Mercedes is right there up their chuff, they're able to keep ahead of that car without too much in the way of worries here. But then coming through the corners, as you can see there, just seems like a much more composed approach to the corner itself, and being able to hit the apex easier, that sort of thing going on with that Mercedes car. Now, as the cars start to come through La Source here, we're on board with one of the back markers, I believe. That's Munoz we're on board with at the moment. Looking back towards those lead cars coming through, where, of course, these back markers are going to start becoming a factor here. And as we head over through Eau Rouge, up the hill, over the top of Radion then, and onto the Kemmel Straight, are we going to start seeing any sort of move and action from those behind? And that will be where we see it, headed down into Les Combes, I would imagine. And it looking back from this car here, as though there's not going to be major threat to the BMW this time. They've been quite fortunate with the placement of that back marker, I think, to be able to get that draft, get that drag all the way down that Kemmel Straight, which of course is uphill, and away they've gone. Then up the inside into Bruxelles now, into this downhill, very understeery corner. And then, of course, as we go round to the right here, it'll open up once more before then chucking it into the left-hander of No Name Corner.
Indeed, so the top 4 still absolutely attached to one another, still working their way through the back markers. As you can see, with the back markers doing a good job of staying behaved. And Eric Grove has timed that one rather nice. He got himself a little bit of a gap between himself and the 877 car. Jonathan Poulet still in control of that one. That's about 0.6 of a second between the top 2 now. So Eric Grove utilising the back markers perfectly well to give himself a bit of breathing space. But with how quick our pole-sitting Valkyrie car has been, I would imagine that gap is just going to swallow up. At the moment, I'm seeing off-track flicking up. That's just because they're wandering a tiny bit too far through specific track limits. You can see in the picture-in-picture bottom right-hand corner the tail camera from Eric Grove's car, and that gap's already down, has already been halved. So again, the slipstream is still in effect. It's around about 0.8 of a second ish, where the slipstream is still effective. He was wondering where that back marker was going there, but thankfully they'd realised the leader was right with them, and there we go. That gap is now completely gone, and Jonathan Poulet nearly integrates his car with the BMW. We've seen how that worked earlier with the Audi and the Mercedes. It doesn't need to be reproven again. Team Shazoo has just gained a position. Philip Ansel has just gotten past Thomas Johnson in the Sapphire SimSport car. That's gained for 9th place. So again, what we're seeing on our time machine is we'll see the off-track pop up. That's just the line that they're taking. They're not necessarily flying off the road. They're just taking a line. Although someone might have gone off the road, Gabriele Guarenti for Rate Esport. I'm seeing that name plummet through the field. The number 75 car seems to be in trouble as Eric Grove is going to get a nudge from the Valkyrie. A bit of bump drafting going on. Jonathan Poulet just pushing the BMW along. There we go. You can see the helicam shot there. Well, it's actually a TV shot, but it's quite highly mounted. So that's what made me think it was the helicam shot there. And there you go. There's an indication of where. Oh, yeah, never mind that sentence. There's been a big incident there. There's quite a bit missing of that Lamborghini. It's a bit shorter than it should be as well. So that's at least it doesn't have far to crawl to get back into the pit lane. But there's been a big incident there.
Yeah, that Lamborghini resembling something a bit more akin to a pug rather than a bull. But there we are. So heading into the pits, then they'll get some repairs, and then tapped around there. Oh dear, the white and blue car there just ended up and going over an invisible ramp as well, apparently. So then we have a look at this. This is incident here with Brito, and they're oh dear, and they've done the Kimi Raikkonen as well into the barrier. They've gone, losing it on the exit of Blanchimont, and that's not what you want to see at all. At least, though, unlike the incidents at the start of this race, they've not then collided with other cars that have been coming past. Unless, of course, I'm about to eat my words. No, it doesn't seem to be the case.
Now, that's the Racebook Engineering number 54 BMW. Marcos Brito has had an argument with the wall, and generally the wall will win that one. Here's our top four again. All Mercedes, all German, I should say, in manufacturer terms, as that is Ferguson relieving Jonathan Poulet of third position, and is Armstrong going to follow suit? Not quite. Couldn't get the Brabham Esports number 52 Mercedes give him the grip that he needed, but that's another position lost. Oh, is he going to dive on the inside of the Source? Well, he's kind of sold the dummy a little bit on Poulet there. So James Armstrong then follows Daniel Ferguson through to a degree, and that's given Eric Grove a bit of breathing space again, about 0.6 of a second, but that is going to evaporate on the Kemmel Straight. At this stage of the game, people are just kind of minding their own business to a point as far as the race lead is concerned, but it's interesting to see that Pure Sim now 1 and 2. I would think they're going to certainly work together. The Mercedes and the BMW are probably going to want to try and fend off the advances of the Brabham Esports Merc behind. But that's probably why we saw Ferguson trying to make a move and trying to join his fellow Pure Sim teammate up front, so that they can now try and work together to break away from the pursuers.
Absolutely, yes indeed, and we're seeing here, of course, this is perhaps more indicative of the fact that this is a bit more of a for fun event rather than something a bit more serious, because look at that, the two cars going side by side on the exit there of No Name Corner, but those guys up at the front, they're fighting with one another despite the fact that they're at similar sort of pace levels. And so if we were in a bit more of a competitive environment, shall we say, then you'd more likely be seeing lifting and coasting. There wouldn't necessarily be huge amounts of fighting going on for position change and things like that if you are of the same speed of the cars around you. So interesting to see that different approach being taken by the drivers here. We've then got Nathan here going through No Name Corner. Down the hill towards Pouon we go then. And how does this car fare through the big long left-hander? Seems to fare pretty all right from where I'm sitting. And there we go. We've got a replay now of this. This is a move for the lead that I think we may have missed. And Daniel Ferguson up into the lead then in front of Eric Grove.
Yes, the Pure Sim guys have swapped around as we look at Paul Watson. Oh! Bit of netcode going on there in the Hewlett-Packard livery BMW. It didn't look like there was impact on my screen, certainly. So an unfortunate netcode incident there. has caused the HP BMW to spin. Daniel Ferguson then, as we can now see, has taken that top spot from Eric Grove. So the two pure sim esport cars swapping round. Can't imagine that there was a lot of fighting going on, unlike this particular gaggle. This is more towards the, I'd say tail end's a little bit unfair. It's kind of more in the lower part of the midfield. Wow, that's one of the Lamborghinis trying to make a move there with a Ferrari in the mixture. Trying to identify who's who. They're all changing position rather nicely. Everybody has survived, it looks like. Yep. What have we got to replay? Oh, this is where somebody hasn't survived, I don't think. That's an unusually coloured Ferrari. Oh, that's not a great line. Yep, there we go. There's
good reactions from the Ford GT there to be able to just blink out of the way and keep the car pointed in the right direction, where the Lego Ferrari ended up not. And that's it. Oh, crikey, all of a sudden, great big tail slapper there, and tank slapper rather, and away it goes, just getting onto the dust and the dirt on the exit there of the corner, and then just that sealing their fate, really. Just the back end of the car just completely going away from them. Not good at all.
That was Nathan Whiteley in the number 30 car, the SLR FGE team. What have we got here? So what has the number 71 car done? Everything. Where are you going? You were very much, missed the breaking point there. Concentrating rather too much on the car they were trying to pass. Let's face it, heat of the moment. Any sim racer has done that. You're concentrating a bit too much on the cars around you, and you suddenly realise you're several meters past where you should be hitting the brakes. At least there's a lot of space to run off there. But back towards the top end of it, Jonathan Pillay is now putting pressure on Eric Grove again, but this time for second place. Now the Mercedes won't want to let Daniel Ferguson get away up front. At the moment they're just holding station, as we've just seen a change in position for 7th. Matthias Burke in the Apex Tech racing car has gotten ahead of Mario Salafranca in the Asper team esports car. So Apex Asper is close together. Our lead Ferrari there in the form of Salafranca. As you can see, the field beginning to fragment, but not huge amounts. Of course, those that have had earlier incidents are somewhat out of position. All 59 cars are still running despite the issues that we've had thus far. Now people will start to kind of get into a rhythm a little bit. Although every time I say that, we then notice an argument going on. What have we got here? This coming down through, through Blanchimont. There's that lovely. Oh, you got that very wrong, sir. So, as the BMW then has a moment to the skies, but that's. I think that's fair to say that was a tad uncomfortable for Mr. Brito.
Be sure it's Mr. Brito driving. I mean, with the way the back end was shaking up and down there, it may well have been Nicki Minaj at the wheel. Who knows? But over the top of the sausage curb they go, and then just straight into the barrier. This is one of these things that we've seen, of course, in real-life racing recently. It's come into hot focus. But, the sausage curbs, they just launch the car when you're going at high speed and doesn't help you to control it at all. And look at that! A great big slide there. I have a funny feeling those tyres might be just a little bit done. And now creeping back onto the circuit, then reversing a bit and saying, no, the runoff is perfectly fine for me, thank you. Well, there you are. That is not the most pleasant set of circumstances for those drivers there, I'm sure. But crikey, the cars just disappeared and reappeared. Well, there you go.
A lag moment in iRacing, unfortunately. It causes the car to disappear. It does bring, voila, right on cue. So when the driver has a lag moment, and again, any sim racer will know that lag happens, the car vanishes because the server doesn't know where the car is. Now, they themselves will continue to drive, and when the lag moment has run out, as we now see Ellie Goldstein just being picked off for that 6th position there. That's Matthias Burke has gained another one. That's the Valkyrie number 117 car that's just dropped into 7th position there. So when that lag moment is expired, the server then knows exactly where the car is and places them back on circuit. It is a little bit disconcerting for those around them, because suddenly a car they're chasing just disappears out of existence. We see this great move. That's Guarenti again. We saw having issues right at the beginning of the race. Now up into 33rd, isn't that? No, that's... Oh no, that's a little bit further down. I'm reading the completely wrong name, beg your pardon. It's the number 75 car, trying to recover from the earlier incidents. 31st, beg your pardon, not 33rd. That's now back up front. Daniel Ferguson still with his Pure Sim teammate right behind us, acting as rear gunner, but Jonathan Pillay and James Armstrong as well, not forgetting him at the tail end of that conga line, still ready to do business. Coming back to what I was saying earlier, so when a car has a lag moment, they do vanish from thin air. That means they don't gain any slipstream from a car ahead of them, and a car behind that they were giving slipstream to suddenly loses that slipstream as well. So it's a little bit uncomfortable as... Oh, not again. Marcus Brito. Oh, he goes in the pit. I was wondering whether he was going to fly off the road there, but no. So the Nicki Minaj impersonating Marcus Brito has brought that car into the pit lane, as Daniel Ferguson now has it's around about 6-7 tenths of a second gap to Eric Grove. So is Eric's trying now to back away from Daniel Ferguson to give him a bit of breathing space? It's really difficult to do because Spa does have a sprinkling of places to overtake. So that's Alex Roth that's coming into the pits then. That is our last place car. Unfortunately, the Quantum Racing Mercedes has had a bit of a rough time of it, but it's still worth going through the motions. Still worth going through the race. Practicing for ultimately the 24-hour race next week, as that is the Vroom Race Ferrari that's just lost that position. Wow, Matthias Burke has been on a bit of a chart. There's several positions he's gained for the Apex Tech racing car, the number 51 Mercedes. That's about 3 positions in the last few laps he's gained. So really pushing on a bit.
Certainly is, yeah. It's it's interesting to see. I have the feeling that given the circuit we're coming up to next, though, that position may end up being retaken by the Ferrari, because they are in that position now where they can run all the way down to Eau Rouge, up the top of Radion, then down the Kemmel Straight all the time, just getting that benefit of the tow. And then, of course, there's then potential for, as we then see Caponio diving into the pits. And in they go. Is this going to be for a driver change, or is this a planned pit stop, or what's going on here? I wonder. We'll come back to them in just a few moments' time, I'm sure. But now, coming through La Source, then we've got a couple more cars here. We've got Rector right in front of us now, and they are currently down in P20. Crikey, hang on, my timing screen's gone a bit weird. They're in P20 something, I can tell you that much for sure. Yes, 27. P27.
27. You were right. You doubted yourself mid-sentence there, but no, you were
did.
Correct.
I did, didn't I?
Now that's the first Sim Sports car. Yes, that's now being challenged by Yuri Sokac in the Shadow Realm racing car. It's all right the way down the field towards the early part of the race. We're still in the early part of the race, not even an hour down. But now the Mercedes starting to get into it. Oh no, that has not gone well. That was Jean-Sebastien Leroux, the straight line racing, rather living up to the name there, and straight lining off the road. On Normandy, that's never an ideal way of taking that right hander.
Certainly is not. I mean, things seem to be... Let's take a look at it from the onboard then. So through Malmedy they go into... Oh, dear. Big clout with the wall there as well. That's not something that you're expecting to see the car still cracking on after that. But fair play to them. They've still got the car going in a straight line for now. So we'll wait and see how that develops and whether or not there was any significant damage sustained. Of course, if you go in front end like that, there's potential for your steering arm or some such thing to be bent out of shape. So then you end up having to be like an IndyCar circuit. You have to be turning the wheel whilst going down a straight in order to try and keep the car going right and level. But as they come round the Curve Paul Frere then and up towards the likes of Blanchimont, it's all still very much to play for in this part of the race. And of course, as you rightly pointed out, we're only half an hour in. We're not even an hour in just yet, and there's still therefore about 5.5 of those hours to go. So lots that can still happen, I'm sure.
Absolutely so. And it's good to see that a lot of people are actually trying to make moves stick, not just seeing constant mule trains going on. At this early stage, you would think some people might go for that. We see LaRousse bringing that probably somewhat wounded car, number 47, into the pits, and that's probably going to be there a while. We will see. There's our top 4 again. Jonathan Poulet. That's the back camera from the third place car. It's almost like a dog introducing itself to each other when they have a good old sniff. The nose of the number 52, James Armstrong, introducing himself, well, not physically at least, to Poulet, but these 4 just staying exactly as they are. But there's always a threat, isn't there? There's always a threat of a potential move. As you can see, James Armstrong potentially trying to put pressure on Poulet. That's the thing. This early in an endurance race, these guys know to just kind of go through the motions, but there's always that air, there's always that potential threat of, if I just throw it down the inside of Stavolo, for instance, I could catch this guy completely unawares. Equally, they could send themselves off into oblivion, but it's those little moments of when you've got that moment of complacency, when they are going through the motions, that's when somebody could, when they're this heavily condensed, could easily make a move and make that move stick. So we will see. But these guys have all crossed swords before. They know what they're doing. This isn't their first rodeo by any stretch. So, these guys know what they're doing. I mean, I think the headlights aren't a little bit optimistic in this weather at the moment. But either way, I think that's actually an indication of I'm on the lead lap for anybody that they're coming past. Or maybe they're short-sighted. I mean, who knows? Anything is possible in today's day and age. But another lap done. The top 4 remaining where they are. Now, that pack behind them is one I'm keeping an eye on as well. Well, that's led by Matthias Berg, who's, as I said before, he's gained a few positions in the last few laps. He's been chased by Max the Crew of the Vroom X-Race number 42 car and Ellie Goldstein in the next Valkyrie car. So I'm curious to see if that pack can close in on our top 4, although the top 4 are remaining. Oh, another one being claimed by Blanchimont. Oh, ouch. That's Blanchimont bites again.
It certainly does. I mean, at that time...
Yeah. It was Ivan Mura, that's one of the MBG cars. I cannot say that quickly. Why did you choose that abbreviation? Why?
I mean, if you want, just sort of just ring a bell or something every time you want it said. Nice MPG, and it'll be like like those old films where people just someone's talking and then all of a sudden in a completely different voice, as though we're completely supposed to ignore it. MPG, and then we carry on.
A voiceover suddenly kicks in.
Exactly. Yes, I am available for work. Who knows? It's for you, my friend. Very good price. Very good price. So we head down into Stavolo then, and no, we don't. Stavolo's in a couple of corners. I'm talking nonsense. Through the chicane we go then, before then headed down towards Stavolo, and then through the curve Paul Frere and up towards Blanchimont once more. Ferguson here has done very, very well to be able to get themselves up into this leading position. It's 26:10 as their last lap, and also personal best of the race so far. That's faster than everybody behind them. That's also faster than presumably what everybody behind them was able to do last lap as well. So it's a good turn of pace from them, especially in a car which originally started all the way down in 6th position after qualifying.
Yeah, absolutely so. Again, we did see from the qualifying times that the gaps in between each car were very, very slight. So
it's very true.
But needless to say, you can tell by the lap times that no one is kind of leaving anything on the table. So the lead 4 getting a big old helping of slipstream from the red and black Lamborghini right ahead of them. And there we go. So nicely timed. The Lambo will just bleed out of the throttle a little bit. Flash of the light. It's very easy to let one car go, but you won't necessarily realise there's an armada of cars coming up behind. Now, can Matthias Berg do the same thing on the back of that Lamborghini? We will see. And now what's the BMW doing? Is he going to slot back in? No, he's going to give his teammate a bump draft there. I think Eric Grove had a much better run up and over Radion there than Daniel Ferguson did, but it did not really pay off at all because Poulet just got into the tyre tracks of that BMW and dragged James Armstrong with them. So they aren't able to really gain any distance between them until either a pit stop or a mistake kicks in. Also, so I'm keeping an eye on the relative lap times as well. And as you were quite rightly saying, Daniel, the lap times from the top 4 are still absolutely unreal pace. But Matthias Berg is right there, just a tenth or two off of the lead car's pace. So if we have another safety car, if there's some kind of incident that slows this four-car pack down, the trio that's behind them could easily integrate themselves to this conga line. So, Matthias Berg's doing a great job, as are the two cars chasing him, to maintain that really, really strong pace. Also looking down the lap times, a lot of people are in that kind of mid-16 area. So quite a lot of really decent pace out there.
Certainly is, yeah, absolutely. We've got 216s consistently all the way down to P10, and then from 11 all the way back really to and then to crikey, all the way to sort of P32 really. That's where we're seeing those sort of 17s and 16s being there. There's the occasional 18 in there, but 18 is not too bad at this stage of the race, I think it's fair to say. And then beyond that, you're then starting to get a bit more in the way of sporadic lap times, I think it's fair to say, and yeah, apart from that though, the drivers seem to be enjoying the circuit, enjoying the driving at the moment. One thing that they may not enjoy though is this back marker getting in the way here for the front pack, and certainly one driver who will enjoy that presence in front of them will be of course Daniel Ferguson. They're going to get this nice tow now where the BMW is far enough ahead of them such that as they go over the top of Eau Rouge and Raidillon, then onto this Kemmel Straight, it means that they're far enough back now where they will get some benefit of that tow. If you're right there in behind them and you're not really able to accelerate because the car in front is so close to you, then that poses a problem when you're trying to then facilitate a move. However, I say all that, and I say that, they're going to enjoy the slipstream here, and it looks as though the BMW actually says, no, this is my corner, this is my road, I don't really mind that you're that quicker than me, but you're not going to pass me here. So they then pull off to the side on the entry to Bruxelles, which is perhaps not where I personally would have done it, but there we go. And we get a replay now. And who is this? And what are they doing?
Rodrigo again in the Audi, and that is let him down in the Fania chicane, and he collected somebody as well. That's that's the sole Audi. It's literally a unique car in this race. You need to take better care of it, sir.
Absolutely, you're not going to be able to loot any spares from other teams' garages at this rate, are you, at all? No, so it's also very easy to identify that particular. There's an Audi R8. Well, we know who that is. We do. And yeah, so there we are then. So things not going well for the folks from the Four Rings. However, for the single star, I suppose I'm making this up as I go along. I'm not sure if you can tell or not, but they are currently leading the way with some pace over their competitors behind. Now there's a great big gap that started to form here, such a significant gap in fact that now Eric Grove is under a tremendous amount of pressure from Poulet behind. But there's some fuel saving going on. We can see and hear here.
Absolutely true. And Daniel Ferguson had a bit of a heavier right foot than Eric Grove did that time around. But again, no opportunities, or certainly no opportunity overtaking chance taken there by Jonathan Poulet. I thought he might try it, but decided not to. As we now riding on board with the pole sitting number 8777. Down through Eau Rouge, the Red River, and then up and over Raidillon once again. And yet again, that gap has evaporated up to Daniel Ferguson. If he could get that gap to around about a second, and that's when he would have an opportunity to really start to pull away, because the slipstream is much less effective, if effective at all, at that kind of range. But now here comes Eric Grove looking like he wants to get into the boot of the 116 car, but of course that's not what he's aiming to do. As the magnificence of German engineering roars its way through Normandy and down towards Bruxelles once again. That's definitely not German flavoured. That's in 6th position. That is Max Lecroux, the Vroom X Race Ferrari. That's in the middle of the next pack of cars that we've mentioned before, being led by Matthias Berg, right behind Ellie Goldstein. So that's who's in that particular pack. The car directly ahead of them is a back marker that hopefully won't interrupt them too much. A little bit further down the field. No, never mind that. We have a replay here of a cameraman trying to be killed. It's on Blanchimont. What has Aaron Shaw done? Too deep for the number 50 Ferrari to close that one down, but didn't only lost one position then, so nothing too bad. That's the Total Motorsports Ferrari entrant, very lemon flavoured car, that one. There he is, so just coming through Les Combes and then being chased by, who's that directly behind him? That is Gilligan in the in the race esport team, not entirely certain. There's Max the Crew again. So the lead of that three, that's Matthias Berg, has managed to get past the back marker. The back marker needs to jump out of the way. It's exactly what they've done. Careful, don't try and join back in. That's the thing. As a back marker, you realise that there is a car behind. You won't necessarily realise how many cars are chasing it, as we mentioned before. It's very easy to cut back into a line way too early. Not that I've been lapped many times in sim racing. You have no proof.
Yeah, if there's no proof, it obviously didn't happen. Don't know what you're talking about. Burden of proof is on the accuser. How very dare you, sir. We're watching these guys circling around, and it's been interesting watching the gap from Matthias Berg to the top four, because it's been sort of hovering around the same sort of time, fairly consistently lap after lap, and now it's potentially going to be going down here because Max the Crew moves up towards the outside as we head down towards Les Combes. They're side by side now into the braking zone. This is going to get a bit spicy with the Italian going around the outside, the Italian car at least, and a bit of spicy Italian. There we go, and up into the next set of corners then, through Malmedy and down towards Bruxelles. Is there going to be a fight back here? Any counter attack up the inside? Doesn't look like it on this occasion. So through they go then. Max Le Crew now up into P5, and throughout all of this battling, it does mean that they've now lost about 2 seconds to the cars in front versus when this fight started at the beginning of the Kemmel Straight. And what I was going to go on to say was that their time gap to that front group had stayed relatively consistent lap after lap until they came across a back marker, and then they would lose about a second. So clearly the back marker's not remembering once the leaders have gone through, there's going to be more cars to come through as well, and not diving out the way straight away. So there we are then. It's an improvement for Max Le Crew, and they're in fact now in P4. What has happened to Daniel Ferguson? They're now all the way down in P18.
I wonder if they've disconnected because they're not moving. I think they've actually disconnected because they're not in the pit lane. And Daniel Ferguson, the 116 car, is plummeted down. The Pure Sims car is just fallen out of the top 20. I wonder whether they've had a disconnect. Not sure what has happened there. Yes, I think that's a disconnect that's happened because now they're showing up in the pit with Steen Ledger, that is now in control of the car. There they are. Now they're listed in 50th place. What's happened there is Daniel Ferguson has disconnected. So we won't be able to show a replay of it because the car has literally just disappeared into thin air. So all you would have seen is the car just pop out of existence. So now Eric Grove is leading that, what is now a trio. Actually, another one's vanished. So just realised that... James Armstrong's made a mistake. He's suddenly 4 seconds behind, has he? Beg your pardon. That's just, I think that's my... Oh, no, he has.
Yes, I agree.
Made a mistake. So he's suddenly 4 seconds behind the top two, and James Pillet's got no reason to stay behind Eric Groves. So whilst the Vulcan, where the Pure Sim pair were working together, so this is what's happened to James Armstrong. So let's see here. Coming down into the source. Oh, there he goes. Oh, that's such a small mistake as well. Just the braking that tiny bit later, and we're talking pixels difference in when he would have braked, but the rears just weren't happy with it. Locked up and round he went, and that's cost him 3.5 seconds on the top two. As you can see, he hasn't dropped too far away, but that's just awkward considering how quick the top guys were at the point that they were going through all that. I'm just going to check on, Steen Ledger still in the pit because that car has to, strictly speaking, be recovered and then the driver change happens. So they'll be in there a little while before we see them again. That's you never want to see it, but again, it's much akin to a technical trouble bringing a car to a halt and then being recovered and then being worked on. So that's the equivalent there. On board with our now second place car, Jonathan Pillet. Is he going to make a move on the BMW, or is he going to stay behind it? Nope, he backed out of that one. You could see he was gaining there. Probably a bit of fuel saving going on. Being in the slipstream means the car's working that a little bit less, so they're using less fuel. So he may not be interested in actually trying to make the move at this stage. And again, why would he? We're not even an hour done. It won't gain him anything, realistically speaking, to make the move. What's happened here? So this is the name I can't pronounce properly. That's Good Sierra, the number 33. Whoops! Rear tyre's not happy with that one. That's the Rice Cooper car down in 21st position. What's Mr. Nicholson done? No, that's going to get a little bit uncomfortable. Yeah. I thought that was going to happen. You kind of saw that one coming, didn't you? The Ferrari just getting a tap on the tail. 100% sure who that was from. That's unfortunate. Another incident here. Is Bruxelles bitten again? Has Blochman rather bitten again? No. Seems to be okay. Have you flown off the road at the chicane? Well, yeah, you could have done better than that. But again, cars on the inside line, that was probably caution more than mistake, in fairness. But whilst all that was going on, our top two, as we now come, did come back to them briefly, are now into the 215s. 2:15.83 is Jonathan Pillay, his fastest lap. There is Eric Grove, just a tenth off of that, a hundredth even off that particular time. You can see what the lap times have been setting there and the differences between the two on the graphic there. So James Armstrong is actually still hovering around about 3 seconds behind. So despite the fact that James's last lap at 2:18.8 because of that part spin through the source last time around, he is pressing on to catch back up with that pack. There is Max the Crew. So he is in 5th position now as Matthias Berg just going out of the shot there. Got back ahead of him at some point. That's Ali Goldstein right on his tail. And then, is that Mario Salafranca that is catching up on them? Is that a Ferrari coming in? It is! So Mario Salafranca has been, his personal best last time around at 2:16.2, gained about 8/10 last time around, and he's now ready to join this particular battle. That looked like Ellie that was possibly thinking about a move there on Max. No, not quite. So another Ferrari joins this particular dance.
Absolutely they do, and we had one spicy Italian sausage going on earlier on. We might have two very soon. And as we head down into La Source then, we've got Salafranca, then Goldstein, then Lecru. And Lecru then a little bit wide out of La Source there, just all four wheels onto the curb and a bit beyond it as well. And heading down into Eau Rouge and then over the top of Radion. It's going to be interesting to see here how close the two cars are up ahead. Look at the massive overspeed that Salafranca gets there as they come over the top now, and now with that double tow essentially from the two cars in front, they get closer and closer, but not quite close enough. It's then really here on the Kemmel Straight things then start to slow down a bit. Now, is that because of some fuel saving? I think it may well be, as they head down into Les Combes, taking the right then the left. And it's looking on board from these GT cars, it does always look like they're just a little bit tail happy, just like the driver is constantly just having to fight that little bit of oversteer from one corner to another, really in command of their car there. However, one driver not in command is this one. Oh dear, the Valkyrie goes round, and well, that is a shame for them. That's a great big shame. In fact, as I'm saying a shame an awful lot, I feel like it's lost all meaning. Back to you, Chris.
Interestingly, Mario Salafranca last time around set the fastest lap of the race in this pursuit of this particular pack at 2:15.73. 300ths quicker than James Armstrong, who's chasing the lead. Oh, that's a car off backwards at the Spanish chicane. So was that the Reiter engineering BMW, the 29 car? Not sure is the answer to that. So not sure who that was off backwards, as we now have pit stops going on. What's Mr. Samson done? Now coming just into the pit lane. So Ferrari coming in. Nothing too much to worry about there. That's Raymond Sampson, the number 11 car, the Omnia Motorsport crew. That's the number 48 car, the BMW. No. That's clear. Hang on a minute. Now they would have lost. They will have lost time doing that. You can't do that. Oh, is Ethan Patel again? What is happening here? That's the omni-coloured Ferrari. Oh, just not the ideal way of taking the chicane, but you managed to keep it on the road.
Absolutely, they just managed it too, but it was a difficult bit of back and forth there for a bunch of the cars in the field. I think that it's one of these things now where the Ferrari is, you can see there, just hanging out in the pits, just having a good old time, potentially getting some more fuel into the car, some different driver perhaps as well. We'll see. It sets off again. And then we're back into this battle up at towards the front of the field. We've got Eric Grove continuing to lead the way in that BMW with what seems to have been their rival this race, Jonathan Poulet. Poulet, of course, taking the lead off of the start, leading the first lap. Then, of course, second lap, we had the safety car incident, and then away we go once more. And when we were then up to racing speed, Eric Grove just sends one up the inside on the Kemmel Straight, and away we went. And since then, they've been in front of Poulet the entire time. Ferguson, of course, did have that good long stint in front of the pair of these guys, but unfortunately for them, it just ended up being a disconnect of some description, has then ended up soiling their chances of getting anything out of this race. On board then, having a look at this Ford GT, and it gets a bit squirrely on the first part of La Source, and then into the left-hander it gets worse, and then on the exit it gets very terrible indeed. And off the circuit they go. Ford GT is one of those cars, really, in my opinion, that it's sort of a timeless design. It's one of these things you could put it anywhere, and it looks both sort of classic and modern. But there we go, into the wall it goes, and then it looks a bit more like a piece of scrap rather than a racing car.
That one looks somewhat rearranged. Yeah, that was Jan Sarli. That was the Writer engineering car. That's the one I thought was backwards into the wall earlier on. But that car now into the pits and potentially there a while, having head-butted the wall. As we now look to, that's one of the longest names in the field. That is... Yeah, so I can't pronounce that. I'm afraid. Jon Vanden... Say that again, Mr. Christie? Ulan. Bjorn van der Ulan. There we go. That's as close as I'm going to get to that. I'll not murder it any further. Let's battle for the team positions. That is Mikael Rodriguez in the 577 car. The Valkyrie car's just gone past, and then being challenged by Scotty Angelo in the M Squad car right behind, and nearly again attaching himself to the boot of Bjorn. I'm going to chicken out and just use your first name there. Slightly further towards the sharper end, there's Eddie Goldstein. It's now ahead of Max de Crew and Mario Salafranca on the tail end of that pack. So these three are swapped around a little bit. Was this why? So on the Kemmel Straight, bit of slipstream going on, fairly straightforward manoeuvre. Mercedes takes the inside line, and again, Max de Crew knew that there was no point trying to defend that one, just the slipstream being as powerful as it is. It does look like Ellie Goldstein now starting to use the right foot a bit heavier, chasing off after Matthias Burke in fourth position, just seen going out of the shot. James Armstrong is the next car down the line. He's getting into the 15s again to try and close in on the lead pair. Slightly further down the field, we've got a potential challenge coming down into Les Combes, do we? Not quite. It's a very, very close. Another three-way fight going on here. So this is that's Bradley Burgett in the DSRT number 36 car. They're up 22 positions from where they started, but that of course is going to be helped by pit stop strategies. Chasing off after Jesse Mietinen. Can't say this properly. I said it right when I practiced it in my head earlier. Mietinen in the Broken Wings car. Right behind Sebastian Peters in the number 95 as well. There's the 36. That's Bradley Burgett. We've just been talking about. And then at the bottom of the shot there, you see, I think that will be Albert. That's the MBG2 Esports Blue car, the number 34, in 23rd position. As we see Ethan Patel bringing that Ferrari into the pit lane. That's from 55th position for the ZRL Enduro squad. We've got here, there's Scotty Angelo again. Oh, there's Alexander Davidson. So where's he got back up to following the earlier troubles? That is 20th, is it? Trying to find you on my list now. Well, there's 19th. So that's Scotty Angelo. Oh, yeah, 18th, beg your pardon, is the Pure Sims car I was looking for. So from falling all the way down to the tail end of the field, following that impact on the first lap, or first couple of laps, now up into 18th place. Rudnev coming into the pits then in the Lamborghini. That is from, where are you? Oleg Rudnev, that's around the 30s for the Speedhouse racing car. Next one is, that's one of the Valkyrie cars. That is, what's happened to my timing screen? It's gone absolutely. Stephen Lemonet, there we go, 14th place. So my timing screen went blank for a moment there, that's why I stuttered. Technology at its best. Thomas Dunn right behind in the 101 car. It's the Buxton sports car.
We use only the best technology here at SimGrid, don't
Absolutely. Well, technology's fine when it behaves itself.
Exactly.
So there's Ellie, wow, actually, Ellie Goldstein getting the fastest lap of the race at 15.63 last time around. So, oh dear, that's a very smoky car that's, very reshapen into the wall. Who on earth was that?
Oh dear, that's not what we want to see at all. We've had a few incidents out of the exit of Blanchimont and then into that inside wall there. A few too many, I think it's fair to say. So let's have a look how it happened. And was it similar sort of thing? Yes, but rather than going in a bit more front-ended, it went in a bit more at the corner of the car. And then over the invisible ramp we go. And a couple more bumps. And there we go. We hit the wall. There's smoke everywhere. But not the sort of fly young vape sort. It's more the oh dear my car is broken sort, which is of course not any good at all when you're trying to compete in a motor race. So along we go then on the start finish straight once more with Eric Grove. He's been able to gap ever so slightly the chasing pack here, and 0.3 of a second back to Jonathan Poulet, but James Armstrong has gotten back within about half a second of these two guys as well. Brilliant bit of recovery from Armstrong. Yep,
and got the fastest lap of the race whilst he was at it at 2:15.5. The car right behind, he's not the now fourth place Eddie Goldstein with Matthias Berg pitting. A lot of people pitting at this point, so a lot of similar pit strategies going on. Yeah, the car that dramatically restyled itself was Sergei Bullinson in the 48 Crazy File racing car, just handing that over to who's he handed that? Konstantin Volkov. Well, that's nice. Reshape the thing, have the engine absolutely obliterated, and say, "There you go, you have a go." Or maybe maybe he's being yanked out of the car, saying, "You know what? Maybe you shouldn't have a go in this."
Yeah, it's it's one of those things where it being a team sport, endurance racing, you do have to have other drivers going on. Then, it's sometimes your fate can be a little bit outside of your own hands, especially if your teammate ends up having a bit of a love affair with a wall. But in that instance, you wish them good luck with everything they do, and then you have to separate them, and you have to then go on and soldier on as the new owner of the car. And in that instance, it's now going to be a bit of damage control, I guess. But again, this is a race just for fun. It's not in aim of any championship or anything like that. And in fact, as we were saying at the top of the show, this is a bit of a practice session, really, an extended practice session, if you will, for the 24-hour event that's going to be running here next week. So that's going to be an interesting, exciting one to have a look at when it comes around. Speaking of coming around, the top three come round La Source and start to head down the hill towards Eau Rouge and Radion. Let's keep with this action here and see whether or not we're going to see any moves at all. Now, I doubt that there will be from Poulet to Grove, but you never know, there could be something from Armstrong here. They are about 0.3 back now, rapidly gaining time this whole time. Now under 0.2 of a second, nearly under 1/10 of a second now. Getting very close indeed, very, very close, having to avoid a back marker. That back marker really providing a great big sigh of relief, I think, there to Jonathan Poulet. By diving out the way of the back marker, it means suddenly there's two cars in front of Armstrong. Armstrong's not able to then find any way past, and then down into Les Combes and the rest of the circuit we go, and that means that Poulet's still in second, Armstrong's still in third.
Absolutely. So now, again, we were talking about fuel saving earlier on. Now, James Armstrong has had to really push to make up for that small mistake that he made. So I would imagine he would want to stay there and try and fuel save a bit more. He won't have been able to save as much as the two ahead, because Grove and Poulet have just been minding their own business, hitting their apexes and setting absolutely godlike lap times whilst doing so. But James Armstrong has really had to push, set some great lap times, but it's probably not what he wanted to do. So that could bite that team slightly more if they have to maybe do a splash and dash towards the end. We will see. As you can see, the tower's going up absolutely nuts. Don't adjust your TV set. There's another phrase for it. It's just pit stop strategies being played out. A lot of cars in the pits at the moment, so that's why the tower is going utterly bonkers. It's not a glitch. It is just lots of cars having a similar idea on pit strategy. Again, we've done an hour, so people just spreading out their pit stops. What's happened here? One of the few Porsches. That's Munoz again going through. No, rear tyres didn't like that too much. That's one of those, and he's done the right thing there, trying to get out of the way, and then realised there's actually nobody there. But his initial instinct was get off the racing line. Can't really fault you for that. And we've got two of our three leaders, four of the top five, you can say, in the pits now. The only one that's decided to buck the trend is Jonathan Poulet, who's no doubt saved a fair amount of fuel, having been slipstreaming for quite a while with a face full of back marker at the moment. Ruth, that was close. That could have gotten rather awkward. Flash of the lights to the next back. Well, you're not quite close enough to the next back marker. Probably just signifying I'm coming rather than now get out of the way. Fastest lap of the race? Yes, fastest lap of the race now in the hands of the 877 car. That's probably by accident more than a byproduct of the slipstreaming more than actually pushing to try and gain it. But this could be a great opportunity now to just press on and blitz through this particular lap to try and overcut the likes of Eric Grove. I'm just going to keep an eye to see if anybody changes driver in that top pack. Another car's now just gone into second. That's the 577 Valkyrie car. Alex Davidson is now back up into third, following his early spins. That's the Pure Sim Esports 117. But again, that car has been through the pits before, so the previous order is almost going to be fairly circumstantial now. I'm just going to keep an eye on certainly the four that we were talking about before. Next one, so James Armstrong and Eric Grove are coming back out, still in command of their respective cars. They're coming out, looks like 7th and 8th. Ellie Goldstein is now on the move, and Mario Salafranca. So no, none of those four cars have changed drivers. Few teams have, some forced, as we saw earlier on, some drivers unfortunately disconnecting before their stint had ended. Oh, we've got someone in the wall. Who has done that? Raymond Sampson, the number 11 car, the Omnia Motorsports car, has introduced himself to the wall. He's not long been in the pits, so he's going to be coming in again. What did he do? Oh, Blanchemont's bitten again. You actually saw, just as they come over that static camera, that Ferrari had a bit more angle on it than it should have done. And you don't necessarily have to hit the wall. He did hit the wall quite hard, but at that kind of speed, even a small impact will cause quite a bit of damage. At least he didn't have far to go, but that's another pit stop then for the number 11 Ferrari.
Absolutely, yes indeed. So, as we watch then, we've got... who is this here going up to... Oh, no, never mind. We're going to have a replay instead. So here's Roth, and through they go then into the bus stop chicane. And then, just a bit too deep into there, as we've seen from a number of drivers over the course of this race so far. And then just having to then gather it all up again and try and take as much speed through the final corner as they possibly can to retain as many positions as they can. But as it turns out, that's easier said than done. And oh dear, oh no, Sarah into the wall, big old hit there. And that's then just from a little bit of a love tap through the middle of Pouon. Of all the places you want a love tap, it's definitely not through the middle of Pouon, because that sort of thing happens there. Then having a look on board now, back to our live feed then with Roth going through Le Cop, and then Malady. Or Malmedy, I forget which way it is around, but there we go. And then through Bruxelles, we're just now seeing Mietenen coming out of the pits for the Broken Wings car in P7 at the moment, and they're going to potentially fall down the order as more cars start to come around and overtake them in the pit. Eric Grove then continuing to circulate around as well, back down to P4 now as a result of their pit stop. Was it a pit stop or a mistake? I forget.
Pit stop, you were right, wasn't it?
Pit stop, I was right. Excellent, very good. And so there they go then. And into P4 then. So one position down from their qualifying place as Jonathan Poulet now comes into the pit. So this is going to be interesting. Who will have beaten the other on strategy? Now, typically the logic goes that in a race where you are refueling the car, then you are more inclined to go for an overcut rather than an undercut. And what do those two terms mean? Well, an undercut is where you pit before your rival in order to then get fresh tyres and then try and overtake them that way. An overcut is when you stay out, and then in the case certainly of a series where there's refueling, like in today's race here, then by having a lighter car, you offset the gain that your rival makes in terms of then what they do with the fresh tyres. So we'll have to wait and see here, and whether or not Grove is going to be able to get back into the lead, or whether they will lose that lead to Poulet.
That is the golden question. So Poulet is in the pit now. So Grove has really pressed on by the look of it. He was looked like he was absolutely hammering it to try and mitigate that difference. There is Poulet now. Oh, he's missed his pit box. Yes, sorry, Jonathan, we saw you. It's very easy to do. Even though you're at pit lane limiter speed, you still want to be minimising the amount of time lost. So you want to be hitting your marks just right. You don't want to be going too short, because then you have to go, going again to go forwards. And sadly, it is very easy to go that tiny bit too far. So you have to hit reverse and then come backwards. And that's probably the advantage he gained from the overcut, now completely lost, because it will lose you time. And now coming through, that's Eric Grove in the pit, and James Armstrong coming through the picture-in-picture now. And now Jonathan Poulet gets underway. He's going to be, well, actually, is he? No, he is going to come out. His pit box was right at the very end of the pit lane. He's going to be close. It's going to be very close indeed. Oh, they've got him. So yeah, that tiny mistake from Poulet was all it needed to drop him behind Eric Grove and James Armstrong.
Dear oh dear, they'll be ruining that mistake for some time to come, I would imagine. We are now over an hour and 10 minutes into this particular race, and we've still got then about 4 hours and 50 minutes remaining or so, as we take a look at a replay here from Morat. And this is I think this is the incident from earlier on, isn't it? Yeah, it's a bit of a oh no, it's a different incident, I think.
No, it's the same one.
No, same one.
Yeah, it's where he got punched in the face and then sent backwards at P1. You're absolutely. That's the one that we were supposed to get. Even the greats made mistakes, Mr. Christie, fear not. So that is Cameron then, the number 71 car. Oh, we're going to see a tap. Oh, okay. Just overshot the braking point into the source. Again, probably focusing on the cars behind. Just that tiny bit too deep. Wouldn't have lost a huge amount, but did lose a position as a result.
Absolutely, yeah. And it can be those incredibly fine margins is then ultimately what determines how much you win or lose in motorsport. If we have a look at that incident there, and the incidents that we've seen up and down the grid into the last corner in particular, or the last chicane, then yeah, just going that little bit too deep means that you end up running all the way off of the circuit. You lose a bunch of positions and time, unless of course you take to an escape road and then try the old Hamilton 2008 line in order to get yourself back on circuit and then back into a competitive position. Thankfully, though, for the sake of the drivers here today, they don't have the FIA stewards from that day in that position. So if you do end up losing a position there, you're more likely to survive than Lewis did on that particular occasion.
That would be the incident where he overtook Kimi Räikkönen too quickly. That would be when he came off of the chicane and then re-overtook too early. Is that the incident you're meaning?
Yes, yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
God, the old grey cells haven't failed me yet.
Yes, well, it's it's a lifetime of watching Formula One. You pick these things up along the way, don't you? Here and there. I still remember the likes of the Priest at the British Grand Prix all those years ago, running around on the circuit, that sort of a thing. Someone who's not running around on the circuit, though, is very much driving around the circuit, is Fusey, and they unfortunately overcook it into that final chicane, as we were just talking about, and then have lost all that time to the Ford GT that they've got to make up once more before they then go for another move. Back to the live action, though. And we briefly see James Armstrong there before we then have a look instead at Spa-Francorchamps down in P6 at the moment. And they continue to chase after Goldstein, who continues to chase after the top flight of cars. However, that being said, Matthias Burke is currently in front of Goldstein, which is contrary to what we were seeing earlier on. Burke was back down with Spa-Francorchamps, and there's about an 8.9 second gap from Burke up then to Poulet. So some potential machinations going on here. Who knows?
Absolutely. Slightly further down the field, Justin Liu, as we're now looking at here, 35th position. That's the Shadow Realm Racing number 26 BMW, being hustled by Harold Stadler. That's one of the Brabham cars, the Brabham Esports Blue, number 94. It's the Mercedes having a look in the outside line, coming down towards the chicane. That looks like it's going to be too deep. Oh, well done. That was actually, if anything, that was probably cautious by Justin Liu there. Didn't want to encounter an incident. Then Andy Yeager right behind the number 36 car, the DSRT Simic Pro machine. Oh, wow, okay, we've got some fidgeting going on here. That's an awful lot of fidgeting going on. So this is who we're looking. Was that somebody spinning off? No, I was trying to look at the timing sheet, and at the same time I saw dust and smoke. But that's it. Ivan Ubera-Mera, that's the MBG2 number 39 car that leads this particular pack. Then Nico, again, this is a name I struggle with, Shivets, the number 78, that's the Reiter Engineering BMW. Then right behind them is Luka Korolev, the 173 Ferrari, who started very much down the field, so now challenging for a top 10 spot at the moment. That's not a Ferrari, that's a Lamborghini, excuse me. Then right behind them is it? No. So now we've got people out of position here. So the next car down the road, position-wise, is actually Jean-Sebastien Leroux in the number 47 straight line car, which is a couple of seconds down the road. Slightly, not that one. That's Miguel Rodriguez that is chasing the next of the Valkyrie cars. So this is an argument for 13th place with Thibaut Privo. That's not how you say it, but that's what I've called him before. All the hustle for 10th goes on. So is Korolev going to make the move? Goes to the outside line. Can he get this one to stick? Who's going to be brave on the brakes coming into Lacombe? Oh, the BMW is just about going to win out on that one. Only just manages to keep the door shut. Nice move then from Nico. Keep Luca behind.
Absolutely, yeah, great bit of racing there, side by side for a number of corners and so on. And it's some of the great bit of racing that you get to see with closed wheel racing cars. And then, crikey, getting into Bruxelles here, it looked like there was suddenly a bit of a twitch from Davidson's car before they managed to get it under control into the braking zone. Managed to get that front end to turn in and bite, as of course, as I mentioned earlier on, it's a very understeery corner, that one. You're downhill, you're off camber, you're all the various things which contribute to a not particularly a nice feeling corner, I suppose it's fair to say. But one nice feeling here will be not for Kaiser, but for the car behind, as they attempt a move up the inside. Well, no, it was Kaiser who was getting the move done. There we go. I'm talking nonsense once again there. So it's then up into P. Ooh, crikey. There's 28 then for Jens Kaiser.
Yes, 28, correct.
And so, yes, and they make it round then, and the cars continue to just battle on with one another. In terms of close battles on circuit at the moment, it's actually the top three. They're sort of among the closest, and then we've got Korolev right up the chuff of P10, and I would imagine there's going to be a move there relatively soon. We've then got the fight for P13, the fight for P15, fight for P27. a fight for P31, there's a fight for P36, and then everyone else is pretty calm and pretty relaxed. So when you see battles like this going on, that's then a great deal more excitement than what we're used to up and down the rest of the field.
I was going to say, I doubt Shivitz is very relaxed at the moment with Luka Korolev trying to put the pressure on. Well, he's putting pressure on them. Right behind is Jean-Sébastien Larousse. So this is an argument for 10th position now. Is the Lamborghini going to be able to get the run on the outside line, dragging the Porsche with him? This is going to get very spicy. 3 wide now, coming down towards Les Combes. Oh my goodness me, Porsche versus Lambo versus BMW. The Porsche's nailed the pair of them. Oh, what a move. That's Jean-Sébastien Larousse. That was a fantastic opportunistic move. Oh no, and frustration.
No.
That was Nico Schewitz that has just dropped that one on the exit of Malmedy. Oh, that's probably a bit of frustration there. Maybe slightly startled by 2 cars coming past. But the 78 car down to 14th position as Thibaut Prévost has also gone past. Let's look at that again from the view of on board. Thank you very much, Mr. Christie. On board with the Porsche then. So the Lamborghini gets the slipstream on the BMW, and then the Porsche's like, yeah, I'm going to have some of this. 3 wide, so there was enough space just on the outside line for the Porsche to go, and the Porsche's got the move there. But oh, look at how close the Lamborghini got to the BMW. The Lamborghini is all over the place, getting on the brakes, trying to slow down. The Porsche is just gliding past as if there's nothing going on. Fantastic move.
Absolutely, yes, indeed. It's been some fantastic racing that we've just seen there, and watching these guys going absolutely, nose to tail for corner after corner. And oh, crikey, the Back to the Future car is here again. As some lag being experienced by one player, they then take the high ground through the last couple of corners on the outside there, forcing the Mercedes to take that tighter, slower line on the inside, and that means then on the run down to La Source, the BMW, if it wants to stay here, manages to get ahead. Brilliant bit of racing there from these guys in a part of the track where you wouldn't normally expect that sort of action. Oh dear! And just as the replay was cutting in, that's when we didn't know whether or not they struck the wall. I think they may have just been able to rescue it, but there's one driver who didn't, and they go sideways into the kitty litter and then drive themselves straight back out again across the circuit. And then as everyone starts to move their cars over to the left-hand side of the road to open up the exit of the corner, they move to the right-hand side as a safe. Oh, crikey, another big tail-happy moment there for the Ford GT coming into the bus stop chicane. And then who have we got here? We've got Uveland. I'm hoping that I got that one right, or at least to a similar, if not same quality as you there, Chris. And around they go in a bit of a half spin. If anything, that's kind of done them more damage than if they had a full 360 spin or a 180. Just a little bit of a 90-degree spin, really, more than anything. And then, late braking into Bruxelles, lost the back end, and around it goes. Is there any contact? No, not on this occasion. And that's going to be a sigh of relief for Jacer there. And then through the next couple of corners, then we've got Pouon, and we've got now who is this? This is Strutsenko. Strutsenko.
That's the number 63, the KTM Professional Safety Car Team.
Excellent. Well, there we go then. That's something I've just learned. Meanwhile, further down the order, we've got a replay of this spin here, I think. So, yeah, we're going to see them heading into La Source. The Mercedes then is the one that we're focusing on here, and then you can just see they get overtaken, they go into La Source, they're trying to just get the power down as quickly as possible to chase on after the car's just overtaken them, and then just back end of the car just gets a little bit leery, a bit lively, and luckily they were able to keep it out the wall though. That was the main thing there.
Absolutely. There is Strutsenko now with that's Jean-Sébastien Larousse. The Mercs got the chicane all wrong. The Porsche is going to get a decent run on the exit, but it's been chased by Luka Korolev in the Lamborghini. So it's Merc, Porsche and Lambo now riding on board with Larousse. Going to cut to the inside line of La Source. Not quite. Can't decide which camera to run on. So Lamborghini is pushing the Porsche through. This is fantastic. It's like not even an hour and a half down, and people are fighting for every position they can get hold of. Well, except for the top few, they're happy to just kind of run their own thing. And there's Miguel Rodriguez in the Valkyrie Mercedes, not far behind. So we've got a great 4-car conga line forming here. Now the Porsche jumps out from the slipstream. Larus is likely to claim Stritsenko, but what is the Lamborghini going to do? So we saw the 3 wide last time around at this particular point. It involved 2 of these 3 cars. Oh my goodness me, Stritsenko's trying to deny the Porsche, but he's sending himself off into the dust through La Source. Where's he going to reappear? That's La Source, Lacon, beg your pardon. So the Porsche is going to regain that one. Stritsenko, his day getting a little bit worse then. Unfortunately, then the Lamborghini's just lost that spot to Rodriguez. So Korolev gained the spot from Stritsenko, and then Rodriguez then flew through to claim that 10th position. There is Stritsenko.
There he is, there he is, and still pounding on despite the incidents that they've been involved in the last few laps. Let's take a look at this replay then as they head down in towards Les Combes. I almost did a U there. I almost got it last shot. Into Les Combes they go, and then slowing it all down here, we then just see them up the inside. And how do things go from here then? So then there's just a little bit of a, you're sort of essentially closing the door on the car behind, but then a little bit of a love tap from behind because they weren't expecting you to go quite so slow. And then just skipping and hopping like a Mercedes-shaped bunny rabbit over the grass there before then rejoining on the circuit.
You have a wonderful array of analogies to use. It's fantastic.
I blame Jeremy Clarkson and a childhood watching Top Gear. That's what it is.
Fantastic. I've no criticism of aforementioned analogies either.
Thank you very much.
So then, who are we looking at? That's Mika Rodriguez, and now up into 9th position, still with Luka Korolev in hot pursuit. But the previous participants in that particular battle seem to have kind of dissipated a little. That is because Stritsenko and Larus are both in the pit lane. That's why they have vanished. Now Thibaut Prévost. I think I'm actually fairly close to pronounce that correctly, or Thibaut Prévost. In the 777 car, it's 11th position. The Valkyrie Esport Mercedes is there, looming in the background. Not quite close enough for slipstream. I would imagine Korolev is just staying there, saving a bit of fuel at this point. Who else can we have a look at? Ali Goldstein still has Mario Salafranco in 5th position for company. The gaps you were mentioning earlier on. Thibaut actually set the personal best to 17:05 last time around. I would imagine that's just trying to close in on this particular squabble ahead. Who else is having an argument? Patrick Silvasi has got Josh Grady and Jesse Mietinen for company. That's in 18th place. At the moment, position-wise, that's the few battles we've got going on, so a few pit stops going on. Looks like the cars are changing hands. The KTM professional safety car number 63 has now gone over to George Goliv. I struggled with this last time. Golovinov. Is Jean-Sebastien Larus handing that car over? Doesn't look like he is. That's a longer stop for the number 47, it looks like. But at the moment, we continue to focus on Mika Rodriguez. Got a bit of a gap between himself and Luka Korolev in 9th and 10th place.
Absolutely, yeah. Some good old ding dongs happening up and down the fields, and it's a good spread now as people start to bed into their strategies. They start to consider things like fuel saving and tires and things like that. It's also meaning that we're getting, for those battles that are happening up and down the field, we're getting this sort of weird, sort of pebble dashed circuit at the moment where there's just cars absolutely everywhere. There's no real massive clear section of circuit that I've been able to see so far, and things are looking very interesting as far as any battles then for the places like the lead, for example. We've got this gap now where between the pair of them they're less than all 3 of them, in fact, they're all within less than 1.5 seconds from themselves to the top end, and it's all continuing very well indeed.
Very well indeed, as we look at Eric Grove in the now leading guy. He's been there a while, so now leading at this stage. And that's the Lego Ferrari that he's just dancing around, coming through Blanchimont. That's going to agitate him a little bit. But still pressing on nonetheless, though, trying to keep the advances of Poulet and James Armstrong at bay. But as Poulet's been doing all race long, just staying in the tyre tracks, trying to build up that advantage, which he didn't quite work out on the last stop. There's still plenty of time to, for that to play out. Let's see what he does here. No, everyone's behaving themselves. Suddenly increased. I think Poulet made a mistake there. And Armstrong's in the pits. Now, I didn't think he'd been in. I thought he was a little while ago he was in the pits. I wasn't expecting him in again, but that might have been what put Jonathan Poulet off, because suddenly there's now nearly 2 seconds between the two.
Yeah, an awful big gap there. 1.8 seconds the gap. In terms of last lap times, there's nearly a whole second between the pair of them. You've got 2:16.47 for Eric Grove and a 2:17.67 for Jonathan Poulet. So in fact, actually, it's over a second rather in terms of time. Can you tell that maths wasn't maybe my strongest subject at school? So as they go then, so that's 1.9 seconds the gap now. Very close, in fact, to 2 seconds. It is starting to slowly come back towards Poulet, though. They are starting to just ever so slightly chip away at that lead. We've come down now into the 1.8s. I'm sure we were flirting with the 1.7s for just a few moments, but things are progressing, at least in a positive trend for Poulet after losing that time there, and at least they also don't have the massive pressure of a car behind. And in the sense of they don't have, Matthias Burke is currently in third place, and they are currently 9.2 seconds behind them. So they don't have to worry about defending, they don't have to worry about anything like that. It's all just about, let's now just consolidate our position, put our head down, and get chasing on back after Eric Grove in the lead at the moment. So they're nearly sort of 3/4 of the way through the lap or so. Something in that region at least, and we're looking now at something in terms of an indicator of their lap times. And given that there has been this great big leap of a gap formed between them, and then we've got the likes of this gap that's been coming down pretty steadily over the course of this lap. In fact, it's we're now down to 1.3 seconds, 1.4 now. As I say that, thanks for making me look bad there, Jonathan. Honestly, and. Yeah, there we go. So
there is Eric Grove in the Pure Sim car still. Well, that gap is disintegrating somewhat, and that's the fastest lap of the race as well by Jonathan Poulet, 2:15.5 now on the board. And that's getting a little busy. A few cars trying to stay out of the way. That's close there from the Mercedes. That Mercedes looks very unhappy. That does not want to steer in a straight line by the look of it. So there's been issues there for the Mercedes that's just gone past. And that's actually caught, I think, Jonathan Poulet out slightly. And Eric Grove getting a big old dose of slipstream from the Ford. Should then be able to dance around. That certainly helps Eric build up a little bit more of a gap, but 1.5 seconds between the two. Nico Schwiewicz as close as I'm going to get to that. Apologies if that is completely wrong. In the number 78, the Wright Engineering Esports BMW. In 13th place on the back of that's Steen Ledger, who took over the Pure Sim Esports car. Following the disconnect earlier on that they suffered that dropped them out of the lead battle. They're now up into 12th position from, I think, 50th they dropped to in the end. But still going. I think, if I look at we have lost a couple of cars, I think, on our journey. The SLR FTE car, number 30, that is no longer with us. And I think Raymond Sampson parked the Omnia Motorsports car a little while ago, but I think everybody else, so 57 of our 59 starting cars are still with us.
There we are. It's not a bad drop off for sort of what are we now? We're over an hour and a half in of 6 hours. Again, maths not my strong subject at school, so we'll see that. And Robert Biggs is then doing something here in this
That's why he's been in the pits a while. So let's have a look. So that's the is that what is? I think this was the Mercedes that was. He was avoiding the Ford and then had a half spin. He already had damage of a tire. Yeah, there you go. You can see that car is very, very unhappy. That was the Mercedes I commented on earlier that was not playing ball, or was trying to play ball, but was very, very unhappy with how it's going on. What's Matthias Burke done here? He hasn't done anything. He's just minding his own business, coming through Savile. Stephen McMahon, again, that's another one I can't quite get right. McMahon, oh no, got spun round the number 13 car backwards into the wall. Oh, yeah, you can see the rear wing absolutely mullered on the number 13 Ferrari. Unlucky for him.
Mac Mahone, more like Mac my God, what just happened for that one.
Yes, that's not ideal for the Scorix Esports Ferrari, but they're back on track following that incident. They must have used one of their fast repairs for that, because that was quite a hefty thump. As the MBG Esports yellow car is now in, that's Ivan Mera. Let's brought that one in for another scheduled stop for them.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm sure with that Ferrari we'll be able to tell whether or not they used that fast repair, because their rear wing did look an awful lot like Swiss cheese or cooked spaghetti or whatever else you want to think about. So if it resembles a bit more of a straight line, a bit more of a ruler, then at that point we'll know that they will definitely have used a fast repair for that. One car that may wish to have used a fast repair is this Ford GT being overtaken, the MBG2 car. And then Team Shazoo, which I'm fairly certain is a superhero movie coming out at some point soon. That's then going up the inside into Lake Om and taking P7 there.
I think that's Shazam you're thinking of, but...
is it? Oh dear.
I'm assuming so, because I haven't heard that one. Team Shazoo, the Scottish esports powerhouse, to whom you refer. What's Mario Grillo done? Oh, Blanchemont's bitten another one. Just wandering a bit too wide. Should be able to keep that one under control. Number 88 car lives another day. That's down in 46th position, the MBG2 Esports Porsche. There's Nico Rodriguez we saw briefly. Nico Shevitz in the number 78 BMW for Reiter, still on the back of the Pure Sim Steen Ledger. That's now 11th position they are contending. A little bit further back is the Shazoo car. Down in 13th place, Max Voss.
No more for Nico Shivets.
That's a huge hit. Huge hit.
Side on.
I was looking at the timing screen. Was there an impact there that I completely missed? No.
Massive incident. Let's have a look at this. So they just go through Pouon, lose it on that sort of just rejoining on the circuit, and then massive snap that comes out of nowhere. And then as they start to drive away there, it looked as though there was a very, very unhappy suspension or steering setup in that car. It was sort of crabbing as it was making its way back onto the circuit then. And one car that's also not very happy is the car of Andy Yeager, going up into the final chicane and then just going straight on. Before then we see, is this the same instance, or is this...
Yeager again. So,
oh dear.
It's the same incident, different view. So taking the exploratory route, coming through the chicane. That's the DSRT Simex Pro car, the number 36 Mercedes. Let's live to fight another day at least. And there is Shivitz just making their way back. Oh my goodness me! And they were in a really strong position as well. Such a shame that there you go. You can see how much steering angle to stay straight they're having to put on. Well, at least they have made it home, and will, if they have a fast repair left, then now might be a good time for that one. There's Jonathan Nicholson. We saw him have a little bit of an issue very early in the race in the Total Motorsport Ferrari. He's got the Brabham Esports car on his tail. That's Yanis Albert Ayol. Hopefully I've pronounced that correctly. Slightly further down the field, there's Golovinov in the number 63 Mercedes, the KTM Professional Safety Car Squad. They're being hounded by DSRT Simex Pro Andy Yeager, who we saw wandering around earlier on. There's the Sapphire Sinsport Alpha car. I haven't mentioned them so far in the race. Martin Pearson in that one, in the 92 BMW. Here's Andy Yeager going to get the line right this time. It's very easy to do. You're trying to find those extra few tenths, or you're trying to defend or what have you from others around you, and you fly off the road. But no, gets it right this time as Shavitz has handed that car over. So it's now Jonas Weber that has the number 78 Writer Engineering car.
Absolutely, yeah. Fantastic bit of display from Andy Yeager there, and getting themselves into a good position now to get that overtake done on the car ahead, the professional safety car team. What do we reckon? We're going to see a Bernd Mailander appearance in that team? I certainly hope so. But Jonathan Nicholson then in their Ferrari, defending mightily from the Brabham Esports car behind. 0.3 of a second makes it one of the closest battles on circuit at the moment. In fact, as I say that, there's only one other battle on circuit that is closer at the moment. That's between P24 and P25. We've then got this car here, P19. They are then just creeping up closer and closer and closer, the Brabham Esports team. Getting closer up towards this bus stop chicane. Then is there going to be a move up the inside? It certainly looks like it. To the inside goes the Mercedes. Up the inside, the Ferrari then into the bus stop chicane. They're going to then try and hang it around the outside. No, it's going to be the up and under instead. And that means they're going to get some good drive here off the final turn. But the Ferrari with very good traction indeed. Using that normal racing line and all the grip there to their advantage. But now into La Source, there's one sent up the inside by the Brabham. Up the inside they go. There's been a big incident in front of them, though, so they're going to have to keep wide of that. Luckily, the racing line does tend to go over to that left-hand side of the circuit there. And then, as we head down towards Eau Rouge and Radion here, there's going to be a compromised entry for both cars into Eau Rouge. Then over the top of Radion, how are they going to come out of here? It looks like the Ferrari may have gained the legs on the Mercedes there, but is there now going to be a sufficient tow from the Ferrari back to the Merc to be able to give them that opportunity to get one up the inside? Certainly looks like the Ferrari's going to stick it on the racing line, so the inside is the only option here for the Mercedes. Do they go for it? No, they don't.
Yeah, that was a big incident they suddenly had to deal with and all that. Let's see what's gone on here. Jesse Mietonen. Oh, well avoided. So that was
well avoided. But not so well avoided behind. Oh dear, oh dear.
Patrick Silvasi then. That's the Team Grand Effect AM car. So now we know the tail kicks out here. And then Jesse Mietonen manages to avoid it. And then, just drives into the path of the Hewlett-Packard emblazoned BMW. Ouch. That was
that poor HP car has been in the wars a bit today, hasn't it?
There might be a couple of them, or like you say, they've had more than their fair share of incidents. There's Yannis Albert Aul, again, hopefully pronouncing that correctly. That's Martin Pearson. We were mentioning him earlier on the back of the DSRT Simex Pro car, side by side now, coming down towards the down the Kemmel Straight. That's close. Then now who's going to be braver on the brakes coming into Les Combes? Still side by side. BMW wins out on that one. Very nicely done as they continue to chase off after George Golinov. And Golovinov. Why do I struggle with his name? I've no idea. But yeah, that's Pearson then up into 33rd in the Sapphire SimSport BMW. Nicely done.
There we go then. So it was very close indeed between the pair of them there down the Kemmel Straight. You could barely fit a piece of paper between them. They got that close. And then as it was into Les Combes, swooped around the outside and things were good. Things not so good though for the HP BMW. Dear oh dear, that is not the sort of front end you want to see unless you are of course a poke collector. There we are. It's into the pits they go then, and that shrunk down front end is going to be repaired in some quick time, you would hope, but it's clearly going to be a detriment to performance and certainly not a benefit. So on board with them with the Brabham Esports car, they've gotten the move done on the Ferrari the last lap, but now the Ferrari is back with a vengeance. The all-black Ferrari goes up around the outside. They're getting very close again on this Kemmel Straight. And then into Les Combes, mounting the curb. It means the Brabham understeers into the Ferrari, all just now then starting to gather it up. Both cars still running, both pointing in the right direction. But for a moment there, it was a bit heart in mouth, I think it's fair to say.
That could have gone a lot worse. That's certainly true. That got somewhat dicey coming through Les Combes, but both cars lived to fight another day. look at it again. So Jonathan Nicholson on the outside line coming into Lake Arm with a face. I was going to say back markers, but I think that was all position. So as we can see then, there's the Ferrari turns in. There is space there at the moment, but as the Mercedes then gets onto the curb, it sends it exactly as you said, Daniel. It sends him understeering into the side of the Ferrari, which then causes all kinds of panic steering, no doubt, from the Merc, but does manage to catch it before the wall greets him, and they're still fairly close together. And then you've got the BWT bright pink Mercedes ahead of oh no, Philip Kuntz in the Ford. Where's that? That's on the exit of Buon, rather. That's a huge impact, and that's how he's done it. So the tail let go just on the exit, and then the wall gave it a very unfriendly welcome as the car came to rest.
There we are then. We're on board then with Max Voss in this next replay here into the bus stop chicane, and I don't think they were expecting that car still to be there. That's the fast repaired car of... oh dear. Well, okay. I was about to say which car it was and all this sort of thing, but I think this is much more interesting. We're reversing through the corner to be able to get free, and then setting off once more. So there you go. Meanwhile, Yannis Albert Aul, again, similar sentiments echoed by me. Apologies for any names that I butcher over the course of the broadcast. I'm sure there'll be many of them. But they continue on. That car is I'm very sympathetic towards, because it carries the number 52, and I quite like the number 52 on a race car. Couldn't tell you why. But as we go then, we're now looking at Max Voss instead, car number 56. And they come down then around Bruxelles. All the cars have noticed that they have not really struggled too much with understeer through that particular corner, which is, well, it just goes to show that they are much better than me at driving. But there we go. So Team Shizou then headed down into Pouhon, and they take the corner very nicely indeed, but they've still got Broken Wings just sitting right in their mirrors, not giving them a moment's rest here, not any chance to make any mistake. And now we have Kochnev with Central... I don't think that's the name of their team. Is it Central Eastern Europe? But there we go. And then through La Source, and they thought they'd just briefly give us a treat of their drift skills. And then got the car moving once again once they realised that it's not the quickest way around a motor circuit. Certainly not a quick way around is Mosin there going off circuit and then just clattering with the wall. That is not the way that you want to do it at all. And then away they go. So back to live pictures then. We've got Max Voss on screen at the moment, Team Shizou. And whilst they are being harassed by Broken Wings here, they are getting very close to Bert Simsports just up ahead. It's the blue car, not actually blue, but Team Blue. And they are now just within about a half a second, 6/10 or so off the back of that car. But now, oh crikey, look at this then. Sapphire Simsport Alpha are now right up behind Shadow Realm Racing. They're going to have no, surely not into Pouhon. It's a move up the inside, and Pouhon is going to go very wrong, but it's gone oh so very right. And that's a move up the inside, taking P30 there. Martin Pearson, balls of steel on that man. And it's also, what we can notice there in the background too, they've also overtaken the KTM professional safety car at some point, because they were previously behind them when they were overtaking the TOTL car earlier on.
They were several seconds behind it as well. So yeah, very nicely done. And so, here we go. So this is the battle you were alluding to earlier, as the Bert Simsport blue, not actually blue, so false advertising going on there on the Mercedes. I suppose they hint of blue on the rear wing. Oh, the Shizou and the Broken Wings car getting very, very, very agitated behind it. Very animated was actually the word I was aiming for. Well, they might be agitated, they may be a bit frustrated. Either way, but they're looking eager to get on with it. Struth. I was hoping they weren't going to go side by side coming through Speaker's corner or No Name corner, depending on how old you are. We're going to see another another side by side through Pouhon. Yeah, I was definitely waiting for an impact coming through Pouhon last time around, but it didn't happen. Very well done, Max Voss. That was a stunning effort there. But Tom Fain in the Bert Simsport car. So then Max Voss in the Team Shizou, and then the Broken Wings car being piloted by Jesse Mietonen. Whoa, that's just getting fidgety. So you can tell this isn't a fuel-saving exercise. This is just all-out fighting going on. The picture in picture is the BWT car having an argument for 16. That's Josh Grady and Jonathan Nicholson in that Ferrari that's chasing them on. I think for position it is. Oh no, it's just James. As we were talking about that. There's oh, and there you go. He's the broken wings car getting very, very close. So Mercedes, BMW, Mercedes in this particular battle. And again, that broken wings car really eager to get on with it. But Team Shizou putting up a great fight at the moment. Luka Korolev on the back of the Lamborghini. That's the Valkyrie. No, that's not the Valkyrie. I beg your pardon. So Luka Korolev is in the Lamborghini. So I'm muddling up my card here. Is the Valkyrie Mercedes right behind? So that's Korolev that's fending off the advances of Thibaut Prevost. Heading down towards Bruxelles, and every time we look at the Lamborghini under braking, it is just dancing wildly. It looks very, very difficult to keep under control under braking. So that's got to be a great, big challenge over an endurance race. So hopefully they haven't signed up to the Lamborghini. If they have for next time out, then they hopefully will be able to sort that particular issue out. So they now come down through Puon. And the gap behind, you just saw the next pure sim sports car there. That's 10th position. That's Alex Davidson, still pressing on to try and make up for lost time from earlier on. But at the moment, they are keeping themselves nice and steady for the time being. Still pressing on then, heading down towards or through Bruxelles. And does it bite again? Bruxelles did it again. Blanchimont didn't bite this time. Lamborghini and Mercedes live to find another day. Still lots of battles going on. Just great to see as we are getting close to the 2-hour mark now. And that Lamborghini does look like he's having to work to keep the Valkyrie Mercedes behind. And then you have the pure sim sports car. That's Alex Davison, as mentioned. Let's have a look at the lap times from these guys in particular. So Korolev was a 2:16.7, Thibaut was a 2:16.6, and Davison was a 2:16.5. So not a great deal to call between them. Oh, the Mercedes bounces off that inside line, coming up and over Radion. Is he going to make the move this time? No, the Mercedes backs out of it. You can see from the body language, he's not trying to press on. Just minding his own business at this stage. And still working their way through Normandy. Down towards Bruxelles now. And yeah, you just see they're just kind of going through the miles at the moment. Let's see if we can check in with our battle for 12th, because that was looking particularly spicy. There's a bit of a gap between the Burt Sim Sports car and the Shizou car, and then I was going to say, are they being caught by the next one in line? But no, that Ferrari behind them is not the Brabham Sports number 15th position. That's Yanis Albert Aoul. Again, hopefully pronouncing it correctly. AUL is if that's not part of his surname, I'm getting that completely wrong. So apologies for that. But they were really hustling for position. Oh, we've got a replay of here. Max Lecroux, that is up in 6th position. What's he done? So, the number 42. Oh! You don't expect to find a stationary Ford in the middle of Bruxelles. That's okay. Any wonder he was put off there. So that would have... He's now some distance behind Mario Salafranca in 5th position. So that was a bit of an awakening for him.
Yeah, just a little bit. I mean, it's one of those things where if you do find a stationary car, then the speeds that they're travelling at, it's very difficult then to react, especially if you've got cars behind to then be having to worry about as well in terms of their positioning and relative to you and so on and so forth. So it's a it's tricky, I'm sure, but I'm sure that these drivers will be able to cope reasonably well as things progress. Speaking of which, Team Shazoo are going to have to cope incredibly well now, because now side by side with Broken Wings, and just edging them out there in the braking zone. Broken Wings either gone a bit too deep or just didn't want to commit into going side by side with Shazoo through that final couple of corners. It's all given Bert Simsports, I was about to say Bart Simpson. Bert Simsports a little bit of breathing space there. They've gone from having to hold off a driver just about 2 tenths behind them to about 7 tenths behind them now as they head down the hill. So things are calming down perhaps for this lap, but I'd imagine in a lap or two's time we'll be back on it again and looking at another tight battle.
Indeed. As they come back up onto the Camel Straight once again. Now the Bert Simsports car will get a bit of a help from the car just ahead of them. That is not their fellow Bert Simsports car, the red variety. That's some 7 seconds down the road. So let's see if that's able. Well, it'll certainly help them keep the position on the Camel Straight. Down towards Brookstown once again. Shazoo car now very much under the rear wing of the Bert Simsports car. Oh, blimey! You don't often find a move there. So there's a couple of times we've seen that in this race so far, and it looks like, is the Broken Wings car trying to follow suit going into Puon? My goodness me! So the Bert Simsports car put completely out of rhythm, has lost 2 positions, and I'm assuming there's a back marker that the black and green Lamborghini. Yeah, it must be, because they've just pulled back slightly to let Tom Fane back into the rhythm. Struth, that's again, when the field is that close, when you've got a pack that close, just one small mistake is all it needs to lose several positions or potentially a big handful of time.
Absolutely, yeah, and it's it is one of those things where motorsport, beyond anything else, you get into a rhythm. And if you start to then end up deviating from that, if you end up being overtaken, then it can just become this cascade of problems. If we think years ago to Formula One and Antonio Giovinazzi, able to keep his Alfa Romeo or his Sauber, whichever name the team was under at that point in the history, in front of Lando Norris in the McLaren, a much faster car, but around the Albert Park circuit in Australia, of course, very difficult to overtake as it was back then. And one driver who may not think it's all that difficult to overtake would be the car behind Luka Korolev. And there we go, move up the inside into Les Combes. But yeah, back to that point before, as soon as Lando was able to get past Giovinazzi on that particular occasion, it then just meant that then the train of cars that had formed behind Giovinazzi just saw an open door and all went for it. And he lost loads and loads of positions over the course of just one lap after having defended successfully for well over 20 laps, I feel like it must have been. Certainly, I think if you were any of those cars in that train, it must have felt even longer. But there we are then. So unfortunate for the car that lost out those positions earlier on, and unfortunate indeed for Korolev as well, losing out P8 to the Valkyrie Esports 777 car.
Yep, good move by Thibaut Prevost there in the treble 7. Matthias Burke has just brought in the 3rd place Apex Tech Racing number 13 on the team names, actually car 51 on circuit. So it looks like they're pitting slightly out of sequence to the rest around. I thought Luca was going to lose control of the Lamborghini then, but that car has been really, really squiggly under the brakes all race long so far, so it wouldn't be a surprise if that did just suddenly bite him and send him off into the dust. But he's doing a good job in staying inside the top 10, where that car's started down in 32nd, I think it is, so they're 23 up. Actually, so is the Valkyrie car ahead of them. But I've got a replay of Mario Grillo again in the 88 Porsche. What have you done? You overcooked it coming into the chicane? Yeah, that's exactly what you've done. A little bit too deep. Oh, wow, and then chopped across the nose of the BMW to get into the pits. There's Robert Biggs in the what was 44th place Mercedes, the number 95 car. Well, you did the same thing. You went a little bit too deep, but at least minding your own business. That's the Sapphire Sim for or one of the Sapphire cars, number 95. So Mario Grillo bringing in number 88, the MPG2 car. As we jump back up to Luka Korolev, still chasing the Valkyrie car, which is now for 7th place, as several cars have pitted. As you can see, both of the Buxton Sport cars are in as well. So there's Justin Rector and Tom Fain, and also Jens Kaiser for Ryan's Gruppe, along with Oleg Rudnev for the Speedhouse Racing team. Have all brought their cars into the pits. So by this stage in the race, the pit strategies are kind of, you don't always see a mass amount of cars pitting. You start to see the pit stops, really spread out a little bit, so it can be difficult to track on who is where in relative terms. But that's the joy of endurance racing, as the Apex Tech Racing number 13 comes back out on circuit. Has that changed hands? Yes, that car has now changed hands. Coming out in 16th position. That is now in the hands of Caleb Lavendas. So another driver change gone on there. So 2 hours down, and that one has changed hands. As Luka Korolev looks like he's just losing touch with Thibaut Prevost for 7th position. That Lamborghini doesn't quite have the legs of the Mercedes at this point in the game, but they will of course have driver changes, tyre changes, fuel, and what have you. There'll plenty of time as we're just about to hit the 2 hour mark.
Absolutely, yes we are. About 15 seconds until we do, in fact. As we watch this Lamborghini then heading up into the bus stop chicane, will they overcook it, as we've seen so many cars before, including one off to the side there? No, they do not, but, well, that's going to be an interesting incident to review. We've seen crashes out of the exit of Blanchimont into that inside wall, but I don't think we've seen anybody ending up the braking zone wall of the final chicane, but there we go. So through La Source we go then with Luka Korolev, and things are slowly ebbing away from them, it looks like here. They're just slowly losing touch with the Valkyrie car in front of them. That gap's slowly growing by about 1/10 now over the course of this lap so far. And it's one of these things where, you can be driving as fast and as consistently as you like, but eventually there's going to be someone who's just that little bit faster than you, or is that little bit more fortuitous than you. Certainly they've been fortuitous in being able to get that toe all the way down the Kemmel Straight and then get past the Ford GT that is now acting as a bit of a moving roadblock for Korolev. But I'm sure they're going to be past that very soon indeed, and hoping, of course, they can then get back within 1 second of the car in front, because, of course, that has now jumped up to over 1.1 seconds, the gap.
Somewhat reshapen tail end on that Ford as well. We have a few more cars in. Max Voss is in for Shazoo, Jonathan Nicholson in the Total Motorsport Ferrari, and Josh Grady in the BW Team Mercedes, all in to the pits for their stops. So Korolev he's either unable to, or he's just stuck behind the Ford. And that Ford should really be getting out of the way, but it's not required that somebody just jumps completely off the track. Indeed, it's discouraged. You need to be predictable when you're the slower car being lapped by particularly a faster class, but certainly a faster driver. You need to get out of the way in a predictable manner, because if you suddenly jump into the way of them as they're making their pass, you then end up, both of you, being tangled up and off into the fence. But the Ford could have backed off a little earlier, I think, as Max Lecroux has now come in the Vroom Racing Cup. So that's another stop being done there. You have quite a number of cars in at the moment. Philip Ansel is taking over, is going back into the Shazoo car. Jorn van der Olev in the 831 DSRT car is in as well. Jack Bennett is taking over the BWT car, and Masto Yordi, that's not a name I recognise, but welcome to you, in the MBG2 car has taken that one over. Ian Harvey for Sapphire, I think that's a driver change as well, potentially, as that's not a name I've seen thus far. Jose Perez Munoz just leaving the pit lane in the MBGT, one of the MBGT2 cars. Number 88 just leaving the pit lane. Goodness me, words come back to me. As we jump to our race leaders, Eric Groves still with Jonathan Poulet in close pursuit, but quite some distance ahead of the next Valkyrie car down the road.
Certainly is, yeah. It's I've been thinking all throughout that. Crikey, big old tank slapper there for the Lamborghini coming out of the corner. And now it means Eric Grove has no traffic in their way whatsoever, and they can... sorry, not a Lamborghini, Ferrari, in fact, had the tails tank slapper. But there we go then. So it's then Eric Grove continuing to lead by about half a second in front of the Valkyrie car behind of Jonathan Poulet. But yes, as I was saying, I've thought about it all the way through your bit there, Chris. I've got a new analogy for you, and it's all about that Ford GT's rear wing.
Go on.
It's the Big Dipper.
Fantastic. Why not? Why not?
Oh, why not indeed? Yes, it's got that wonderful spoon shape. But I imagine probably not producing all that much in the way of downforce. Oh, we've even found it. Well done. Well done, that man. Thank you,
Well
David.
done,
Is
David.
on cameras for us there. And yes, there we go. There is the Big Dipper circulating around Spa-Francorchamps today.
Superb. Great work, sir. Lots of pit stops still going on. Some starting, some ending is Attrition. So Maximilian Prodol in the Big Dipper Ford, as just coming into the pits there was, I think it was Danix Davidson in the Pure he was. So he got up to 7th. So in he comes in the brawn flavoured 117 car. We've got a replay of here. So Devon Allies, what's he done? Going down towards the chicane. Oh, slightly too deep, but then again, that could be just letting people through, because again, he was a little hesitant getting back on the gas there. So that could have been just, trying to stay out of the way. Very nicely done. There's our leader again. Eric Grove, still with a face full of back markers to contend with. Now, is Jonathan Poulet in the 877 car, the Valkyrie Competition Mercedes, going to try and overcut the Pure Sims race leader again. That's what they did last time. It didn't quite go their way, or didn't earn them the position, I should say. It didn't really lose them anything, didn't give them anything either. So we'll see what they do. Are either of them going to come in as they work their way past another back marker? Yes, that's exactly what they're doing.
Oh,
so
there we go.
Eric Grove is coming again, and Jonathan Poulet has opted to continue on his merry way. Now, Alex Davison has handed the 117 Pure Sim esports car to in Ganor Runard. Again, hopefully I'm getting somewhere close to correct. Apologies if not. The Valkyrie 177 car is now changed hands. That's Antoine Moulet that has got hold of that one. Is Eric Grove going to hand that one over? Marius Salafranca has brought the Asper Team Esports Ferrari in as well. So Eric Grove's been in that since the start, so I'm expecting that car to change hands as well. On that one.
Absolutely, and this is going to give Jonathan Poulet that chance now to make amends for earlier on. They, of course, had that mistake at the pit stops, which meant that they could not then facilitate the overcut. It did not work for them. They were very, very close, but with the time they lost making those mistakes at the pits. And we almost had a Tokyo drift there. Before then it was a Tokyo flip, apparently. But there we go then. That is a car then driving on its side. What a...
I admire the determination from Jose Perez Munoz there to try and do something with it. That's fantastic. I mean,
That's genuinely remarkable, really, isn't it? That's using just the tyre sidewall. I'm going to just crawl. I'm going to get there eventually.
I will continue. Don't take me out of the way. So this is on board with the number 88 as this happens. So he's run a little bit deep, and then the cars, as he's gone to correct it, just snapped on him, chucked him into the wall, and then he's gone, I'm not standing for this. You can see turning hard into the floor to try and get the car to flip over. Again, admire the determination. So here we're going to see the death of a camera as and wait for it. Chomp! Off he goes and into the wall. And
there we go.
There was briefly the death of the camera.
And now we get a very interesting high up point of view of a GT racing car. Oh dear, oh dear.
Again, there's determination. I grant you that. Well done, sir. That's fantastic.
Yes, never change, Munoz, please. Never change. It's been some amazing feats over the course of this race, but driving sideways, I did not think that was going to be one of them, I'll be honest with you. Most people will associate that phrase with crabbing, but no. Show them that clip. That's real driving sideways. I don't want to hear anything about this silly anything else. But there we are. We're back to the action then. Jonathan Poulet goes for another lap, interestingly. So they're not coming the following lap. If anything, this is going to help enhance their potential chance of a successful overcut, because, again, the longer you can run at a much lighter fuel load, then the more pace you're going to gain as a result. We've now got Sabadi here in the Mercedes in the center of your picture, and it's still the center of your picture. It's just moving a bit slower than the outer edges of your picture. So there we go. It comes to a little bit of a halt on the edge there of the circuit, and then just uses the grass area on the inside of Bruxelles there to rejoin safely, which is good, because we've certainly had some unsafe rejoins over the course of this race, and they've not been the most fantastic to watch. Denis Popov is now the driver who is going to be in our sights here, and in their sights was a braking board about 50 metres too late, I think, for that one there, and they've managed to get themselves back on circuit and get going again, which is the main thing. We've then got Thibaut Privot, whose name is very satisfying to say, I must say, and they're down in P13 at the moment, just about 3/10 off the back of Pure Sims Esports in that brawn liveried Mercedes just in front. And as they start to head down the hill now towards Bruxelles, we're not going to see, we have a pirouetting Ferrari in the background, been taking their ballet lessons very seriously, and into Pouan we go, and all is as it was for the Valkyrie Esports car as they chase on after the Pure Sims car. Let's have a look then at this Ferrari then, taking a bit of an unorthodox approach, shall we say. Didn't look like there was any contact. There may have been a netcode issue potentially between the pair of them there. They were very close on the exit of that corner, were the Pure Sims car and the Ferrari, but as it was then, Ferrari spins out, taps the wall. Then got Fusey. Is this going to be another big Oh, crikey, this is a totally different sort of entry to that corner. Clipped it just on the inside there, got all twitchy on entry as well, and then eventually ended up just taking a bit of a scenic route through the final chicane there.
Well, those Lamborghinis have looked very unhappy when braking. They're great at going fast. They don't seem very happy when they need to slow down again, which sadly is an important part of racing. As now in car, no, I thought that was into the pits then, but no, that's Shudzar. Again, I've struggled with this one. Apologies. Shudziara, well done.
So we'll try that.
Shudziara getting, what did he get wrong? Bruxelles, by the look of it. Looks like Bruxelles now the one that's going to be biting everybody. It was Blanchimont biting, now it's Bruxelles. If your corner begins with B, you're in trouble, it would seem. And there he is now on the back of the straight. Yeah, that's the straight line racing Porsche. They're now having an argument for 23rd, so that's Jean-Sébastien Larousse that is chasing. Now up top, Poulet still hasn't pitted. He set the fastest lap of the race last time around on his first overcut lap. So yeah, he's really starting to press on. He wants to try and make that overcut work more successfully than last time. Now the Pure Sims car, the former leader, has changed hands. That is now in the hands of Daniel Kraft. So, but he's some distance behind. There was a bit of a longer stop, so it could have been tyres going on the 119 car. So it will be interesting to see how that plays out. And he's got a face full of lemon Ferrari at the moment. Is he going to be coming in this time? We will see.
You reckon that's going to be the next Hollywood remake? A fistful of lemon Ferrari? A lemon Ferrari more. It would be the sequel, I'd imagine. There we go. On we go then. Into the pits goes Jonathan Poulet. So this is then crunch time. This is when we're going to see whether or not A, is there going to be a driver change, and B, has the overcut worked then. So into the pits they go. They've got 57 seconds to the car behind. Such has been the level of dominance that they've had in this race so far, along with the Pure Sims car. Car 119, but as it is, then Daniel Kraft is going to be chasing hard now after the car of Jonathan Poulet, car number 877, and if they're able to get themselves into the pits, refueled, potentially new tyres, potentially new driver in good order, then they will be able to get themselves back out there and potentially be ahead of their race rival here. So here we go. We've got them still trundling on down the pit lane. It's all very pedestrian at this point in motorsports. It's not like the olden days when you had Nigel Mansell going down the Monaco pit lane at absolute full chat, but people having to dive out the way and things like that. Instead, we have pit speed limits. So Daniel Craft then, in your picture-in-picture there in the bottom right of the screen. They are just coming through the chicanes now and down towards Stavolo, whilst we then have Jonathan Poulet in the pit. So through Stavolo we go then in the BMW, with nary a scratch on it. It's been powering around beautifully well so far. And now through Curve Paul Frere and up towards the likes of Blanchimont in the corners to come. Through Blanchimont they come then, and it's going to be... Oh, no, sorry, I spoke too soon. There's Blanchimont. Through the left-hander they go, and now up towards that bus stop chicane. Jonathan Poulet is moving again, and I think it's going to be a very successful overcut for Jonathan Poulet. Look at this then. They come up over the top of Radion, still using that GT pit lane, of course, pit lane exit, rather, and then out they come onto the Kemmel Straight, and car 119 has only just crossed the start-finish line.
Yeah, it was 20 seconds difference. Actually, a bit more than that. There was 25-second difference in the pit stop time. So the 119 car was in the pits for 1:08, 1 minute 8 seconds. Oh, what's Mr. LaRousse done? Has he got the chicane wrong? Oh, yes, he has. And then stuck it. Well done. Yeah, he's got it in reverse and gotten very much out of the way. Fair play. Bravo. Oh, as Michael Rodriguez then done the same thing now. He's our race leader at the moment. So yeah, as he's catching back markers, no, dear, angles over one. Just as so, this was actually as Poulet was in the pit. So he's then gone, for a full orbit and then regained, rejoined the track. That's lost him a lot of time in the second Valkyrie car. But there is Poulet still. Indeed. Yeah, still in charge of the Valkyrie car. So Jonathan Poulet's been in that car since the start. So he's going for a 3-hour session at minimum, I would have thought. There is so it's Valkyrie 1-2 at the moment, but the 577 car is still to come into the pits. So right on cue, there it is. So I'll see if that one gets handed over. There is Jonathan Poulet, who still doesn't want to hand over the toys of the 877 car. Fair enough, he's done a great job in that car so far. Leads, it's Yanis Olbert that is in second position at the moment, at least, by about, so as you can see on the tower, about 18 seconds between the two. Then the Pure Sims car further back with that, additional about 25 seconds between Daniel Craft and Jonathan Poulet at the moment. That's sort of back marker unlapping himself. Well, it's probably just Poulet wants to pick up a bit of slipstream in the now race leading Valkyrie car, as Rodriguez has just been passed in the pit lane. Ooh, that could get a little dicey. That's not what Poulet wanted. I'm assuming then he made a mistake going into the source, as they're now side by side coming onto the Kemmel Straight. Should be a fairly straightforward pass. Well, I mean, the Burt Sim Sports number 6 will just back out of that. There we go. So I'm assuming then Poulet made a mistake into La Source rather than letting the Burt Sim Sports car through. So it's now Brabham up into second. That's Yanis Olbert-Aour. Again, assuming that's how this. I'm assuming AUL is part of his surname, because generally it's done that way. It's not usually an abbreviation of some kind on the end of the name, but on the timing tower it says Olbert, so we'll stick with that. It's easier to say. So Yanis Olbert in second for Brabham Esports by about 17.5 seconds. But keeping an eye then on Daniel Craft's progress, because if that has had new tyres on the 119, it would explain the longer pit stop time, but we should hopefully see some improved lap time from them if that is the case.
You would hope so, but currently it doesn't look like the timing sheets are being set alight. Their last lap was a 2:17.18, And of course, throughout the first stints, when we were getting even towards the start of those stints, we were seeing times in the 2:16s. And given that we've got now some track evolution from 2 hours and near 20 minutes worth of running, you'd imagine that those times would be coming down now. As crikey, there, Jonathan Boulet just tempting fate a little bit much there with the running over onto the grass, but they've been able to get away with that one, it seems. And now into the bus stop chicane they come. And then chucking it into the left-handed parts of that corner before they then power out down towards the start finish straight. Now, what is this lap time going to be? So immediately Jonathan Poulet responds at 2:16.87. So if there are new tyres on Daniel Kraft's car, then they are very much babysitting them and trying to keep them in as good condition as they possibly can for the next just shy of 4 hours of this race.
Very true indeed. We'll see what lap times the next car's set. So Yannis Aubert with a 2:15.9 for the number 52 car, the Brabham car. 2:17.1 for Daniel Kraft. He has crossed the line. So it could be just taking time to get them into the operational window. It could just be that Daniel's just not pushing just not pushing hard to sort of start with. We will see. There's still plenty of twists and turns to unveil as we're still in the first half of this race, as Thibaut Prevost has now got in the background there a wayward BMW bouncing off the wall as Ian Gardner-Renault, again I'll probably say that name many different ways and hope I'm trying to say it correctly, in the Pure Sim Esports number 117, fending off the advances of Thibaut Prevost in the Valkyrie Treble 7 car. I think there's 3 Valkyries out there, or certainly at least 3 of them out there. I say 2 of them are 10th and 11th at the moment, with one of them of course leading the way. Slightly further down, Jonas Weber in the Vita Engineering Esports BMW in 31st position. That was, I think that was the Weber BMW we saw earlier? Could possibly been, just getting out of the way of these two. The Shadow Realm car in 32nd position. That is being piloted by Juris Sarkac. But as they come up and over Radion at the moment, 2 BMWs passing for position. It was Devon Allies, or again, assuming that's how that's pronounced. This is what happened earlier on. So a bit deep into the source. So again, probably just staying out of the way of people at the moment. And this was what happened here. So in his bid to stay out of the way, he's got onto the marbles and then just a gentle bounce off the wall, but carried on going nonetheless in the 885 car.
We do like a gentle bounce off the wall. It's much more preferable to an awful bounce off of the wall. But there we are then. So they've been able to get themselves back up into good running here. And we can see then we've got that Reiter Engineering Esports BMW, followed then by the Shadow Realm Racing, the Omega Racing Team Red, even though it's a... oh no, sorry, it's not a purple car because that's it's 5 seconds back. So never mind. I'm talking nonsense. I was about to say it's lies. It's all lies. It's a purple car. No, it's not that car. On they go then, and this car has been in the wars a little bit. This is one of the ones that we saw earlier on, having a massive old spin and smack of the wall. And then, there we go. Adrian just doing a bit more of our Back to the Future acting for us here today. Car disappearing and then reappearing. But then into last source they go, and just very nicely sort of chopping the front end off the car in front, car behind rather, without making any contact at all. So there we go. Meanwhile, Jonas Weber ends up coming around Blanchimont. I do apologise. These corners are blending together now in my head. Such is the effect of being cooked by the sun. But into the bus stop chicane we go then, and we were talking earlier on, or you were talking rather earlier on, Chris, about how if the corner is named B something, then that's where the troubles have been happening, whether that be Bruxelles or Blanchimont. But oh dear, as we see, Fuzi there. Just off, I think that is in Bruxelles actually, now that I think about it, in the Dunder Mifflin sponsored Lamborghini. But yeah, there we go. So the Sous Chef Academy is, let's say that They've left it a bit raw in that car, in the sous chef car. But there we go. It's no, that was a bit weaker one, was it? Never mind. But yeah, here we go then. So they overcook it into Bruxelles. And yeah, just the back end comes round and round enough where you can't then easily set off again. Interesting that they just spend a bit of time sat there, though. You'd expect them to just get straight back on the gas and be back into the race as quickly as they possibly could, but perhaps they just weren't in a position to do that. Look at this then, Martin Pearson up the inside into Blanchimont. That's some brave moves there. Bravery not just in your own car, but in the car and the driver that you're fighting against. They'll be able to hang it round the outside and fight fair like that. So, good move from them to get up into P23 once more in the Sapphire SimSport car. But yeah, there we go. So, bus stop chicane then. Also, the other one of those B-named corners that have been causing trouble for the drivers today. Not any more B-named corners at Spa, are there? That we should be keeping an eye on?
Not that I can immediately think of, no. But
no.
I was keeping an eye on this particular timing on the tower. The Vroom X-Race Ferrari that Max Le Crew has had the pleasure of all race long so far, fending off the advances of the freshly changed number 51 car. That's the Apex Tech Racing. That's Caleb Lavender in that one. There's Ian Gunon Renard that is just about keeping Thibaut Prevot right behind, but that battle has been raging on for a while as they now have a face full of back marker. What's happened here? So this is Martin Pearson's move. So yeah, exactly as you say, Daniel, you don't often see move on the inside line coming through Blanchimont, but he was determined to make that one move. Full trust in the driver he was passing, so very nicely done there. And there is Gunon Renard in the Pure Sim Esports 117. Again, as a reminder, this is the one that had the, I think it was this one that had the driver disconnect early on in the race. It was Davidson, wasn't it? It was Alexander Davidson that had that problem. There's the view from Thibaut.
So, yeah.
View from Thibaut behind, and you can see just as he backs out of there, he's not wanting to commit to the move. That would have been very late if he tried to commit to it. At that kind of range coming into Les Combes, and at this point in the race there really is no point in trying that kind of Banzai move. We now jump down to Skudzgara in the Rennes Gruppe Langsam Mercedes. That's, my goodness me, the straight line racing Porsche repeating the move that we've just seen earlier on, and now defending the inside line coming into the chicane. Can the birding... Oh, never mind. I was going to say, can the Porsche make good of that? It dives into the pit lane then. So that is... who's that? That's Jean-Sebastien Larousse bringing the Porsche in.
There we go then. That is the state of play at the moment. Then we've got Dennis Popov trying their absolute damnedest to keep this BMW behind them. And the little Lamborghini is doing reasonably well so far. It's a shame it's a Huracan rather than, say, you know, something a bit more lively like a Murcielago. But there we go, the limitations of iRacing, I suppose. And down the hill we go then, into Pouhon. And that Lamborghini is sticking through the corners nicely. But as you say earlier on, it was more the getting it to stop and slow down was the thing that the Lamborghini drivers were struggling with a bit more. A typical trait in a Lamborghini, I think. But it's going through the chicanes then, and up towards Stavelot. We've got this fight still on here, still about 3/10 the gap or so. And then you can also see there's then a couple more close battles in that top 20 that we can see on the timing tower there. But this is most certainly the closest, so close in fact that look at this now, Dennis Popov having to defend the inside into the next couple of corners, one of which may well be Blanchimont. As they try and defend as much as they possibly can. No, they slot in behind instead. So through Blanchimont they go. Slightly compromised entry into that corner. They've gone off the circuit on the exit there, and that's then given the car behind the MBG2 Esports yellow car the opportunity. Oh no, it's not. Sorry, that's a Valkyrie car. I'm talking nonsense. But away they go then. And they've got that position. So rather than losing two positions, they've lost one position and been either lapped or unlapped by the Valkyrie car there.
Yeah, that's our race leader then. That was tiny bit compromised by the Mercedes, by the Lamborghini, but nothing too bad. There's Justin Rector in the And that's come Yannis Orbit into the pits then from second position in the Brabham Esports Mercedes. Has he not long been through? Or, yeah, not certain if he's been through fairly recently. That puts Daniel Kraft then up into second position for the for Pure Sims Esports, but they haven't quite rediscovered the pace from previous. They're still good pace, just not quite where they were before. So we'll see then if he's able to rediscover the pace for the 119 car, or whether I've got it wrong. They may have had damage, which might have explained the slightly longer stop. I would have thought it was tyres being put on, but again, no idea. They still sit in second position, so a very strong finish nonetheless. Now, Pugli's been out there quite some time, has he not? Since oh no, he has pitted. He just didn't. They didn't change driver. That's right. So he's now in an absolute. He's got a lot of back markers to deal with. As there is Yannis Orbet, what was second position Brabham car, as that continues to fall. Are they changing driver? It doesn't look like they are. Standard stop for them. Max the crew up into third position then for Vroom X Race. You see on the tower. And then this is a battle for fourth. So Caleb Lavender ahead of the Valkyrie 177 car, which is 577 on the tower, but it's 177 on the actual car itself. Antoine Morlaix in the Mercedes. They're both Mercedes, but in the Valkyrie Mercedes, I should say. Here comes Yannis Aubert coming out of the pits, now 11th place, and there's a yellow there. Have we had a safety car dispatched? Oh, a safety car has gone out.
Now, what may have prompted that?
Very good question. Hopefully we'll get an update on why we have a safety car. We've not hit the halfway point. That's interesting. Well, that's up to our race director as to why the safety car's gone out. I don't see anybody plummeting through the field. They could be just a bunch up the field, but so there hasn't been an incident on track that's prompted the safety car to come out. So this is to bunch the field back up again, I would assume. But so hopefully we'll get an update on that. So what's happened to Bernardo Schetter? Oh, I'm not sure how you pronounce that particularly. Oh, that's so there has been a bit of an incident then, as he's then caught. Oh wow, just a huge lockup then coming into the source. A lot of smoke coming out of the back of that Mercedes. So that might be a reason for safety car to come out. Although the BMW is quite clearly still moving, just about. That was a little while ago though, so that wouldn't have caused the safety car to come out now. So not sure why the safety car is out there. And then there is Bernardo Schetter, or Schetter, not entirely sure. He pulled that one over. So that BMW not going much further. But either way, there is the safety car. It's picked up our race leader, Jonathan Poulet. And the Pure Sims car is still obviously some distance down the road because of back markers being in between the race leader and the second place car. We'll see if a wave around. Yeah, so yeah, Yannis Orbert having not long pitted in that car. This could play very nicely for Brabham. It's, a few other cars being through the pits. The number 54 car, the Race Spec Engineering BMW, we saw introducing itself rather dramatically to the wall at La Source, easy in the pit, and is likely to be there for a while. Ooh, as this is likely to get some interesting action then, as we are fast approaching the second half of the race.
We certainly are, yeah. Just over 2.5 hours in now, and I think that in particular, Jonathan Poulet is going to be struggling here because I've been thinking, you see, about that slow stop earlier on. And you look down most of the field, and most of their last stops were over a minute in terms of their length. Now, to me, that's obviously we don't know everything that's going on in those cars. We don't know whether they've changed their tyres or changed their drivers and that sort of thing, unless we were keeping track of this an awful lot more studiously than I've been doing. But in terms of those pit stop times, if you're going for a much shorter stop, then potentially what they may have done is just done a little bit of a splash and dash just to be able to get to hour number 3, and then give that opportunity to their drivers to get that even greater overcut, if you like, to the cars in front, to the cars behind rather, and then as a result you end up seeing a good uptick in performance. But now, if that gap has come all the way down, then sure, they've got the lighter car potentially, but they've still got some problems as far as then trying to build that gap for their car to then fall into after that extra safety car, not safety car stop, pit stop rather.
Absolutely. So this could go very badly for Billy. And in he comes. So I think you may well have called that absolutely right. They did a shorter fuel stop, so they're going to be falling right the way through the field as the field is really heavily condensed. So this could go very, very much against the Valkyrie competition car, the 8777. Also in is Alberto Humanes in BG2 number 39 car. So a couple of pit stops in at the moment. Colin Cameron in the 71 Evil Nature car, along with Marcel Fusey in the Sous Chef Academy number 57 car. He's in, along with still the number 54. That's Bernardo Chuteret. Again, hopefully getting that somewhere near correct. Quite a few cars actually coming in. I'm surprised we're getting as many as we are. So Thibaut Brevo's come in, Michael Mayer for the second Valkyrie car, and Steen Ledger in the Pure Sims Esports 116 car. Now that's the one that had the disconnect. I was incorrect on my earlier assumption that it was the 117 car that had the disconnect. It wasn't. It's the 116 that Steen Ledger took over, I now recall. So yeah, an odd time to have a pit stop when the field is this heavily bunted up. Wow. And well, this certainly hands the lead over to Daniel Kraft. I mean, yeah, they'll lose less time insofar as the pit stop will lose them less track time, but you never want to be pitting from the front of a safety car train. So that's going to drop the Valkyrie car in particular quite some way down. Bastien de Silva now in charge of the former race leading car, the 8777. That's now coming back out. The 777 car, the Valkyrie Esport 777, has changed hands. That's now being driven by Steven Stephen Lemonnier was in that before. Or he's gone back into it again, either or. Wow. Lots of cars are choosing now to have their pit stops, which makes sense in the course of a race, but it's never something you want to do from, it was. I do think that the 8777 car was caught out from bad timing. But that's actually put the 3 Valkyrie cars 9, 10, and 11. I've just realised. And hopefully they'll be able to help each other get back towards the top end of the field. But they're not. I don't think they're together on track. They're just together position-wise.
Yeah, I think it's going to be something to keep an eye on as we restart then, and see how quickly that Valkyrie competition car is going to be able to get onto the back of the rest of the leaders here. But as we can see then from the congested and bunched up field that we can see behind the safety car, everybody is out of sync still. People are not on the lead lap yet. There are people who need to go ahead and unlap themselves and do this and that and the other. And so it's going to be a real struggle for these guys, I think, to be able to get all of this sorted out before then going back to full racing. And if there is a relatively short gap between message for cars to unlap and then the resumption of the race, then you'll end up seeing perhaps the likes of the Valkyrie competition car will not be able to get onto the back of the main part of the field, if you will, because right now, let's look at it like this. Team Shazoo is about 3.6 seconds off the back of the Brabham Esports car ahead of them. I don't think that's because they're unable to drive at these incredible speeds they're going at the moment. I think it's because they're in this queue with a bunch of lapped cars. And so if the lapped cars are not too sharpish in terms of getting themselves out the way, then that's going to create a problem for those who are wanting to advance their position.
Absolutely, and I'm assuming that the lap cars are not going to get a wave around because this wasn't following a major incident. So we will see. So the field will remain. It would take quite a lot of cars being, waved through, and some of them repeatedly, if we were going to start doing things like that. So We will have to wait and see. Just one car in the pit lane that I can see. That's Thenet Rodrigo in the 53 Rocket Racing Star. That's our sole Audi that's back into the pit lane. I think that one's ours. I was going to say, I think it's running dead last, but not quite. So the safety car lights are now extinguished. So it has one more lap to do, which unfortunately will take over 4 minutes to complete. But so we will be racing again after this lap is done. 55 cars still remaining in this race. We have lost the SLR FGE team Mercedes, the number 30 car. We lost that quite some time ago. We lost the number 11, the Omnia Motorsports car. We lost the number 29 Ricer Engineering car, and we lost the number 88 MBG2 Porsche. Was Jose Perez Munoz's rather different method of exit, getting onto the side of the car. So 55 cars still remaining. 2 hours 40 down, 3 hours 20 still remaining. This brilliant race here for the Coast Dave Academy here at SimGrid for the 6 hours of Spa. Field. Now, this is the thing with being behind the safety car, is that it is, of course, safety car speed, which is not what these guys practice. You practice being at racing speed, so this feels horribly slow. It just takes forever. It takes much longer than you would ever like it to do so. That is the nature of the beast, and safety car itself, of course, is a bog standard road car, and the lights on the safety car are back on again. That's a bit odd, because they definitely were out. We did get the notification that the safety car was coming in, and it looks like that the car is... so that's Thomas Dupre actually being given a wave around there. So are we now starting to see some lapped runners being allowed through? Contrary to exactly what I just said, we haven't had any notification on the plans for the safety car. So we were being led to believe the safety car was coming in. The lights definitely went out, and we have just seen a car unlap itself, unless they are now making sure the race leader is the one directly behind the safety car, which is, if we can find where our race leader is, there is Daniel Kraft, and he is not behind the safety car. So that's what I suspect is going on, because we've just seen another car go past. And what's happened to the Shazoo car? That's being listed as out. What's happened to the number 56? Where has Philip Ansell gone? Has he indeed disappeared? Does look like that the Shazoo car has disconnected. That will be a huge shame if that's the case. I say, up nearly into the top 10, or they were on the cusp of the top 10 for a while. Philip Ansell looks like he may well have disconnected. And there we go. So as the camera can't find him, the Shazoo car is currently disconnected. That would be a great shame if they can't reappear.
Do you reckon they've said their own name and then they've disappeared in a flash of lightning?
We will see. So Jens Kaiser, we just briefly saw there on the camera. He's just coming out of the pit lane in the 33 car. Oh dear, trouble for Shazoo then. There's another car being waved around, so now that the race leader is behind the safety car, that's why I think the safety car had to do another lap, because the race leader was no longer directly behind. And there's another back marker being waved past. So, well, that's again completely contrary to what I thought was going to happen. I didn't think we'd have the wave around going on. That's another one of the BMWs being told to come past. How many of the back markers are they going to let through? Because, the further back they go for back markers to unlap themselves, there goes another few. Some back markers have more than one lap to unlap themselves from, so I can't imagine they're going to all go onto the lead lap, otherwise this will take a while.
Yes, I mean, there was, of course, that message from race control to say safety car is in this lap. And now, it seems to be, I mean, it's good in a sense, because it means that we're going to have the race leaders closer to one another. They're going to be able to actually go racing without having to navigate a bunch of lap traffic at the start. But it does just make life that little bit more complex in terms of then trying to sort all of this out, because as you can see there, the Porsche safety car just sits in the middle of the road through certain corners where the drivers would prefer it be on one side or the other, so then they can just breeze on past and get going, really. But there we are. It's
this also mitigates the situation that that the former race leader, the Valkyrie 877 cars, found themselves in. Because when I was saying before they didn't want to pit from the front of the safety car line, that would be because they would have put themselves not only further down the field, obviously, but behind lap traffic, whereas that's now being kind of sorted for them, manner of speaking. As through goes Max Nolly in the 46 car. That is in 41st position. Was one of the Reiter engineering cars. Ivan Kashkin. Looks like that Lamborghini has been told, or has he been told to get on with it? Let's see. That's the speed hat. Yes, he has. So he's now going to come past. Now I think, again, what I'm keeping an eye out for is cars that are more than a lap down from the leader. And I think we're into that block of cars that were 2 laps or more down. I can't imagine that they're going to let them all carry on going until they're on the lead lap, because some cars are nearly 10 laps down, in fairness. So there's Ryan Crowhurst in the number 7 car. That's the Total Motorsport Ferrari. Now he doesn't look like he's trying to work his way through the field. Actually, somebody slotting back into place there, aren't they? Oh, that's the Audi. That's our sole Audi that was not sure on quite where to go there. It looks like they've gone on with it. Oh, that's someone getting stuck behind the pace car again. That's the 78 car. Interesting.
It's a Sunday. Everybody's just having a nice little drive. It's everybody's just having a grand old time. It's like watching, it's like watching your comfort food equivalent of a TV show. It's like I don't know, Wallace and Gromit or something. But there we go. So yeah, we'll just wait for the safety car admin to be done. And some more cars coming around the side there, and then look at these guys. They're all pounding around now, trying to get onto the back of the queue once more. Now that I believe they're back on the lead lap. I mean, look at this. Then the Burt Sim Sports Red are now just about 14 seconds back from P12, and P12 themselves are closing in on the back of P11, and so on and so forth. Up it goes. So it looks like these gaps are looking much more healthy now in terms of what you would expect after a safety car period. But we'll just wait to see how things develop from here, really, I suppose. Valkyrie competition car, previous leader of this race, now being helmed by Bastian De Silva. They are in P8 at the moment, and right on the back of the Brabham Esports car in P7. So they are exactly where they need to be. They just need to hope that the traffic in front of them is a bit more compliant. And once again, then, we go around with the safety car.
Absolutely true. So what that basically has done is that it's put everybody from 33rd and upwards onto the lead lap. So that's what, and into the pits then, as we are being told again, is safety car in. Now, Speedhouse Racing, the number 37 cars, just come into the pits. So Oleg Rudnev has just brought that car in. Why they've left that so late is a bit of a mystery. Safety car lights are off. They are extinguished as they were before, in fairness. That's going to be awkward for Rudnev if the pit lane is closed when the safety car is declared in, although, in fairness, he was in the pits before that announcement was made, so he might get away with that one. That should be okay, but that's, of course, going to drop them down some way. So what we're basically expecting then is for the 75 car, Thomas Dupre, who was the first one to be given the wave around. If we can just find where the 75 car is, Mr. Christie. Yeah, so they're in the pack. They're not pressing forward. They're not being given another wave around. So that basically means that everybody that was a lap down has been allowed to reappear on the lead lap. So there is 30th, Jonas Weber, the writer engineering esports BMW, that is still a bit of a distance off the back of the pack, but it's still enough time. Well, the BWT car is really pressing on. That is indeed the last car on the lead lap. They're pressing their advantage on the sole Audi in the race. There is the field almost getting slower. But it's just to ensure that the field catches them. But of course, the safety car is not going to slow down. I mean, that's irrelevant in a way, because the safety car lights are still out, and the safety car hasn't been told to get back out there and get on with it. Hasn't been told to do another lap. So safety car is just going to carry on going at this particular pace. What the field does behind is almost irrelevant in a way, because we want the entire field to bunch up a bit. But Daniel Kraft is going to be under a fair amount of pressure, and unlike before where we had the Valkyrie cars, the Pure Sims cars working together, the second Pure Sim car is down in 6th at the moment in Gunnar Renault, is not able to give Daniel Kraft any kind of rear gunner assistance at this point. But here we go, confirmation safety car is in this lap. Daniel Kraft. So go on.
Sorry, no. I was just going to say, with all this indecision about safety cars and recent news coming out of the FIA, are we sure that Michael Massey isn't among us today?
Not touching that one. So Daniel Kraft in the 119 for Pure Sim Esports is leading the way. Max Lecroux in the 47 for Vroom Esports up into second. Great job there. But Caleb Lavender in the Apex Tech Racing number 51 car in third. Antoine Morlaix in the 177 car in fourth. Alejandro Lanetza, hopefully somewhere close to that, in the number 20 car. In the Asper Sim Esports SRP car in fifth. And in Gunnar Renault in the Pure Sim Esports 117 in sixth. And then it's Yanis Albert still in the Brabham Esports number 52 in 7th. Bastien De Silva in the formerly leading 877 Valkyrie competition car in 8th. Michael Meyer in the second of the Valkyrie cars, right behind in 9th. And then Stephen Lemonnier in the third of the Valkyrie cars in 10th place. As the pace car should now be coming in. And of course, as a reminder, the pit lane entrance is there, but the field won't get racing again until we get past the GT start line, which is, of course, not this one. I remembered to mention it this time. Still a fair amount of tyre warming going on behind. I imagine they have lost a fair amount of temperature in what's been going on. We will be getting this race back underway. One car that's been in the pits a long time, the Evil Nature number 71 car, Max Borgman, has brought that one in some time ago, and it's still under pit lane conditions. What will we see? BMW leads Ferrari, leads Mercedes. Lights come on, and all steady, don't overtake too quickly, and away we go. We are racing again here in Spa. Now, I imagine we're going to have a fair amount of gloves off. I'm going to go for any position I can at this point, because the field being so closely condensed, it's an opportunity to gain quite a bit of, quite a few positions. A few people touching the grass as we're now heading towards Lakon for the first time. Well, first time again in anger. And still the Pure Sims holds on to the top spot. Vroom having to fend off Valkyrie up into third place. And that's Antoine Morlaix that's gone up into second place. Where's Max Lecroux gone? The Vroom car, oh no, side by side there. He hasn't gone anywhere. He's just being challenged by Antoine Morlaix, who's had a restart of the gods, up into second place. Alejandro Lianza, still can't get the right, Lanetza, that is right there. Where has the other Valkyrie car gone? It's down, well, it hasn't gone anywhere. It's in 8th position still. Bastian de Silva has not been able to increase his position, but Antoine Morley up into second. Great start for Valkyrie.
Absolutely, yeah. The Vroom car, I noticed that it was just over the exit curb of Malmedy. It just lost the back end there, which is probably what's then given the Valkyrie car that availability to get alongside and then through into Bruxelles as well. But now, as they come round and through Davalo and then put a curve pull Frere just in front of them as well, it looks like the Valkyrie car in second place at the moment, the 577, which of course is 177 in terms of our timing boards here. They are looking very, very strong and in a great position to make a move happen anytime soon. They are right on the back here, and again, it just looks like through the corners that Mercedes looks a bit more planted and a bit more confident versus the BMW in front. As they head into the bus stop chicane, then through that couple of corners and then out onto the start finish straight, it actually looks like I can eat my words, because out of that slower corner, it looks like the BMW has been able to get just a bit more of a gap onto the Valkyrie car behind. However, it's all on this section coming up here, through La Source, down the hill, towards Eau Rouge, over the top of Radion, down the Kemmel Straight and up into Les Combes, is where the Valkyrie Esports car in second place is going to have an enormous advantage over the Pure Sims Esports in front.
Indeed, here we go again through Eau Rouge, up and over Radion. What is going to happen with our top four now? Are we going to see some fighting going on? Well, it looks like the Vroom car having to fend off the advance. No, that's actually a move from the second Valkyrie car for second place. So that's the Ferrari back up into that spot. The Mercedes realised he didn't have an opportunity to defend that, so slots back into position. Bit of a gap forming, fourth to fifth. The Brabham Esports car being piloted by Jonas Albert is about a second off the back of Ian Gano-Renard in the fourth place 117 car. It could well be trying to close in a little bit further on. That's Tim Williams. It's getting a bit out of taps. That's going to say that's before the restarts happen. Oh, just got a tap on the tail there. I think that was from. I'm trying to remember who that was from. Actually, so as Williams trying to recover there, a few cars have had to come into the pits. Oh dear, oh dear. I did see that the Delta Racing car had fallen through the field, and that is why Vinicius Mercado, the number 12, very heavily reshaping BMW there. What's happened to them? So side by side into Blanchimont. Whoops, and that's lost on your own. So side by side was not the ideal for that particular number 12 BMW. That's going to be in the pits for a while. Back up towards the top though. Daniel Kraft still in the lead. Max Lecroux back into second. Then Antoine Morley fended off into third position now. How are they going to change, or are they going to start to reform this particular pack? No, the Ferrari having a look on the outside line, coming down towards the hairpin, but that's just the chicane, beg your pardon. But that's just kind of slowing them down. That's backing them into the next pack down the road. What's happened to Jonas Weber coming into Les Combes? No, and that's a touch on the tail from the Lamborghini, but does manage to save it just about without collecting anybody else. But for the most part, so far so good.
So far so good. I think in that last instance there for Weber, I don't have an enormous amount of sympathy for them. They kind of just forgot that the car they'd just overtaken was alongside of them and shut the door, but then, you know, the car still being there meant that they ended up coming a cropper. And one car that's about to come a cropper is the Pure Sims Esports car, because they have now gone down into second place. A Ferrari leads the 6 hours of Spa.
Oh my goodness, look at the top of the shot. That is all kinds of anarchy going on. Lots of cars. That's Michael Meyer in the 5-7. Yeah, safety car out again. That's one of the Valkyrie cars that is absolutely mullered. Oh dear, oh dear. That is going to take some time to get back to the pits. What happens to... So this is a different issue. This is Sam Keynes. This is the sous chef car. So he's into the pit lane, is he? Ooh, getting happy getting into the pit lane. So Sam Keynes bringing that Lamborghini in. He's not long taken that over, actually. Bearing in mind it was... I've forgotten who had that. Bastian de Silva, our former race-leading car. What's happened to the HSM now? So was he involved? No, wasn't involved in the major incident. Was a bit further back from his car. So there's that's Mercado coming back out of the pits. Oh my goodness me! And he's literally just come out of the pits and then sent into oblivion. Oh, that was unfortunate. Trying to get off the racing line, but it was the Valkyrie car that slams into the back of the number 12. That's 2 Valkyrie cars involved in that. Oh, my goodness me. One actually, so was De Silva that was started the spin of the BMW, and then the rest kind of domino effect from there.
Dear oh dear, and that's what will happen when you have a great big incident like that at the start of a restart, at the start of a race, when the whole field is together. It's like I was saying earlier on, if there's nowhere for the cars to go, if there's suddenly a great deal of carnage, then it's just a bit more lap of the gods, and whether or not you're fortunate enough to avoid the incident, rather than any sort of skill involved, really. Because look at this, they come back across here, and there's nothing that the Valkyrie car can do. There's just a car coming towards them, unless they end up, they end up getting themselves just a slam on the anchors to avoid it. But then if they do that, A, they're going to lose so much time, and B, they're then going to likely be hit up the back by then all the cars behind them, not expecting them to stop all of a sudden. And look at that, then round and round and round they go. And is there then another hit on the stationary car? It didn't seem to be from that angle, but there we go. So terrible bit of bad luck there for a number of the drivers. But in all that, Max Lecroux is in the lead.
He timed that well, didn't he? Just as the safety car was deployed, the Ferrari was already up into the top spot. So very nicely done for the Vroom X-Race car. But yes, so we get to enjoy the company of the safety car once again. So Michael Meyer and Vinicius Mercado are both back into the pits. The Delta Racing number 12 has actually just left its pit box, so that'll be rejoining the race, and that no doubt was one of the fast repairs used. The 577 car may well have already used them. Now, are we going to see some lapped runners allowed to unlap themselves? Well, there shouldn't be too many lapped runners in the midst of the pack, of course, as we hadn't restarted for too long. So we will see if they're going to allow any lapped runners through. There are a handful of cars that are only 1 lap down now from the lead laps. So positions 32 to 38. If they do the wave around again, would be the next group of cars to unlap themselves. So I'm not 100% sure we're going to have that, because the affected cars are out of the way. But we will see. The pack hasn't actually caught the safety car yet, so we'll have to get actually for the pack to catch the safety car before we work out what's actually going to happen.
Absolutely, yeah, and so you've talked there about the cars 32 to 38. There's also some potential for cars 39 down to about 46 to potentially get a wave round as well, if they do so early in this safety car period, to then allow them to get 2 laps under their belts, which would be that would be useful to them, get them back into the fight. But then beyond that, there's then 1 car that's 3 laps behind, there's then 2 cars 4 laps behind, 1 5 laps, 2 6 laps, 1 9. Oh dear, what on earth has happened there?
I suspect there was a technical failure of some description from Thomas Baker there, as he just decided to exit stage right rather dramatically. It's right on board. Yeah, he just suddenly...
Looks like a wheel failure to me.
Yeah, he was courteous enough to park right by a marshal's post. So at least
that's true.
I mean, that's a courtesy, if nothing else.
Indeed, yes. But yeah, so it's in terms of this lap difference, though, from the leader back to the other cars, I think that for the race director, it's a case of, well, how fair do we want to make this? Because if you could feasibly allow all of the cars currently 1 lap down past, you could potentially let all of the 2-lap cars down, and it would be a significant chunk of the field. However, everyone beyond that is then either so many laps behind or so few drivers who are X amount of lap behind that it doesn't really. I mean, it's in the interest of fairness, it'd be lovely, but we don't live in a fair world. We live in the real world, and as a result, they would have to just sort of lump it and be like, well, you're 10 laps down, you will stay 10 laps down. So yeah, it's a bit unfortunate. Maybe, I suppose, if there's a wave around going on, all of the lap cars can be allowed to unlap themselves by 1. Then that way everyone could then rejoin the pack and get themselves in order. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see on that one.
Well, as you can clearly see, there are some wave arounds going on, and I wonder whether it is a case of everybody is allowed to reduce their lap deficit by one. But we will see. And we've got some pit lane activity going on. So that's second, third, fourth, and fifth that have suddenly decided to come in. Oh, hell of a lot more than that now coming in. So this is going to completely jumble up the order. Yep, I'm not even going through all of them. Well, I could try, I suppose. So actually, there's no point in me trying because they keep shuffling around as the order, as you can see. So, quite a significant chunk of the top 20 and a few more outside of that have all come in now, as we still have cars coming past. The lights on the safety car have gone off, interestingly. So if that usually indicates that the safety car is going to come in next time around. That would be good to see. Michael Meyer, which is one of the Valkyrie cars that was involved in that incident, has now come out after a 6.5 minute pit stop, which obviously the damage of which has been somewhat mitigated by this safety car being out there. Thomas Baker was the car that integrated itself with the wall. That's the Sapphire Synsport car. Is still in the pit lane. So, yeah, a bit of a shame on what happened there. Anybody else going past the safety car? Yep, that's a few that are coming through. Again, in various states of redesign. It's got to be a bit of a nervous moment coming past. That's the Audi that's coming through. Yeah, we've seen that in the walls quite a few times. But with this latest batch of pit stops now that have taken place, Vroom, of course, still leading the way. Max the Crew still in charge of the 42 Ferraris. Now Caleb Lavender in the Apex Tech Racing number 51. Then it's Alejandro Lanetza in the number 20 car for Asper. And there's another Lamborghini comes past. Then it's Daniel Ferguson in the 116 Pure Sim Esports car. Then it's Martin Pearson in the Sapphire Sim Sport car. We saw doing a brilliant move, very brave move in Blanchimont a few laps ago, but that was down in 20th. He's now up in 5th for Sapphire Sim Sport Alpha. Very nice effort there. In 6th is now Aaron Chard in the number 50 car. They're up 42 positions from where they started, so really capitalising well on the safety car issues going on. And then it's the number 28, so the MBGT, God, for God's sake, MBG2 Esports Green car, Ramon Serra. Then it's Alberto Humanes in the number 39 MBGT. Why do I add a T on the end of that? MBG2 Esports Yellow car. In 9th is the number 55 Armando Filo. That's the Omega Racing Team Red entry, and rounding out the top 10 is Jonas Weber. We've seen had a few incidents, but it's now in 10th position in the number 78 car, the Writer Engineering Esports BMW. Safety car not in this lap because the lights are back on again. So I'm assuming this is more to do with getting lap runners onto the back of the field. Well, yeah, we can't. We're going to blame the race director because he's the one that is controlling the safety cars. So we'll blame him. Plus, he's not here to defend himself right now.
Michael, did you see my email?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
I don't think you were expecting me to say that, were you? But there we go. Yeah, it's. I mean, it's one of these things where, sure, because it's a social race rather than an actual competitive event. We're going to try and get as many cars as possible onto the lead lap, so we can, people can have some fun. They can have some racing rather than languishing at the back. However many laps down and all the rest of it. So we'll wait and see as to how many more laps we will have. And that's a. There's a hashtag that's appeared and has immediately disappeared as well at the moment I draw attention to it. But if you saw that as I did, then you get I don't know. I can't afford to get however many people are watching this cookie, so it's so you get yourself a pat on the back from yourself. That's what you get.
I actually missed it because I was looking at to see. Hashtag blame Michael, yeah, why not? I was looking to see if we'd lost any more cars from when we last had a look at that. A couple more are no longer with us, unfortunately. The number 54 car, the Raceback Engineering, and the number 48, the Crazy File Racing Team cars, are no longer in session as the lights are back out on safety car. Excellent. Approved. As another Mercedes comes past. So that actually now means that the top 39, which is, I think it was always an odd sentence to say, the top 39, even though that's actually more than half the field. But certainly 39th and upwards are now on the lead lap. So that at least gives, like you say, potential for more cars to challenge for positions, which, I'm all for that. Although it can be a bit frustrating having long safety car periods, it does enable our drivers to challenge more than just for that particular piece of space. They're challenging for positions. So, that's always what drivers want to do. And confirmation from Michael that the safety car is definitely in this lap.
There we are, magnificent. So, I'm not entirely sure where we're going next, other than some more, helter-skelter driving here. We're just over 3 hours in now, so we're just over that halfway point. Lap 74 of however many we're going to accomplish, and to give you some idea of the drop in speed behind the safety car here. Max Lecroux currently leading this race, as we see a replay here now. This is the inciting incident. So Machado there comes out of the pits, goes straight onto the racing line, gets in the way of cars going much faster than them, and then in an attempt to avoid, that means that then all three Valkyrie cars were in some way, shape or form affected. So it was perhaps a bit of poor judgment on the part of driver wanting to get back into the race as quickly as possible, which we can all understand, of course. But that's not the way to do it, I think is fair to say. I don't know about you, Chris, but when a spade's a spade, I'm going to call it a spade. I think it was a little bit unsafe rejoin there from the car that caused all of that. But there we are. Maybe you have a different opinion to me. Who knows?
No, I am fully with you on that one. They should have stayed hard over to the right-hand side, having just left the pit lane. So, unfortunate. But that's the nature of the beast. Like you say, at least there's no kind of championship involved in this particular event. But this does mean that we do have some different cars challenging for the top spots. But our usual contenders up top are out of position. Also gives some other teams an opportunity to challenge further up the field, as one of the Ferraris furiously flashing his headlights. You aren't going to make the safety car go any quicker, I'm afraid. So that's a bit of a pointless exercise. I'm not entirely certain who that was. Possibly it's kind of Aaron Shard or Ramon Serra. Not entirely certain. Either way, that's irrelevant. Safety car lights have remained off, so we'll be coming in this time around. As a reminder, partly to myself because I remembered it again, they will be restarting on the GT line, not the Formula 1 line. So whilst the pit lane entry is, of course, just after the chicane, field will not get fully up to racing speed until after they get past the GT line, which is the one around La Source. So still the tension builds, and hopefully everyone's maintained a decent amount of heat in their tyres and brakes and what have you. Let's see if we can get this restart properly underway. So 39 cars on the lead lap as a result of the safety car periods we have had.
What's any major beneficiaries of all of this? Sorry to interrupt you there, Chris, but it's just occurred to me. Major beneficiaries of all of this, bearing in mind we had only just a few laps worth of running before we had this second safety car, third safety car here, but two in quick succession. It means that those who pitted during that second safety car, means that they will have fresh tyres, they'll have nice high-topped fuel tanks as we get racing once again.
Here we go then, through Eau Rouge up and over Radion. Now, is the Apex car going to have a challenge for the lead? We're seeing a few wide moments already coming through Radion. Now, has everybody survived? Keeping an eye further back, not seeing lots of smoke. That tends to be a good thing. No, just as those words leave my mouth, a car upside down. Oh my goodness me! That's all kinds of chaos going on again. Oh my goodness me! The tower going utterly mad as the field begin to. As that's Amanda Philo. That's just
it keeps going and it taps the Mercedes.
Oh my god, safety car out again. The safety car is certainly earning its keep this time around. There's Alexander Davidson slightly further down. Oh my goodness me. We will get this race back underway again. We absolutely assure you. But somewhat less than ideal. I commentated curse so many people because I just said the words that we avoided major incident, and boom, that's when the metaphorical grenade then went off. So good luck, Mr. Christie, finding the replays for all that lot.
Interesting thing though is that of course that is going to provide another group of cars the opportunity to get back onto the lead lap here as we see the replay then. So let's see where it is then. So Geordie is the car in focus. They decide they're going to go lawn mowing and all the way off the circuit, come back on, and then with no control over the car whatsoever, they go over and hit the other side of the barriers, bounce back onto the circuit, and then just in the way of everybody, they just tap someone else. They tap two cars, in fact, that then careen off and start to then smack other cars. And then the Ferrari still bounces back again and hits another car, which hits two more cars before their car is eventually then ghosted. But still, you've then got cars ahead of them who are then trying to avoid a car which they don't realise is ghosting, and take to the grass, take to the runoff, the very little runoff that there is here, and then they'll come back onto the circuit with less grip and they might spin and all these sorts of things. So you can see it up in front there, very top of the picture. There's the purple and white car there that's then having to squirm its way back onto the circuit and avoid all of that incident there. And we're now on board with Bradley Burgett here. And you can just see there's no warning, none at all. You can maybe briefly see the smoke, and then there's a car, and then there's just dive off of the circuit, make sure you're out the way. There's another car spinning ahead, another car spinning over to the right. There's then the Dunder Mifflin car on the right-hand side trying to come back on circuit. It's absolute chaos here.
I mean, well navigated by Bradley Burgett there, in fairness. Even taking to the grass and keeping the gun. And there was another incident there that he came across on the exit of Normandy, on board then with Stephen Lemonnier. Let's see, so there's the Ferrari then that was sent off into a... Is this the car that... No, this isn't the car that went upside down. That's the car that went upside down. I think it's the
first one they collected. Yeah, there we go. That's the one that goes upside down.
So well done for Lemonnier to then navigate that car off the road. This is Justin Liu. So let's see this from his perspective. Oh! There would be why his car suddenly launched off as one of the Valkyrie cars then is introduced to the wall as Justin Liu's car just skates along on its roof, spinning cars all behind. Oh my goodness me, absolute pandemonium. Unsurprisingly, quite a few cars in the pits at the moment, or certainly the cars that are in there.
Really?
Have been the ones that are in there have been in there a while. Is probably less surprising.
I see.
But at least the leader has again been caught by the safety car. Again, probably not the most difficult time that the safety cars had grabbing the leader in these circumstances. It certainly had a few practice goes at it in this race alone. There is Max the Crew then keeping up with the safety cars. So the ones that are still in the pits at the moment that I can see, Thomas Dunn in the 101 car, that's the Bert Simsports blue car. Then it's Jens Kaiser in the Rheinsgruppe Landsgannen number 33. Brian Koitzer in the 885 Cyberdyne car has been in the pits for a little while, and Just Lewin in the 49 Quantum Racing Team car is also in the pit at this point in time. So again, we'll have more wave around, so the next few that will gain that will be down to 41st position this time.
And if they allow all of the cars to have see, I forgot the first part of that phrase. There's a something around, and I'm not going to say anything else because I'll get into trouble. It's a wave around, isn't it? Yes, that's what we would say. Yes, so a wave around then for all those cars. It means then that the only man who has driven on the side of their car today, that being Jose Perez Munoz, will be able to get themselves to just 25 laps behind the leader.
I don't think that car's still going. I'm pretty sure they.
Oh, you don't?
I'm pretty sure they have departed the scene. I think there's a few more that they're one of the collection that we no longer have. Alas, there we go. There's a few more cars being told to work their way past the safety car. No one's hit the safety car yet, which is nice to see. How many cars have we got running? Just going to keep an eye on who's still moving. I think we're down to 52 now. As Philip Ansel in the Shizou car retired about 10 laps ago, adding to the collection. So 52 cars remaining. There's the Lego Ferrari just coming past, while Lamborghini's just coming past the safety car. Oops, nearly.
Oh, crikey, the safety car there just giving them no space whatsoever. In fact, there seems to be some sort of amalgamation between the safety car and their car.
So in we go again. The top cars, or some of the top cars coming in. So that's Max Krug, Caleb Lavender, Martin Pearson and Aaron Chard bringing their respective cars in, along with Bastian De Silva, which now hands the lead over to Daniel Ferguson in the Pure Sims Esports car, which is, I think that's the one that had the disconnect early on. Well, the safety car lights are off. Place your bets as to whether it's going to come in this time. Now, as more wave runs going on now, typically that has caused more time to be added to the safety car time. Just gives, like I said, a few more cars, a bit more of an opportunity to get onto the lead lap. To try and get some more racing going on. Hopefully we won't have too many more issues, as we have another few minutes behind the safety car before this race gets back underway again.
So there we are then. It's also your favourite team occupying second and third.
Yep. They're not MGBs. They're not MGBs. It's false advertising. That would make an unusual addition to this kind of race. MGB.
It would, wouldn't it? It would be a sort of interesting blast from the past. It's like the. Do you remember that there was a video that went round years ago? I know at this point we're not really talking about the race anymore, but we're behind another safety car, everybody. Let's just take a moment to chill out. But there was a video years ago of somebody who I've mentioned Back to the Future a couple of times. They took that, all the sparks that were coming up from an F1 car that had a front wing failure that was being seen by the car behind. And then they sort of put the Back to the Future music to it, and then all of a sudden they were driving in black and white Monaco in their modern Formula One car. I feel like it'd be the inverse of that if we had MGBs in this race. They'd be sort of, oh yes, we're having a wonderful time. Oh my goodness, where are we? And so on. I assume that's how they spoke back then, anyway.
Well, I mean, there was a standard for having a rather prim and proper spoken voice. If you were going to be part of the BBC, you had to properly respect and represent us as well as yourself. See, the stiff upper lip and all that nonsense.
Absolutely.
I think. Yes, you can do that somewhat better than I. You're somewhat better trained. You're better trained in the vocal arts than I.
Well, that's the thing. I have the cheating by paying £9,000 a year for the privilege for 3 years and coming away with a very expensive piece of toilet paper. There we go.
Oh, dear, oh dear. We will come back to this race very shortly, we assure you.
Yes.
As a few more cars just working their way past the safety car to put themselves back on the lead lap. So now it's down to 40th. I think it may well be 41st now. Yep, there we go. Whoops, as the Ferrari nearly gets shoved off the road. I think they do ghost through the safety cars we saw from earlier on from the Porsche. So now it's Porsche Merc up top. No sign of a BMW anyway. I think it's the first time we've had a Porsche feature quite heavily towards the top end for a little while. Oh, there's the Beamers. The BWT squad are in 6th position. Again, very unmistakable colour scheme on the BMW. It's unmistakable car. I call it the wrong blooming manufacturer. On the Mercedes now, as we now work our way through Blanchimont, and we're only halfway through, and the brain has completely melted now. So the second half of this race will be interesting.
It certainly will be, yes, yeah. So no lights on the safety car still. So I suppose we're hoping that there's no sudden change in the race director's mind as we head through the last couple of corners.
Can you imagine? Just suddenly turns to us. Nope, not what he's done. So the Porsche now is parked, or at least for now. Hopefully, he will stay there for a little while more than a few corners. So again, work their way down to La Source. There's quite a bit of time now taken up by safety car usage, but that is again the nature of the beast. Round La Source, as looks like the writer number 78, Jonas Weber, was looking on the inside line of Alberto Humanis there. And my goodness me, Daniel Ferguson hasn't waited around. He's just absolutely flown it and left Roman Serra behind. So that's certainly going to put the 116 in an advantageous position. Here we go then. So restart. I've lost count how many times we've got this race back underway. So bit less side-by-side going on this time. Maybe people being a little bit more cautious.
But look at the background of the shot.
I really need to stop doing that. I would say I would stop speaking, but that would make commentary a little bit more difficult, as we've got a bit of lawn mowing going on there, and now hyperspacing cars. That's always a bit of a tricky one to deal with. But it does look like we have survived the Camel Straight this time, as we now look at Tim Williams, or briefly, before we look at Daniel Craft, our former race leader, side by side. That's actually two of the pure sim cars. Don't take each other off. That's our argument for 13th. That's Alex Davison and Daniel Craft, both of which have been towards the top end. Robert Biggs, who was down near last at one point in this race, now up into 6th position. So Ramon Serra having an argument for 2nd position. The MBG2 cars are still scrapping for that particular position. But look at Daniel Ferguson. Well, you can't look at him. He's gone. He's absolutely disappeared. That's the Valkyrie car of Antoine Morlaix, who was challenging for 4th position. But look at that. Daniel Ferguson is just sprinting off into the distance. Brilliant restart for him.
Absolutely. You look at him there. He's just absolutely disappeared into the distance like an arrow fired from a bow. He's absolutely out of it. Now, you have a look at the MGB... oh, no, I've done it now. MBG2 yellow car is actually very red, and the MGB green car is actually quite... well, green, actually. But there we are then. So the yellow car rounds the final turn and heads up towards the way there. Then we've got a gaggle of cars all coming around that final couple of corners before then powering their way down the start-finish straight before then coming into La Source. We've got Weber there looking up the inside. Are they going to have a go? They had a go. It didn't quite work, but at least there was no contact. That's the main thing. So they're now going to power on down towards the Eau Rouge and then over the top of Radion, of course. But will they be close enough to the Valkyrie car to try and have something happen here? It doesn't look like it on this occasion. That being said, though, the Brabham is starting to close down that car pretty quickly. We go to a replay then of Max Nolly at the restart. And, well, they're on the inside. And nope, they're just going to the pit lane. Never mind it. So they crack on and they get into the pits there. Before then, we have a look at Harry Pipes here. Now, what's going on here? They go for a little bit of an up and under, looks like, but then, just tapped round there, and then a tap on the front as well for good measure. And that's why we saw a bunch of cars just going all over the shop throughout that final turn.
Towards the sharper end then, Antoine Morlaix, the lead of the Valkyrie squad now, on the back of the MBG2 Esports yellow BMW, like you say, it's actually distinctly red, with the Brabham entry. That's Alberto Humanis, Antoine Morlaix, and James Armstrong in that trio, as we're on the inside line coming towards the final chicane. Can the Mercedes get past the BMW? Yes, he can. And there goes Armstrong following suit. So Humanis, in one chicane, has lost 2 positions, but the front of that BMW is somewhat reshapen. So, and we know we've got cars a bit out of position at this stage. So nicely done. Further back, that's Alex Davidson on the back now of Stefan Suslov in the Lamborghini, the Speedhouse Racing Team red Lamborghini, side by side through Blanchimont. That looks like it's going to be fairly straightforward for the Mercedes, but even still, that was very close at very high speed. So still could have gone horribly wrong. Right behind them, the Burt Sim Sports red car and the second of the Pure Sim Esports cars swapping round. That's our former race leader that's just gone up into 11th position. So Daniel Kraft just going ahead of Stephen Hatter. A little bit further back as Alejandro Linetza. There's Thomas Dupre. Oh, went a bit too deep. Then
and hit up the back there.
Yeah, so a bit of door banging going on. There was Tim Williams that got a bit of a punch in the face from Dupre there. And then you've got two of the Valkyrie cars and the team name that... so Tim Williams actually represented the team name that's been my favourite all race long, the Sausage Dodgers. There's Stephen Lemonnier, the last of the Valkyrie cars, right the way down there in 28th position, really caught out with all the safety cars going on still side by side as they come out of the source now down towards Eau Rouge with the Lamborghini, the RW Motorsport Lamborghini right behind. My goodness me, so they just about have they managed to do it? Yes, they have. So Valkyrie, RW, and there's one of those cars is out of position. So there's only actually two of them that are fighting for that particular spot. So I think it's the BMW that's not supposed to be there, as that's Bastian De Silva. And bearing in mind that 877 car was the race leader for quite some time in the hands of Jonathan Poulet. So here's what's happened to De Silva's 3 wide. You never really want to do that going through Lake Ombre. They did actually make it work, in fairness, as the Sausage Dodger Mercedes is the one in the middle of that pack.
You always like a pack of 6 sausages, I find, but if we can settle for 3 side by side instead. Well, there we go then. Tim Williams having a little bit of an excursion off circuit, but back on now, and we'll be pumping in the lap times. I'm sure soon. The Sausage Dodgers themselves in a good position at the moment. They have been out of position for a lot of time in this race, I think it's fair to say. And then there we go. Now I don't know whether that was a rear lock or whether there was some netcode there, because the cars were very, very close together, but it didn't look as though there was any contact on my screen there. Yeah,
difficult to tell from that particular angle. There's Alberto Jimenez, who's lost a few positions. The BWT car, Jonas Weber, is having a great argument here for 5th position with Josh Grady in the Reiter Engineering Esports BMW, still side by side heading down towards the source on board then with Alex Davidson, who looks to he's going to try and capitalize on all of these positions. Gets the inside line on the bright pink and blue Mercedes now as they're heading down the hill. Gives the BMW a bit of a nudge, but he can't make that work. He's been forced back into 7th by Josh Grady. Very nicely done. Jonas Weber is the one that was victorious of this particular scrap. But right behind them there's another 3 cars looking to join in. Robert Biggs, Matthias in the number 2 car, and on the grass for Davidson. Wow, my goodness me, he decided to bow out of that one, but that was determined to try and make that one work.
That was channeling a Fernando Alonso and Alex Albon and all sorts of drivers there, trying to really use as much of the road and then some in order to get a move done there. But let's have a look at that again. Look at this. That's excellent car control. There's going to be no grip on those outside tyres when they start going over the grass like that, and they still manage to keep it going in a straight line. Not only that, they're still right up the chuff for Weber here.
Yeah, that was a great effort there, not to just spin into oblivion and cause another safety car. Master Jordi, what's happened to you? You've been braking on the grass, and that's what's going to happen there. So a little bit twitchy for the Ferrari under braking onto the grass, and round you went. So the number 34 car losing a bit of time there, but is back underway with no particular harm done. What's happened to Dennis Popov in the 173 car? It's too deep into... Oh, no, you were challenging the bumps on the rumble strip there. Catching the apex a bit too much on the inside of Lake Com, as Davison again forcing octagon. Oh, no, he's collected the right engineering BMW. Oh my goodness, he's at another safety car potentially facing. Oh, that's not what you want to see, but I mean, where did Davidson? Oh, there's Davidson. So he's still in 6th position. Where on earth did the right to BMW go? I think that's just immediately, yeah, it has. Jonas Weber immediately recovering that one to the pit, so it's out of the way. Oh no, trouble up top though. But that's what, come back to that in a minute. And just tripping over each other. The BMW sent into oblivion through Blanchimont. We'll catch up with what happened on these, just after the chicane very shortly. It does look like everybody's running at least. What happened here? So this Stepan Suslov in the 37 car in the Lamborghini, inside line into the chicane, realizing there's a Mercedes still there, but then cuts across it and round it went. So it wasn't as disastrous as I thought it was. I just saw a sideways car and lots of smoke, which is never normally a good thing. Matthias van der Kratz in the broken wings of Mercedes, trying to get past the KTM professional safety car, as right behind them the Buxton Sports Red and DSRT SimX Pro cars are jostling for position. Oh no, round goes one of the Mercedes. That's the Buxton Sports car that's gone for a bit of a spin. Stephen Hatter has been the unfortunate recipient of a tap there just at the wrong moment through Les Combes. Down to 19th he goes. The BWT car and the MBGT, you always say T, MBG2 yellow car, now swapping around for 4th position. Right behind them, oh my goodness, as Hermanes is losing positions. Both Pure Sims esports cars have just dethroned him from position after position. Right behind him is Robert Biggs in the Sapphire Simsport Charlie car. My goodness me, the Pure Sim guys are mounting a great recovery here. So this is what happened to Stephen Hatter. So he's held on to the inside line, and as he's then turned to the left-hand side, there's a car still alongside. You can't do that. Can't shut the door with someone in it. And around he went. That's unfortunate. That's what happens when you bounce off the side of a car that's already there.
Yeah, and that being the third of the 3 incidents we saw where really drivers were just closing the door on people who had the right to space. They were alongside them, and unfortunately just contact occurs, and the people who were the ones doing the squeezing were the ones who came off worst on this particular occasion, as now around the outside goes that SimSports car, around the outside of the BWT car. What a brilliant bit of driving. The two SimSports car, not SimSports, sorry, Pure SimSport, Pure Sims esports cars are now just running in tandem with one another. Now the MPG2 goes up the inside, has a think about it, but then has to pull out. And then the BWT gets back ahead again. The BWT is close enough now where they're going to be able to get at least a little bit of a tow going down the Kemmel Straits in just a few moments' time. They just need to clear Eau Rouge and Radion in as quick and efficient a manner as they possibly can to get that tow. They're still within 3/4 of a second, so this now will be just a drag race down towards Les Combes. Will there be any movement from the BMW behind? I don't think so, but there's going to be some movement ahead here. Look at this. Alexander Davidson goes up in front of their teammate there in the other car, and that is a good move on Daniel Kraft, and that therefore really, in my opinion, I think that puts Alexander Davidson in the greatest position to maybe go ahead and win this race, other than Daniel Ferguson currently leading it.
Oh, and that's what happened to Anton Mer. That's second and third. That's James Armstrong and Antoine Morley that's come together there. So on board with the 177. I was going to say there's a better shot here from James Armstrong. I think James has gone in too hot, as it looked like the Mercedes was set to make the apex of La Source, and then a touch. Yeah, you see how far away James was in the Brabham car from the apex of La Source. So that's James unfortunately going a bit too deep and sending the Valkyrie car around, but still they continue. There's Matthias van der Kratz in the Broken Wings Mercedes on the back of the Sapphire Simsport Charlie car. Robert Biggs now in 9th position. Alejandro Lenetza in 12th for Asper Team Esports, the SRP car. The number 20 in 12th at the moment, chasing the DSRT SimX Pro car. So that's Bradley Burgett in the Mercedes at this point in time. As the field now, are they beginning to settle down? I don't know. There's still plenty of fighting going on. Now, as we're into the second half of the race, people are going to be starting to challenge a bit more for the position. Not that they really haven't challenged too much for their positions already. And that's Lenetza then gets the inside line on Bradley Burkett for 11th position. The Ferrari through and chasing off after the Broken Wings car. There's Thomas Johnson in the second of the Sapphire Simsport cars, the Alpha BMW. getting through into 21st position ahead of the M Squad Ocean Coffee. Okay, read into that what you will. That's Scotty Angelo in the very brightly coloured Mercedes. So lots of position swapping still going on through the field.
Absolutely, yes, there is. I think there may even be another chance of it here with the Sapphire car trying to defend from the Broken Wings car, but I think that their time is up here. And, well, it's gone from Sapphire to Turquoise, it looks like here, heading down into Les Combes. On to the brakes then. Will they be able to hang it around the outside? No, they do not on this occasion, and they lose not one, but potentially even two positions here. The Ferrari sneaking up the inside. And will they be able to just out-drag them down towards Bruxelles? No, it looks like on this occasion the Sapphire car has been able to stay ahead.
That was a long way back from Lanezza and the Ferrari there. I'd have been surprised if he made that one stick. Alberto Humanes in the MBG2. I was rehearsing that in my head and I still can't do it. In the not-so-yellow BMW. Now fending off the advances of the KTM Professional Safety Car Squad. That's George there's another word I can't say. Golovinov. So fending off the advances of the Mercedes, defending the inside line into the Fania chicane and keeping that position to himself. There's the BWT Mercedes just ahead. It does look like that Golovinov is really trying to put the pressure on, wants to try and push on for that position. And the BMW, though, is keeping the straight and narrow to himself. The Mercedes now gaining there's momentum in a position he doesn't particularly want it yet. Packs out of that. The BMW position perfectly in the middle of the track. Can Golovinov then regain the momentum for a move on the inside line of the chicane? Well, I mean, in fairness, the BMW left that door open, but is still defending the position. Golovinov bounces over the curb and nearly takes the nose of the BMW. But that's 7th then for the KTM Professional Safety Car team. A little bit further back, Trevor Williams for the premature acceleration. We haven't seen that car for quite a while. That's the first time I've actually been able to mention their team now. There's another one that made me chuckle. Before the race began, the Lamborghini having a look on the inside line of the DSRT Sim X Pro car, and that's the Sapphire Charlie Robert Biggs car side by side with the Asper team. That's Lanezza had to bow out of that before they got into Eau Rouge. But can the Mercedes keep the Ferrari behind? Well, the Ferrari's going to have the slipstreams. They get onto the Kemmel Straight, and I think they're a little bit too far back from the Broken Wings Mercedes ahead for the Mercedes to be able to do anything about it. It stays the inside line but cannot defend. That's another position down there. Trevor Williams in the Lamborghini trying to do something about it. It's gone a little bit too deep. Then slightly further back, there's Tom Carroll in the DSRT RJB Solutions car, chasing one of the Valkyrie cars. That's Michael Meyer in the 577 car. Already ahead. Bastian De Silva just taking the inside line on the premature acceleration Lamborghini. So trying to work his way back towards the top part of the field. And now I get to breathe.
Yes, you do, because I will jump in and save you. Long we go then, and we've got M Squad now on the screen at the moment with Scotty Angelo at the wheel, car number 68, and the American team, M Squad, maybe Miami Squad, who knows. And down the hill they go then towards Pouhon. They're just defending now from the Valkyrie Esports car behind them, the 777 car. And, these are cars which we know have been very, very quick in the race before, the Valkyrie cars, but they seem to now be struggling at this point. That's partly due to, of course, the rough hand they've been dealt as far as the use of safety cars has been concerned and things like that, and times to pit and so on. But it is all helping in terms of making this race a bit more interesting, at least. But as things stand, I say that, but instead of a nice three-way battle at the front, we've now got the Pure Sims car driven by Daniel Ferguson, all the way now 11.5 seconds in the lead from the Brabham Esports car driven by James Armstrong. And then, of course, Antoine Morlaix has got a great big gap turn round the outside. Sorry, I'm just going to stop myself there. Scotty Angelo there just trying it all the way around the outside. Not Scotty Angelo, sorry, Scotty Angelo is the one defending from the car behind. But Scotty Angelo there, good to keep their nerve at least, and then be able to hold the car steady, go through on that inside part of the track, whereas then the car behind, of course, desperately trying to get the move completed around the outside, that being Stephen Hatter in that Mercedes back there. But now it changes hands. Stephen Lemonnier There we go. I got there in the end. Manages to get up and in front of them, but this battle is going to keep on going. I think it's the M Squad car is definitely safe now, but it's more about the Burt Sim Sports and the Valkyrie Esports car fighting one another up the hill now, over the top of Radion. They're now going to drag it all the way down the Kemmel Straight with one another. They're side by side as they get onto the Kemmel Straight. Is there going to be much difference between the two cars in terms of their straight line speed? That doesn't seem to be so far. There's maybe a distant tow being given by this car that we're having a look at the moment, and now as they go side by side into the corner there, Lemonnier gets the position, gets that Valkyrie Esports car up into P22, and the Burt Sim Sports car has to settle for 23rd place.
My goodness me, great effort there. Let's have a look. So, Julian Pylon. Oh, the Lego car, the Ferrari getting all out of shape there. Has a look at the wall. It does a wall inspection on the on Normandy there. What's Nikita Mosin done? Oh, the Mercedes getting very squiggly. So that's Mosin being lapped and actually just trying not to cause any trouble there. So just whilst being very slow, but that's out of caution more than anything else. Stephen Lemonnier then now chasing back off after Scotty Angelo, as that particular fight seems to have resolved itself for now. And what's just happened to Matthias Berg? We just noticed him lose a couple of positions, did he? Yeah, I think something's happened to the 51 car, as he's suddenly dropped quite a bit of time there. Whoa, as we see Stephen Hatter going through a bit of an excursion on the exit of Stavolo. And they're catching up. That's a back marker that they're catching up to, I think, is it? No, that's the M.
I know, that's for position, I think.
It is indeed. Yeah, it's Angelo's. So now Angelo being really, really pressured again by that's the 21st place car. That's Matthias Berg. So yeah, he has had trouble. So he's now suddenly having to recover in this particular position. He was way ahead of this, so he's had some kind of issue. Hopefully we'll catch up on what's happened to the Apex Tech Racing car. Now that was well up the order earlier on. Again, they've had a bit of a rough time with the safety cars, but they've had a problem of some description, but this is a different issue. Trevor Williams that's in the Lamborghini. Whoa, that's getting a bit busy. Oh, gets a bit shoved out of the way there. It's carries on going.
Yeah, just a little bit of a love tap there for premature acceleration. And they, in addition to having a very funny team name, they had a little bit of a rough end of the stick there, I think. Meanwhile, Stephen Lemonnier is desperately trying his hardest. He's been able to get past the M Squad car. He's now trying to get past the Apex Racing car, but this car in front of them now, as you've mentioned, of course, we've seen this car running very high in this race. And so there's definitely pace in this car. Pace with the driver as well, I would imagine, and so therefore it's going to be that bit more of a tricky thing for Stephen Lemonnier here to be able to get past the Apex Racing car in front.
Very, very true. So in this pack is Burke, Lemonnier, Angelo and Hatter. All there's a back mark, or there's a car out of position in this pack as well, because this pack is 5 cars long. There's only actually 4 cars fighting for position here. I think it's the one at the back that is that's I'm not saying shouldn't be there, but they're not involved in this particular group. So which car that is, not 100% certain, as we look at Lemonnier going a bit too deep on the you're coming through Stavolo there. That does prevent a spin, so nicely done there. Yeah, Daniel Ferguson is continuing to build the lead, and at some point in everything going on, that 116 car set the fastest lap of the 2:14.9, so it's the only car that's actually gotten into the 14s, and that was after the last the last safety car as well, as Trevor Williams brings in the number 76 car, the premature acceleration car, into the pit lane. So that was the Lamborghini we saw getting a bit of a punch in the face a little while ago. So they into the pits. I still am curious just to find out what happened to Matthias Berg. If we're able to grab the replay of that one, that would be fantastic, but they may be a little bit too far back now to do so. There is Trevor Williams, you can see in the pit lane just how long they have to be in the pits for, because it's the GT pits being used, which is this group of characters here. It just takes so long to get through the pits, because the pit lane entry is still in the same position, or irrespective of which series you use. So they're on the pit lane speed limiter for a very, very, very long time. There's still quite a few battles to conclude and 2.25 hours remaining of this race.
Absolutely, this is the thing. So many of these drivers are fighting as though it's the last lap, but we've still got such a significant period of time to go. It's incredible, and we're seeing battles up and down the field. We're now with Josh Grady in the BWT car in P6 at the moment. You've then got the KTM professional safety car behind them, car number 63, driven by a driver called George, running an F1-inspired livery. I'm not saying we should check where George Russell is, but I'm also saying that we should check where George Russell is. So behind him he goes then, and the BWT car does look as though it's struggling a bit more than the car behind. There does seem to be, I mean, look at this there, the KTM car just using as much of the road as they possibly can, opening up the entries to corners, getting some good lines, getting the car poked and turned in where they want it, and now they're alongside, headed down towards Blanchimont, so they've got the inside headed towards the entry of that corner, and then they're well ahead by the time they get into the Blanchimont corner itself. So now down into the bus stop chicane, they're past the BWT car, and will they be able to now start to pull away and clear that pink car?
Good question. I think Josh Grady let that one go. I'm not convinced he really defended against George Golovanov there. You realistically know who you're in a battle with. And he probably felt that the KTM car was just a bit quicker than he would have liked to defend against. But he's now got pressure from Alejandro Lanazza in the Ferrari, and right behind them is the next two cars, Matthias van der Kratz and Bastian de Silva, all for position. So we'll see if Josh Grady is going to be a bit more determined in that particular battle. But he's staying in the tyre tracks of the KTM professional safety car squad at the moment in 6th position. And he probably is not going to have a challenge from Alejandro behind, but then we did see Lanazza did do that big move from quite some distance back. It wasn't that far back, admittedly, but it was from a long way back into Les Comtes. So he's not afraid of a late braking manoeuvre or two, is the Asper Team Esports SRP Ferrari. Josh Grady then, he's not dropping off the back of Golovanov, in fairness, so he's keeping decent pace, as right behind the Valkyrie competition car and the Broken Wings cars have swapped round. That's De Silva and Van der Kratz have swapped round. That's for 9th position, but they're not far off this trio whatsoever. There they are in the shot there. Then you got the next trio down the road, which is the next Valkyrie car. That's Michael Meyer with Roberto Jimenez and Robert Biggs in close succession as well. So this group haven't dispersed an awful lot since the last safety car came in. It's a bit of a dust being kicked up there, but nothing too bad. At this point in the lap, this is what you were saying earlier, Daniel, this is where the BWT car does seem to struggle a little bit, maybe suffering a bit more understeer than the others. It seems here that the pace seems to ebb away a little bit from Josh Grady. Even still, they've done a great job from where they started, so they're still in a very, very strong position. But this point does seem to be where the car just doesn't quite have the pace of those around them. But even still, a good effort for them nonetheless.
Absolutely, yeah. We'll highlight another couple of good efforts throughout the field. The likes of Bradley Burgett, running in P15 at the moment, is up 32 positions on their starting position at the moment. And then down in P25, Tim Williams is 31 positions up from their starting position as well. So there's some real standout performers in this field. And I would say that the BWT car being driven by Josh Grady that we can see on screen at the moment there is definitely amongst them. We've got then Janetza behind them, who's now just piling that pressure on, and that Ferrari looming large in the mirrors of the pink Mercedes, and looks very similar to the other Mercedes around the circuit. In fact, it's weird that. Anyway, and they... So no one got that one. Never mind. And we head down the Kemmel Straight then, and Josh Grady then is just sticking to the inside, trying to defend as much as they can. They hit the apex nicely, but then they just go a bit wide on the exit there. And now that's going to put further pressure on them. They go through Malmedy. Everything seems as though they've been able to gather it up there, and then down towards Bruxelles they go. And once again, then the BWT is still ahead and is still doing well.
He's a bit more determined to defend now. Again, you can probably see why he let Golovanov go, because it does seem to be that he's got a little bit more of a pace advantage. A little bit further down, Alberto Jimenez in the MBT2 Esports yellow car on the tail That position's just swapped round. Robert Biggs, I think Robert Biggs was defending against Hermanis, so they did swap around briefly, but as you can quite clearly see, the Mercedes ahead of the BMW now, as the next pair of DSRT cars are not far behind. They're not challenging each other, but the SimX Pro car in 15th place, Bradley Burkett, with Ash Fletcher in the number 47 car. That is the Straight Line Racing squad, the false group eSport squad. Then it's the next of the Sapphire cars in 17th place, Thomas Johnson in charge of that one at the moment. So quite a lot of cars in very, very short order. Hermanis is still trying to keep in the tyre tracks of Robert Biggs just ahead, but is still just looming large at the moment, so just settling back into the rhythm, although further back looked like there was a bit of a challenge there. There was indeed. That's Thomas Johnson and Ash Fletcher swapping round, as Ash Fletcher is now coming into the pits, but up slightly further up, the BWT car, Josh Grady, is really trying to hustle hard the Ferrari, but the Ferrari has managed to get ahead. That's Alejandro Linetza, that has now wrestled that 7th position. Then right behind is Bastian de Silva. Again, as a reminder, that car's been in the lead of this race before, so will the BWT team try and keep Bastian de Silva behind, nailing themselves to that inside line? And there goes the BWT car. Can Bastian de Silva try and leapfrog the pair of them? And through into 7th, back into 7th goes Josh Grady, goes a bit deep into Lacombe, and then it looks like Bastian de Silva is going to try and make Linetza's day even worse, but the Ferrari just holds on to 8th position as they come through Malmedy. Very, very close, and right behind them as well, the Broken Wings car is closing in on them as well, so this could become a 4-car train before too long. Well, it essentially is, because there is the 4th one, is just slightly further behind. What's happened to Masto Jordi again? A bit of trouble again for the 34 car. That's another car that's fallen victim at Bruxelles. So another car bitten by a bee, or essentially bitten by Bruxelles, as we look at Trevor Williams slightly further down. Nope, let's cut back to this particular battle for 7th position. The BWT Mercedes leading the way again, and the KTM car's is gone. That's 2.7 seconds up the road then. George Golovanov has really got news. Right there he was, just going out of the shot. So this group is now Josh Grady, Alejandro Linetta, Bastian de Silva, and now Matthias van der Kratz. There he is in the Broken Wings Mercedes getting involved in it. Oh, I thought the Ferrari was going to try an inside line coming through Blanchimont there, but very, very close, tucked under the rear wing of the BWT Mercedes. Is Josh Grady to defend that inside line? You bet he is. So he's making this lot really work hard for their positions. That's brought Van der Kratz right in there, and Michael Myers not far behind either in the next Valkyrie car.
Absolutely, yeah, some brilliant battling going on here. The BWT car is doing absolutely fantastic work trying to keep these guys behind and trying to retain their position. A top 10 finish from having started all the way down the field in, what would that be, P34, I think? That would be one hell of an achievement. However, I think that that chance is ebbing away the more laps that we run here. Lap 92, of course, on this 6 hours of Spa so far. 3 hours 56 minutes have been run, and they're moving straight to the inside straight away. The BWT car denies the Ferrari that slipstream, that ability to then be able to get that overspeed and try and challenge alongside. They go now and break pretty much at the same point. The BWT just gives a little love tap to the Ferrari there. That was about as close as we could come to an incident between the pair, and once again the BWT is sticking ahead. What a brilliant defense here.
Absolutely great. If we can do this for 2 hours, that'd be fantastic, because there'll be several pit stops in between then and now. Absolutely amazing stuff. So as a reminder, it's Josh Grady that leads this particular conga line. Right behind him, oh my goodness, that is De Silva that absolutely nailed Alejandro Linetza on the way down to Powon. My goodness me, flash of the lights from the Ferrari. It didn't look like there was impact between the two, but this train's now 5 cars long, as Michael Meyer is now on the tail end of it. The next to the Valkyrie cars has joined this group. So my goodness me, the picture-in-picture you can see is Bastian de Silva's car. So he's now right with the BWT of Josh Grady Now, which of these Mercedes, whoa, as De Silva nearly runs wide, coming through Stavolo. Now curveball Freya. Now, how is De Silva going to continue this one? Is he going to try and dive on the inside? There he goes. He has committed that inside line. And my goodness me, Josh Grady had no answer to that. Through into 7th, then goes Bastian De Silva. And right behind, oh my goodness, look at that. There goes the late braking from Alejandro again. Excuse me, from Lanetza. But didn't quite pay off. What brilliant defensive driving from Grady.
Absolutely, yeah. Grady could do nothing at all about the massive overspeed that Valkyrie competition car had there. But the advent of that car means that it might actually mean they might be able to defend that a little bit easier from, I say that, as Lanetza gets by them. But hear me out. So, my thinking is that they may well be able to get this move back on Lanetza now, because Lanetza, whilst there is then the car ahead of them, that's going to give them a bit of a tow. It's not going to be an enormous tow, because we're very, very close now to being a second off the back of that Valkyrie competition car, and therefore that tow will become more and more ineffectual as time goes on. That being said, though, Josh Grady instead moves straight to the inside and will defend that inside like their life depends on it. But by doing so, they've just allowed the Valkyrie car to send it all the way around. Oh, I say that. Send them all the way to Narnia, apparently. But there they go then. So I was about to say, by surrendering that racing line to the car they were fighting, it meant that they were just going to get that draft, that slipstream from Lanetza, which is what they were doing. But then they barreled into the braking zone, braked way too late, and as a result just disappeared off of the circuit entirely.
Thomas Dupre, we've seen him a couple of times, unfortunately unlapping himself with the safety car, but he's, in fairness, for the race esport team in 18th position. He's on the back of Stephen Lemonnier. So one of the Valkyrie cars, as we've got a replay of Gilligan. Is that Pylon or is that Pilon? Oh, a big moment. Oh, a painful moment through Blanchimont.
I think whatever it is, it's now a peel or pile off instead of on, off the circuit. In fact,
very much so. So, yep, that Lego car needs rebuilding. Let's see if they've got the necessary blocks in the pit lane for him. As we cut back to Thomas Dupre, it's still trying to keep Lemonnier company in 17th position. There's the BWT car. So Josh Grady, unfortunately losing out from his various battles, was valiantly held on as much as he could. In comes the BWT Mercedes now. Is Josh Grady going to hand that one over? So that's going to give Michael Meyer a clean run up into 10th place. Another car in. Robert Briggs has brought the has brought the 95 car in. As we look at Alex Davidson now up into 4th. So the two Pure Sim cars have most certainly worked together. Well, certainly Alex Davidson dragging along Daniel Craft. So they work their way through back markers to try and push towards the top spots. All three Pure Sim cars in the top 5 again. We haven't had that since the very, very first part. Well, certainly first kind of half an hour of the race did we have all 3 Pure Sim Sport cars in the top 5. And they have managed to get back to that particular position, and they are really pressing on the lap times up top are all in the mid to low 2:15, so very, very good pace up top. And there is Daniel Ferguson in the Brawn flavoured Mercedes, still has over 16.5 seconds to the good over James Armstrong in the Brabham car, who's got Antoine Morley not far behind either. In the 177 Valkyrie car. So we've still got some great fighting to look forward to in the top 5.
That we absolutely do. I think, though, that unless there's an intervention by God or by our equivalent of Michael Massey, we are unlikely to see this car, driven by Daniel Ferguson, losing out here today, because just to give you some idea, their best lap time is the only lap time that has been set in the 2:14s. A 2:14.87 is in fact their best lap time, and their last lap was a 2:15.01. So they are just absolutely on it. Nobody else is anywhere near them in terms of their lap times at the moment. And yeah, unless there's some sort of intervention that happens here, they are likely to just drive away into the distance. It's a fantastic drive from Daniel Ferguson after taking that safety car restart and using it to absolute perfection, dragging out over 4 seconds of gap to the car behind in the first lap as they now come up towards the back of the BWT car that has been giving us so much entertainment recently. It's just been an absolutely sensational performance ever since that latest safety car.
Very true indeed. So Daniel Ferguson continuing to carve his way through the pack, as there is Daniel Craft in the former race leading Pure Sim Esports car, as ninth position's just changed hands. Now Daniel Craft is pushing the Mercedes along. It's not really a surprise. That's not the car they're chasing. The next car they're chasing is 4.5 seconds down the road, which is Antoine Morlo. Now, Matthias van der Kratz has caught the back. Well, he's having an argument with Michael Meyer for 9th place. So this is Valkyrie and Broken Wings. Mercedes is having an argument for which position in the top 10 they're going to occupy. And you can see the numbers in the top right of the windscreen is the position they were in when they crossed the line. Of course, the Broken Wings car showing the number 9 shows they have swapped round in the course of the lap. And Meyer claiming that 9th position, obviously after the line, with Matthias van der Kratz trying to do something about it, and at the moment doesn't quite have the cornering efficiency that the Valkyrie car seems to at this point in time. And we've ticked over the 4-hour mark. Actually, 3.5 minutes ago, it's flown. Certainly this last hour has absolutely flown by. Well, the race has flown by, even with our safety car interruptions. What a great race we've been treated to.
Absolutely, yes. It's been a very, very enjoyable 4 hours so far, and when you say it's been 4 hours, it surprises you in a way, doesn't it? Because it doesn't necessarily feel like it's been 4 hours. Maybe during the safety car period it's felt like it's been 4 hours, but there we go. We're now on board with the MBG Esports green car, and that is a very green car, unlike its yellow team counterpart. Not very yellow at all, that one. Red and white, in fact, but as we switch to them, we unfortunately give them some sort of a curse, because it means that Angel Mora is now down a position. Let's have a look at what's happened with them before. So they took advantage of the Lamborghini's excursion over into the sand. I say that, and then they took an excursion themselves, this time instead of to a loose surface, to a very hard surface indeed.
Yes, Angel Mora is trying his best in that particular car, but sadly getting a bit overexcited, trying to get past the number 40 as we switch to Tom Carroll, the DSRT car in the 12th position, is being kept company by Matthias Berg in the number 51, the Apex Tech Racing BMW. Into the pits comes Bradley Burgett in the number 36 car, and it's one of the DSRT cars for their stop. See if that car changes hands. These two then squabbling as they come up and over Radion. Who's going to win out on this one? That looks very much like the Apex car is going to have that one. I think Tom Carroll again knew that one was a certainty. Can't close the door with the car in it. But that fight continues. There's our second place car, the Brabham driven car of James Armstrong. Now he's very much under pressure from Antoine Morlo, so that gap has been slowly coming down lap after lap. What's Ash Fletcher done in the Valhalla Synthport number 47? What's happened here? Into the chicane. You've flown off the road? Yes, you have. You've overcooked that one and decided to take the shorter route. Hopefully that doesn't get you any further incident points. Well, James Armstrong has had that second position for quite some time, but is now going to have to really work hard to maintain it, as last time around Anton Merlo was a couple of tenths quicker in the laps, 2:15.7 against 2:15.5. Let's see what the lap times are this time around. 2:15.4 for Armstrong, 2:15.2 for Anton Morlo, and not too far behind, only 4.3 seconds back, is Davidson and Kraft. So 2:15.2 and 2:15.1 for them. So that Brabham car is going to be pressured Well, he's being pressured by the Valkyrie car, but he's going to have the two Pure Sims cars on their tail. Well, it's going to take a little while at that rate, but it is likely that we're going to see Brabham car really have to work hard to maintain that position.
Absolutely, yeah. No, of course. I mean, you know, it was very close to, oh, now we see something, and it's a very quick and simple move up the inside, as it turns out. So that was fairly textbook there from Antoine Morlaix. This, of course, being after their earlier incident in which Morlaix was spun round because of the tap up the back. So perhaps that was what Armstrong was deciding to do there, just allow the position through as apologies, essentially, for bunting them off the circuit earlier on.
There is Morlaix. It's going to give a bit of a slipstream to the Brabham car, so that will help Armstrong save a bit of fuel. Tiziano Caponio, what's he done? In a reshape of front, and that's another one being claimed by Bruxelles, and nearly claiming the green Porsche right behind.
Another one stung by the bee.
Yes, absolutely. As Daniel Kraft is working his way past that's the sous chef Lamborghini. So the Pure Sim guys still working together to close in on what is now James Armstrong in the third position. Unlike this group, so that's the KTM car, which is George Golovanov, right with or trying to work his way through the traffic, trying to close in a little bit more on Bastian de Silva. So he's lost out a little bit there, 1.2 seconds back. Daniel Ferguson has brought the race leading car into the pit lane. So again, last time around, not obviously just coming across the line, but again, another 2:14 on the board for the 116 car. Absolutely untouchable pace from the race leader. The race lead, of course, now being handed over to, or will be handed over to Antoine Morlaix. Still with James Armstrong in close pursuit. But with the lap time difference, you see Armstrong, wow, he was a good second slower that time around. Personal best from Antoine Morlaix last time around, 2:15.29. But Davidson and Kraft behind, still keeping that kind of pace. And here comes Armstrong. So he's now going to return the favour, and it's a bump draft. Interesting. Now, if he is saving fuel, that does make sense, because he'll still want to keep a guy ahead of him to utilise the slipstream. So it could be that Armstrong is running a bit low in the old fuel tank.
Yeah, potentially. And then, of course, as we were talking about earlier on in the race, before safety cars really threw a bit of a spanner in the works, it then meant that, you know, if you're able to get that overcut, if you're able to stay out longer, run a lighter car, then that's what's going to gain you massive amounts of time. That's what helped to gain this car massive amounts of time when Jonathan Poulet managed to get it a good 20 seconds up the road or something along those lines. Obviously, part of that was due to the fact they had a much shorter pit stop, but even when you consider that, it was still a pretty impressive effort to be able to put in very quick lap times that the competition couldn't respond to, really, in that last part of the stint. Now, in terms of where this Valkyrie competition car is now, obviously they've got the threat of the KTM car behind, but then after that, it's a long and lonely road that they've got to drive all the way up to the back of the Pure Sim esports car. And then after that, there's going to be a bit more in the way of competition. Look at that then! Antoine Morlaix trying to keep the car in front while navigating through lap traffic as well. And now, as they come up towards the bus stop chicane, again, it just, all through Blanchimont first before we get to the bus stop, but it just feels as though it feels as though they've been let past by the Brabham car. It doesn't feel as though Armstrong is particularly slow here at all. It does feel as though that, like you were alluding to before, Chris, there is some fuel saving going on, and there's some there's some gamesmanship at play here as well.
Could well be, as Daniel Ferguson comes back out in what was 19th. He's just claimed 18th from the number 42, Alexis Morrican. The Vroom X-Race car was up towards the sharper end after the safety cars, but now finds himself down in 19th. Michael Meyer has just come into the pits in the 577 Valkyrie car. Now, I'm expecting, is Armstrong going to try and bump draft the Valkyrie car? Yes, he does. So this would back up the concept that he is saving fuel.
And then a big lift as well there. Massive lift.
We have another car that has made it into the 214s, that being the next car down the road, Alex Davidson. Last time around, 214.92, and there is Davidson. And he's lost his rear gunner, 1.5 seconds down the road. Daniel Kraft, there he is. So could be that Kraft got caught out a little bit worse off for the back markers, but Davidson now really starting to put the hammer down. He can see the lead ahead of him. So I did say a couple of laps ago that the Brabham car is going to have the company of the next two Pure Sim esports cars. And at this rate, he is going to get there much quicker than I anticipated. There is 1-2, and then the next two are 3-4.
Absolutely, yeah. It's really, I mean, it's all coming down now, isn't it? It's the time is going down in terms of how long we've got left to run this race. We've got less time now than less than 2 hours, I should say. That's a better way of phrasing that. So things are now getting into the region of what you would imagine a normal Grand Prix distance to be in terms of time taken. And around this circuit in particular, you know, we could very easily get to 150 laps here. Excuse me, in that time. And it's one of these things where it's, you know, we've obviously been hampered by safety cars and other bits and pieces along the way too, so that's something to consider. But you know, the driving that's on display here, these guys are just closing up massively to their rivals, and now the Valkyrie esports car 577 goes into the pits. So we'll have to then see where they come out relative to where Daniel Ferguson is in P15 at the moment, to see whether or not their overcut has been successful. But then the Pure Sim esports car, they've been able to close down now just in that last sector on the previous lap, and then so far this lap, they've been closing down about half a second on the Brabham esports car. Now we know that Brabham is fuel saving at the moment. They did the bump drafting, they did a massive lift at the end of the Kemmel Straight. So that would be contributing to where that gap is coming down. But at the same time, you know, this car doesn't look at all like it needs to save fuel, like it's in any danger or anything like that. This Pure Sims car is looking very, very strong, and track position often is king.
Very, very true indeed. Just over 2 seconds separates Armstrong and Davidson then. 1 3/4 hours remain. Anton Morlow in the pits then, just bringing his car to a stop, along with Bastian De Silva, George Golovanov, Mateusz was another one coming in there, I just saw, they called me either. Mateusz van der Kratz, Tom Carroll, Scott Young, Angelo, and Stephen Suslov rather, all in the pits. And you know, we'll see where they filter out, if there's any driver changes going on. There is Davidson, and there is his quarry, there is his prey, Armstrong in the number 52 car. Now, this was not what Armstrong would have wanted. He would have loved to have had that slipstream a little bit longer than that, and he isn't going to bump draft a back marker, which he's soon catching up to. Back camera then from Armstrong, and you can see the two Pure, well, you can see one of them, just about see the second one, as Davidson is very much leaving Daniel Kraft, not necessarily for dead, but he's certainly building up that gap behind. I would imagine that Davidson wasn't necessarily relying on Kraft, but Kraft was certainly benefiting from the slipstream from Davidson. Is Armstrong going to come in? Yes, he does. So James Armstrong then brings his car in, as does both of the Pure Sim esports cars. So they have now come into the pits, and that is 100 laps complete.
Certainly is. And let's have a look then. Stephen Lemonnier, who was in that 777 car, has come out ahead of Daniel Ferguson, ahead by a good 20 seconds or so, despite the fact that they had only about a 10-second shorter pit stop. So the overcut has worked massively for Stephen Lemonnier, and well, that's a great outcome for them, really, I think it must be said. Let's have a look further down the field as well. Was there anyone else that we were keeping an eye on? Not that I can see. Was Lemonnier actually within that competition with Ferguson? I'm not sure if he was, you know. I might be looking at someone else in time. No, it was De Silva, wasn't it? De Silva was the one that we were keeping an eye on in terms of where they came out. And so they have come out behind Ferguson, but The gap is almost there as well. Hang on, I've lost track of a driver. There was a driver we were watching to see where they came out relative to Ferguson. I don't think it's either of the two that I've just mentioned. So, yes, I don't know. Back to you.
I can barely lose. I can easily lose track of my entire day, let alone what we were doing. Yeah, I can barely remember what we were talking about 5 minutes ago, let alone a driver we were keeping track of a number of laps back. So either way, Daniel Ferguson, speaking of him, now up into third position. So Thomas Johnson in the Sapphire number 92 now leads the way. Then it's Stephen Lemernier in the treble 7 for Valkyrie. There is Ferguson. And right on top of one another is the Brabham and Pure Sims cars. So Ian Gunnar Renard has taken over the 117 and has beaten James Armstrong out. So the Brabham car has lost a spot in pit stops alone to one of the Pure Sim cars. Daniel Craft is actually still in the pit box, and so he's having a long stop, the 119 car. For whatever reason, they've having a much longer stop. Very much longer stop by the look of it. So in fourth is the number 42, the Vroom. That car was down in the 20s earlier on. That's now up into fourth position. There is Steven Suslov, one of the cars in the pit lane. Daniel Craft now leaving the pit lane. So 1 minute 20 pit stop for him. And oh dear, that's why Suslov is in the pits. That's a very wounded Lamborghini as he's then pulled off the road. So what's happened to him? Try and see what's happened here. So this is on the run down to Puon. Ouch! That's so as he's tried to catch the slide, it's then just gripped up on him and sent him off into oblivion. We'll see it on board here as he's turned into the first part of Puon. The tail's gone loose. He's caught it, and that's just catapulted him off into the wall and into the pits.
Yeah. Big shame for them there. I think that's not a very predictable set of circumstances. I think it's fair to say there the car looked very unstable. Just all of a sudden, just snapped on him, and so on. So that's obviously not the way to go. But if they've still got a hold of one of those fast repairs that they had from the start of the race, then that's one thing. In terms of the Brabham here, well, let's have a look at that. They're back ahead of that Pure Sims Esports car. And James Armstrong there driving very well indeed to be able to come out the pits and then immediately go on the attack and get that position back from the Pure Sims car. So, with them now in hand, they've got now a bit of time. They're just going to catch these guys that are in the pits, and they'll be up into P2 then after all of that has shaped out. Then after that, it's then anybody's guess until they get up into second. There we go. That is the Delta. From them up to Daniel Ferguson, who is still leading this race. And that Delta is at least coming down ever so slightly. We're now 20.9 seconds off the back of the leader. And well, this is it's a pretty dominant performance. It's not quite as dominant as, say, McLaren at Le Mans in 1997, but it is pretty dominant for a 6-hour race standard.
It's pretty impressive, isn't it? As the field now starts to sort themselves out after the latest round of pit stops. Daniel Ferguson for Pure Sims leading the way. James Armstrong back up into second. Does look like that Ian Gunnar Renard does seem to struggle a little bit getting up to pace in the 117 Pure Sims car, but either way, big flash of the lights. That's not what James Armstrong wanted. He would have preferred the back marker to have gotten out of the way before they got to Puon, but he's now going to have to make the move during.
Was that someone going off the circuit there? Sorry, just in the back of the shot, I thought that I saw a car suddenly lighting up its tyres and going off of the circuit. I don't know. Maybe we'll see that in a minute or two if I was correct.
Good spot.
Oh, yeah. I'm being told that he did. Yes, so I'm sure we'll see a replay of that in a moment or two. But yeah, that was someone going off circuit there. But yeah, we got now Watson headed down the pit lane, car number 50, getting stopped on the marks. And they'll have their stop now, whether that's just for fuel or whether that's tyres and drivers as well. We will see.
We'll see if that was someone flying off the road. It wasn't Amanda Philo. You were some distance away. It seemed that someone flew off the road at Puon. Was it Yuri Sokac? Not certain. No, that's after P1, so not certain who that was. Well, let's see if we can catch up with that. A few more cars have parked up. So, sorry, go on.
Oh, no, I was just going to say it might be this one, given that it was they're coming through Bruxelles here, and so maybe as they head back down the hill, because they weren't right on the back of that train of cars that we were looking at, but they were close enough where just at that last frame in the shot, they sort of just disappeared off the circuit here. So let's see. Nope, they navigate Puon perfectly fine. Okay, well,
then disappear into the ether whilst we're watching.
Exactly. Yes. So as it is, then Ellie Goldstein has got their hands on the wheel of the 177 car once again. Then the accurately named Valkyrie Sport 577, and they peel off now down the Kemmel Straight. They've got a bit of a gap to make up to their teammates ahead in the competition car, the car that was previously leading this race in the hands of Jonathan Poulet, of course. But they then have an enormous gap to overcome. Not only have they got 21 seconds then from themselves up to the back of Gagnon Renault, but then after you clear Renault and make it up to the back of Armstrong, who's 2 seconds up the road from them, there's then 20 seconds to make up to get to the leader. So getting on for near to a minute away from the leader, excuse me, is the 577 car, and things are looking all the more desperate for these drivers further down the order, who are begging, praying for something to go wrong with that Pure Sims car up at the front. Meanwhile, further down the order here, Morichon gets up in front of the Broken Wings car, that Vroom race car that we saw at the front of the field, in fact, for a number of laps, and that Ferrari slowly making its way back towards the top 10. Meanwhile, we have Mendez here, going very slowly indeed onto the Kemmel Straight, and they are, oh, look at the front of the car there, that's not looking very secure, shall we say. So into Eau Rouge and over the top of Radion then. Let's have a look at this. We're promised it's a huge crash. Let's see how huge it is. Oh, yep, they're already losing the back end through the middle of Eau Rouge. Then over the top of Radion, sideways. That's not where you want to be. That's very reminiscent of Kevin Magnussen a few years ago when he was in the Renault in Formula 1, and then just big hit into the barriers. That's going to have done all sorts of damage to the front suspension and the front steering column and all sorts of things, I'd imagine.
MBG2, MBG2, MBG... Right, I will get it eventually. Yeah, that was an unhappy Ferrari, most certainly, as we look at Harry Pipes in the next of the Brabham cars in 35th. Been a difficult race for Harry, but either way, still pressing on. Still with good pace. He did his personal best last time around, a 2:15.2, which is certainly quite a bit quicker than the cars around him. So it's been a tricky race, but certainly not by pace standards. What's happened to Daniel Kraft? Yeah, because suddenly he's in ninth. So that's Matthias Burke, I think, that he was chasing. And oops, small moment coming through the chicane, but that certainly backed him off the tail end of Matthias Burke. He's going to have to close down the number 51 car, the Apex Tech Racing car. But once again, there's Ellie Goldstein, who's swapped positions, I think, with Michael Meyer, the two Valkyrie cars. Valkyrie 4, 5 and 6 at the moment, so it's a good showing from them, considering how many, 3 of the Valkyrie cars got involved in one of the major incidents on the Kemmel Straight. They're still showing, potential for a really strong result. Absolutely,
yeah, some very, very strong results throughout the field here, and I think that, of course, when we then times this by 4, not by 4. By 4? Yes, by 4. And we go to a 24-hour race next week, of course. That's going to be one very spicy adventure for all the drivers involved, I'm sure. And one driver I'm going to highlight as a good result here as well. I'm not sure if you already have or not, but BWT car is back up into the top 10, being driven now by Jack Bennett rather than Grady. And it's been absolutely brilliant driving from the BWT team. They've been able to get that car well beyond where they qualified. They're over 24, well, they are 24 positions up on where they were previously at the start of the race. And that means that amongst the top top 20 cars, they have made the most significant improvement versus their starting position. Now, if we were then to include the top 21 cars, we'd then have to give that honour to Will Eubanks, currently driving in P21, who is up 32 positions on their car's starting position here. Jack Bennett then defending to the inside in the bus stop chicane here, being harassed by the green Porsche, which I don't think is the car that's fighting them for position. So why they defended that exactly, I'm not entirely certain. But there we are then, a car wanting to unlap itself, but the BWT team saying no, absolutely not. They've clearly taken on the wise words of Fernando Alonso and started to defend like a lion. But there we are. So down they go in towards Eau Rouge, and then over the top of Radion we've got Mora there. So yeah, confirmation of that then. So they are not fighting for position. Mora is down in P34, the BWT car in P10, of course. So they are looking to, I mean, are the cars similarly paced at the moment? That's a question. So in terms of that then, so Jack Bennett in the BWT car, last lap was a 2:18.3, and then for Mora the last lap was a 2:20.09. So they don't have similar pace on paper, but throughout all of this time that we've been looking at the pair of them, they've been stuck pretty much nose to tail with one another.
It does look like the Mora is just utilising that slipstream to much his advantage, and why not? You've got a faster car ahead of you, you may as well gain any advantage you can. So we now have a three-way battle here for 25th position. So that's Andy Yeager and the DSRT Simex Pro Mercedes being hounded pretty hard by Luka Korolev in the Lamborghini. Now they've not had a good run. Car. Oh dear, the LMP New Star car. We saw them more towards the sharper end much earlier on in the race, and then right behind them is the Speedhouse Racing Team Lamborghini of Daniela Zestev. Was Zestev having a look on the inside line of Korolev coming into La Source as the Mercedes has its own little mistake directly ahead of them. Side by side now coming down the hill. No, the red Lamborghini backs out of that. It would have been boxed in behind the Mercedes, I think, if they tried to follow that one through. But Andy Yeager just trying to mind his own business as the Lamborghinis have their own argument. Now that the slipstreams are going to kick in, we're hitting the last 90 minutes of the race. There goes the LMP New Star Lamborghini of Korolev on Andy Yeager, and he can't really defend that one from there. Zastev wants to try and follow through, cannot do so. So his fellow Lamborghini has made the position, and Daniela Zastev is going to have to work hard to try and get past the Porsche. Can he do it? Past the Porsche, past the Mercedes, beg your pardon. So Andy Yeager, now well observed there from Andy Yeager. He could have easily turned in on the Lamborghini, but he saw that there was a car there. And then you've got the next car in line, which would be the Reiter Engineering number 46, Maximilian Prodol, that is right behind there. There's Ellie Goldstein in fifth, back up into fifth position. So the Valkyrie cars, that's Michael Meyer and Ellie Goldstein, essentially just having their own fight. And why not? I mean, they're 10 seconds-ish behind the next Valkyrie car, which is Bastion to Silva. And they've still got another just shy of 7 seconds ahead of Matthias Berg. So they may as well have some fun out there.
Absolutely, yeah, and I think that I want to highlight in particular the efforts of Meyer there in the Valkyrie Francorchamps miniatures car, because they were, of course, one of the major, in fact, I think both of these cars, both the 577 and the Francorchamps car, but they were both major sufferers, I suppose you could say, in terms of that totally awful restart, in which one of the cars decided to go on the grass and then ping-ponged back and forth between two different barriers and struck a number of cars on the way. And so for those guys to be able to get themselves, dust themselves off, get the cars running again and get driving to such a high standard to then be up here in the top 5 and 6th, 5th and 6th positions, I should say, it's a real effort, a real good sign of their driving talent, really, as Daniel Crafts now moves up into P8.
Yes, so following that, what seemed to be a very tiny mistake from Daniel Kraft, of course, pit stops have put him further down the field than that tiny little mistake did. He's still then pressing on to try and regain lost ground. Maximilian Prodol, we mentioned him a little while ago. He's catching the back of the battle we were just looking at. So that's Andy Yeager directly ahead of him, the number 36 car, the DSRT Simex Pro car. So, that Mercedes got loose coming into Les Combes. And he's still not that far behind Janela Zaystev. I'm not convinced you need the windscreen. I love the fact that there's windscreen wipers working in effect as the Ford now comes past the DSRT car. You have windscreen wipers where you don't have rain in iRacing. Someone explain that one to me.
Well, it's for purposes of immersion, and you can simply imagine the rain. You can use it in your mind. Fair
point. Fair point, Christy. Owe me of little faith. You can still get dirt on the windscreen. Yes, I will grant you that. I hadn't thought of that one.
That's very true. We should stop being such sarcastic people.
We should stop being such cynics, yeah.
Oh dear. But yeah, there we are then. So we have a look at Peter Miller, car number 7 here, and heads into the braking zone at La Source. Takes a late apex, perhaps too late, in fact, because they end up tapping the rear quarter of the car against the wall, and then end up having to do a great big huge arcing turn to get themselves back around again. Clearly not as good turning circles in these cars as their road-going counterparts, but there we are. So back again then with this fight between the Valkyrie cars, with both of them here. Oh dear. And now we're starting to experience a little bit of lag, perhaps, for the esports car 577, because they just did a little bit of a back to the future there for us, and briefly disappeared before reappearing right in front of their no doubt terrified teammate.
One thing
First rule in motor racing, of course, do not hit your teammate.
Do not hit your teammate, yes. Now, one thing I do want to point out here is I've been trying to keep an eye on how many cars we've lost. Or how many cars we're down to. Now, I've run through some of them earlier on. So we've lost the number 30, the SLR FGT. We lost the number 11, the Omnia Motorsport. We lost 29, the Writer Engineering car. We lost the MBG2 esports car number 88. Of course, the MBG squad have quite a few, as we see the Valkyrie cars come past under the back marker there. The number 48, the Crazy File car is gone. The number 54, the Racebek Engineering car is out. Philip Ansel retired the Team Shazoo number 56. The Audi is gone. The Rocket Racing Star Audi is not on circuit anymore. Then the Delta Racing number 12 isn't with us. The Cyberdyne, I'm sure someone's misspelled that, is not on. Burstins was Blue is not with us. Team Ground Effect is not in, but one car that's rejoined us. I say rejoined, they've been in the pits for 23 minutes. Is not that one. That one's been in the pits for 17 minutes. The number 37 has been in there a while. Is the number 21, the ZRL Enduro Blue. There it is. They've been in the pits for 23, or they were in the pits for 23 minutes. One of the Lego Ferraris. He's now back out there, so fair play Ethan Patel for not throwing in the flag towel rather, and calling it quits. We now see Danila Zaystev.
Oh dear, big incident between the two cars. Enormous crash between the Lamborghini and the Ford GT there. Just coming out of the corner there, it just looked as though Zaitsev just decided, no, I'm going to sideswipe you. Maybe there was something that we didn't see between these guys. Maybe there was something where he felt slighted and he ended up just clattering into his team. Oh no! Oh dear! I mean, it seems as though the Mercedes has gotten away with that. They've had to go and do a bit of lawn mowing as a reward, a punishment. I don't know, but oh dear! And there they go, tapped up the back as well. But there we go, Zaitsev then. I mean, it just looked to me as though they just decided, right, I'm going into the side of you now. Do you know what I mean? I don't know whether there's been a connection problem or something like that, but it looked deliberate from what we saw. Maybe a replay will clear that up, and you know, as we say that. So here we go then. They come around the corner, and they're side by side with one another. There's definitely no doubting that whatsoever.
I would imagine. I would imagine it's just clumsy more than anything else.
Well, you would certainly hope so, rather than anything deliberate. But here we go then. So round Blanchimont we go. There's a bit of contact, and then see, it looks as though there's contact, and then the Lamborghini just turns even more to the right. And whether that's a correction that's gone horribly wrong,
yeah, that's what I reckon it is. It was Max in the Ford that turned slightly towards the Lamborghini. Now the Ford has tapped the outside edge of the Lamborghini, so that's going to push the tail inwards and therefore push the Lamborghini to oversteer and then back into the Ford, and the rest is then kind of snowballed from there. And unfortunately, Andy Yeager did that lawnmower moment and then had a moment's hesitation as to whether he's going to come into the pits or not. And one of the Valkyrie cars nudged him up the tail, which is slightly unfortunate. But all three of those cars are in the pits. Actually, the Ford's on the way back out. So I wonder if there was a fast repair they still had available to them. The Reiter Engineering Ford is back en route as we cut back to Eddie Goldstein. Still fending off the advance. I'd say fending off the advance. So we don't know how hard Ellie Goldstein and Michael Meyer are actually fighting. But they do look like they've been having a decent squabble because their lap times are not up to where they've been. If they do that too much, Matthias Burke is less than 6 seconds behind them, so could well get involved in that battle before long. I would imagine if they do get caught by the Apex Tech Racing BMW, that they will start to actually work together to pull away. They now have a back marker, very nicely done. The BMW gets out of the way there. So whilst they can, the Valkyrie pair, Valkyrie pair, on the timing tower, it looks like three of them, but one of them's 9 seconds down the road. That's Bastian De Silva. These two, Eddie Goldstein and Michael Meyer, are keeping each other company in 5th position, but they are going to have to think about it if Matthias Burke gets too close. Although that time around they didn't lose as much time as they had done in the past.
Yeah, certainly seems a bit more competitive from them this time, but there we are. So round they go onto the Kemmel Straight, do the 2 Valkyrie cars. In terms of those lap times then, so up at the front then, Daniel Ferguson still continues to lead the way in terms of the lap times at the moment. They are one of only 3 cars that on the last lap set a time in the 2:15s. 2:15.7 for Daniel Ferguson, 2:15.6 for James Armstrong, and then 2:59 for Bastian De Silva. So there's pace in those cars, but a sufficient enough gap for the car at the front there is
not Patelli in the pits again. What's he done? So this is the one I was just talking about. He's been in the pits for 23 minutes and he's binned it again. What's he done? Oh, so he's tried to run it and it's just no good. So he's just pulled that one over and parked it, unless he's decided to introduce it to a wall again. But he has. So he has actually had another incident. So there you go. He's wandered wide, coming through. That's down at. Oh, there he goes. That's
a curve Paul Frere, and then there you go. Just a big old hit. Oh dear. That's not what you want to see at all. That's a real shame. And they even cleaned up that Lego car and everything. It was covered in dirt and all sorts before the incident. But yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I also just want to draw attention to the fact that somehow now Daniel Ferguson is only 4.5 seconds ahead of the Brabham eSports car.
Yes.
When that gap was over 20 seconds.
Yes, so I'm not sure what's happened there, as I just spotted that as well. Suddenly the gap from Armstrong to Ferguson is not as big as it was, as Sebastian De Silva has brought in the lead of the Valkyrie cars. So, has there been a big incident for Daniel Ferguson? Oh, there has been an incident. It was a few laps ago for Daniel Ferguson. So, oh dear. Trouble then for our race leader. Lap times aren't hugely affected. I mean, it's a little bit off their absolute best, but certainly nothing too worrying compared to their competitors. And there it is. So he just nudges the back.
Dear.
Oh, he's in
and they've had contact with the wall as well. Oh no. That is not what the race leader needs. And then look at this there. So close then being taken out, or at least an enormous hit to the rear of the car as well as the front. And then, oh, look at this, the Lamborghini's having to get out the way and all sorts of things. So, yeah, that car, I would say expect that car to either have a slow final pit stop, given that we are nearly now an hour and 20 before the end of the race, or just about an hour and 20 rather, until the end of this race. But expect them to have a slow final pit stop and potentially to start losing performance as we go here. Now, it might be that maybe that loss of performance will make them equal in pace to the car behind rather than dominantly quicker than it. But if that's the case, that's not going to just be a dent on the car. It's a dent on your confidence as well as a driver, because then all of a sudden it's like, oh no, I'm fallible. I've made a mistake. And, I'm sure that they may not see that, and they may think that, oh, well, the car ahead has brake checked me or some such thing. The racing driver excuses do exist. But that's going to be in the back of your mind, whether you believe it or not, that it was your fault, is that, oh, well, there was a crash and I lost 17 seconds versus the cars behind. Now, what if they've gone really light on these stints to be able to pump out these great lap times and then try and get to the end on a slightly heavier car versus what then the rest of the field are doing? That's going to then be a massive problem for them, that they've no longer got that gap to fall back on. Furthermore, if they've got a brand new set of tyres on this car, which has also been lending them extra pace, then that's going to mean that those tyres are going to be completely ruined as a result of a great big slide across the circuit like that.
Very, very true. We will see as the tail end of the race will start to unfold, as Martin Pearson all over the back of the BWT car. So that is Jack Bennett that is in control of the Pink Panther at the moment. BMW is just all over the shop, trying to get past. Can he outbrake the Mercedes? No, that looked fairly straightforward from Martin Pearson there. So great effort for him in the number 92 car.
Certainly did. I think that's just it just looks to me as though there's a lack of grip at the BWT versus the Sapphire racing car. They were just able to brake so much later, despite the fact that the BWT car took a line which in theory should have given them a bit of a switchback and a bit of a cutback onto them. They just lost even more time. So I think that there's a lack of grip in those tyres for the BWT car.
Could well be, as we look at Stephen Hatter now in the Bert Sinsworth's red car. Slightly further down the field, that's 22nd position he finds himself in. Trevor Williams is keeping him company. I beg your pardon, he is keeping Trevor Williams company. So there is the premature acceleration Lamborghini directly ahead of him. That is the battle for 21st position that rages on, with other cars around them that are not in the same battle. Beg your pardon, the one directly in front of the Lamborghini is. So that's the Sapphire Sinsworth Delta car in 20th. That's Thomas Baker. Now that's the car that skewed suddenly into the wall during one of the restarts we had. He seemed to have that sudden technical failure. It was good to see him back out there, but he's got a lot of company then, so he's got 3 cars to fend off pole position. The car just coming through the shot is not pole position. So they are some 30 seconds behind Thomas Della Planche in the 75 car, the racing sport car, and already the Lamborghini getting a good run up and over Radion. Now, is it going to try and make the move? The Mercedes stays at the inside line. Is Baker going to try and box in the Lamborghini? No, too far back. That's our second. That's actually James Armstrong that's just gone through the shot. And Thomas Baker, a bit cautious, coming through Les Combes and just about gets back into the racing line right ahead the Bert Sinsworth's car of Stephen Hatter. And it looked quite cautious there from Baker. There's Raul Suarez in the Asper Racing Ferrari, fending off the advances of the Valkyrie Competizione car, Bastian De Silva, who's not long been through the pits. That ahead of them is not their immediate competition. There's the 2 Valkyrie cars having an argument. Forward is now 4th place. Ellie is now behind Michael this time around. So they've been, again, just leapfrogging each other in the slipstream. Nearly said DRS then, again, wrong sport. They've just been trying to close in that what must feel like an insurmountable gap up front towards in Gernot Runard in the 117 Pure Sim Esports cars, that himself finds himself 13.5 seconds behind James Armstrong. Despite that tap to the wall, I think you alluded to this earlier, Daniel, that that Daniel Ferguson's pace has just kind of been equalised to those around him, because he's still managing slightly to build that lead up front.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I mean, it's been sort of hovering around that 4.8 second. Oh, now it's suddenly 4.5 seconds. As I start saying that, it suddenly goes down by a couple of tenths. But there we are. Oh dear, Watson's had another one. And whereabouts has this been then? It's been outbraking themselves into the braking zone. Yeah, it seems to be. So then the Broken Wings car gets by, and that's elementary, dear Watson. So on they go then. You
couldn't help yourself, could you?
I really couldn't. No, I really could not. Suarez then keeps on keeping on in the Ferrari. In fact, they keep on keeping on quite so much that they end up going all the way off the circuit. But there we go.
That was the problem. They flew off the road.
Well, yes, exactly. Keep on keeping off, as it turns out.
Yes, somewhat.
But there we go. So we're now on board with Buxton to Silva down in P9, strangely enough. That's because they pitted, didn't they? Yes, so they're the Valkyrie who pitted. So we're on board with them at the moment as they're headed through Blanchimont now. And from the onboard in a GT car, that looks a damn sight more terrifying than it does in Formula 1. And, we've had a crash somewhere, apparently. I've been told in my ear.
Oh, dear.
I see.
Our cameraman has had technical trouble. So, by the way, he's left us with a great battle. There's Bastian de Silva in ninth with Raul Suarez in the Ferrari behind. So this is a battle for ninth position that's going. So what can the Mercedes do against the Ferrari? The car already ahead of them is not for position. The next one down the line that Bastian de Silva would be interested in is Alexander Stratsenko in the 63 KTM Professional Safety Car. So the Mercedes comes up and over Radion. Now, is the Ferrari close enough? Well, it is close enough to gain slipstream. Is it close enough to gain the position? Is it going to attempt the position as well, as we are fast approaching the final hour of the race? Has a look, and we're going to see a bit more of this. So, we're not going to see so much just managing fuel and tyres or what have you. We will up to the last pit stop, and then it is going to be all elbows out, all gung ho to that point. Daniel Kraft now up into sixth position. He's just gotten ahead, I think, of Matthias Berg. Of course, unfortunately, with our cameraman's computer dying, my timing screen was frozen because it was based on what he was seeing. He will return to us. So that's Daniel Kraft up into sixth, ahead of Matthias Berg then. So that pass has happened this particular lap around. So the Apex Tech Racing Mercedes behind the Pure Sims Esports BMW. And there we go. We have our timing tower back. Good stuff, Mr. Christie. As you can see then, the battles that are still waging on. The premature acceleration Lamborghini are just coming out of the pits. Trevor Williams back in control of that one, doing their best to get back inside the top 20 as they were before. Into La Source then, the BMW still looking like it's feeling the pressure from the Apex Tech Racing BMW behind. BMW, yep, brain is definitely fried. I seem to have lost the ability to tell a BMW from a Mercedes apart.
We've been talking for 4 hours and 49 minutes. I think you can be forgiven.
Rudy Garcia Hamida in the 17th position. That was the M Squad car. So my time screen will come back to me very shortly. That's the MBG2 car, yellow car that is having that argument at the moment. Thank you very much, Mr. Christie, for giving us that one. As now have a working timing screen. As Hamida banzais the inside of the chicane there, and the Mercedes getting very squiggly on the way out. The M Squad Oceana coffee. Nothing. If your coffee's that colour, then do not drink it. The Mercedes then trying their best, but succumbing at the moment to Hamida and his efforts for 16th place.
Yeah, that was an angry driver at the wheel of that Mercedes coming out the final corner. You could see with all the twitching at the back end. That was them getting the throttle down quicker than they arguably should, and in an attempt to get right back onto the person they felt had just slighted them. So that was that. This is now Daniel Kraft in P6 fighting off Matthias Berg. These cars, of course, have come to blows with one another over the course of this race, though I'm not sure with these particular drivers at the helm. So there we are then. They continue to pound round and have a grand old time. As we all are watching this race. It's been absolutely fantastic to watch and to talk on. 4 hours 51 minutes here that this race has been going for, so we have just over 1 hour remaining. And when we get to that last few minutes, I'm sure that's when everything will become slightly bonkers again. Looking at that battle towards the front, though, just in terms of that timing tower, we will keep with this battle here with Burke, and I'll really focus my attention to it if there looks like there's going to be a move. But just have a look at that difference between Daniel Ferguson and James Armstrong. That's come down by about 6/10 since we were last keeping an eye on it. So again, there's some movement towards the front there, and it could be that we see a Brabham car on the top step of the podium for the first time in many a year, I think, unless, of course, Brabham are doing particularly well in any other events that we've broadcast recently. I'm thinking more about the F1 side of things, but there we go. So, back to this battle with Matthias Berg, and then, of course, Daniel Kraft in front. These guys sticking very much to one another's bumper and tail. There's not much to separate them. In fact, in terms of their lap times, Berg's actually set a personal best last lap. 2:15.61 compared to Kraft's 2:15.69. Nice. And that is then where we see just those incremental gains in performance between the two cars. And whether or not we're going to end up seeing something in the way of a move formulating fairly soon. I mean, we may well do. The gap is now just about 2.5 tenths of a second. And now then, as they navigate their way through the traffic, it looks like Kraft has gotten an easier time of that than Berg did. But I'm sure that Berg will fight back. And then through this final sector in particular, it's just an enormous slipstream. Unless you do that, Berg, don't go off into the gravel there. That's going to slow you down massively and just get all sorts of dirt on your tyres and all sorts of things. So that's not what we want to see. But with them now tucked in behind them, watch as this gap starts to come down. So we started about 5.5 tenths of a second. We're now down to 4.5 tenths of a second. And it's going to keep on coming down and down and down and down until we get to the braking zone of turn number 4. And then it goes up again, strangely enough. So there we go. Turn number 4. Why did I say turn number 4? It's the final corner. What am I on about? But there we go. So that's then back up to 6.5 tenths. I think I was looking at a number 4 on the screen. That must have been just what it popped in my head. Anyway, so now then we've got the really big long toe here because, of course, there is some steering lock applied through that final sector of the lap. But now, as we head down the hill towards Eau Rouge, Radion, the Kemmel Straight, and then Les Combes, it's just one big, powerful blast all the way there with minimal steering input and therefore as much just straight line speed as you can possibly muster. And you can see it is coming down. I don't think it's going to be close enough where we're going to see a move at all this lap, but it's certainly getting closer all the time. For the Valkyrie Esports cars ahead, they are still very close to one another, and if they keep squabbling instead of trying to focus themselves on catching up to the cars in front, or at the very least in gapping these cars behind, then 5 seconds is not an amount that's insurmountable over the course of an hour and 5 minutes. As we cross over to 4 hours 55 on the timing tower there. So it's something they need to keep an eye on, I think, and something which they'll need to just be a bit more circumspect about. Okay, when do we stop fighting and when do we just start trying to get away? In terms of this battle, though, once again, I'll give you an update on the lap times. So previous lap, it was a 2:15.99 for Matthias Berg, and that's what it was, and a 2:15.75 for Daniel Kraft. So they've both upped their pace here, Berg has lost a little bit of pace relative to their personal best, which they set the previous lap, but Kraft has definitely upped their pace. So We'll have to wait and see here. The thing I'm worried about with Burke is that I'm worried that they're maybe going to start overdriving the car, given that they're this close to a fast car in front of them. We saw that the previous lap with the excursion into the gravel and other little moments here and there, just the car looking a bit nervous and a bit on edge. And I think it's not necessary. I think that they've got some decent pace in that car, and with the slipstream, they can get up to the back of the BMW. They just need to be a bit more patient and a bit more calm at the wheel, I think.
Easier said than done when you've got the carrot literally within reach of where you currently are. But either way, Daniel Kraft does look like he's beginning to build that gap now, just over a second as they come over the line. 2:15.0 for Kraft, 2:15.4 for Matthias Burke. So does look like that the pace advantage has gone back towards the Pure Sims esports car, and there is still going to be a pit stop. At least one pit stop still to do for our competitors, so we still have got strategy to play out. I love the fact that we're nearly 120 laps into this race, and the lead gap is just over 4 seconds long. And again, Armstrong took another 2/10 out of Ferguson last time around. So doing his best. I mean, the gap does ebb and flow a little bit, but generally that gap has been very slowly shrinking between our top two, with still a pit stop to do. And if they have to repair anything on that 116 car, that is, of course, going to make that pit stop even longer. Speaking of pit stops, one of the MBG cars comes in. Rudy Garcia Hermides is bringing in the number 39 for what is probably going to be their last stop, assuming they don't have any particular trouble. There is our race leader, Daniel Ferguson, catching the back of, I think that's the premature acceleration Lamborghini, I think it is. Yes, that's their distinctive colouring there. Yes, it is. That's the 24th position. Number 76 car they're just catching up to, so a bit of slipstream. Daniel Ferguson will not say no to, but the flash to the lights to remind him that he is there. And again, that gap has opened up again by around about a tenth of a second. So 2:15.6 for Ferguson, 2:15.7 for Armstrong. So as much as James Armstrong probably is pushing like mad to try and close in on Daniel Ferguson, just at the moment, Ferguson, you just saw the Brabham car at the top of the shot there. At the moment, Ferguson has an answer, even with the damage that we suspect that he has to the front of the car following an argument with a back marker that sent him nose first into the wall. But he's still pressing on nonetheless. The BWT car is now in 13th position. Jack Bennett, I think, has just been passed by Thibaut Prévost, who's taken over the 777 Valkyrie car. That's for 12th position. And other than the Valkyrie cars 4th to 5th, I think most people are not too close to one another. There's a couple of battles outside of the top 20, so Max Prodol and Harry Pipes are close together. The second Brabham car and one of the Reiter engineering cars are close to one another. Also, Robert Biggs and Yuri Sokoch for Sapphire and Shadow Realm Racing, respectively, are having an argument for 29th place. Let's see, another one in the pits. Here we go. There's a few pit stops going on. So that's Thibaut Prévost and Jack Bennett bringing their cars in. But expect more pit stops to play out as we are hitting the final hour here at Spa.
Yes, indeed. We've got just 20 seconds to go until we're in that final hour, and we've. Oh dear! I've just noticed a comment in the live chat there. They're saying, "Show us the Lego car." Who's going to tell them?
It's in. You beat me to it, Mr. Christie.
Dear, oh dear.
I know the stream can't hear you, Mr. Christie, but you just beat me to it. Yes, it's in pieces. Unfortunately, it had a bit of an argument, which it lost.
Yes.
So, alas, it is no longer with us.
It's also been cleared up so no one ends up stepping on it and getting awful cuts on their feet. So yes, that's the situation as far as the Lego car is concerned. I'm sorry, Carl, but as far as what we're seeing out on circuit at the moment, then well, it's another 0.2 of a second taken out of Daniel Ferguson. That well, not last lap, it was 1/10 last lap, but since we last checked, it's been 0.2 taken out of them. Now 0.3, in fact. Now that we are down into the 3 seconds gap as well, so this is now slowly starting to come down. And Ferguson then is going to need to think about this in terms of, well, do I go flat out sooner rather than later, trying to build up a gap? Or do I go into the pits, chance a repair, or maybe chance no repairs whatsoever, and then just try and go flat out from that final stop? The other thing to consider, of course, is, again, that threat of overcut. And if Brabham Esports have got some good fuel saving on board, because, again, they pitted a lot later than Ferguson, and they were fuel saving the whole time they possibly could, then it just means that then they could be in a position where they are actually in a very solid position to win this race. If they're able to go on for, say, 2-3 laps, set some very competitive lap times, and then come in, get some new tyres, fuel, and then go at it as fast as they possibly can, then that's going to be a recipe for success. We're being told that the Lego car is still in, apparently. Oh yeah, there it is. There's the Lego car. There you go. It's not in pieces. We were completely incorrect. So it came into the pits, had another repair presumably for another horrific incident, and now it's.
Yeah, had another argument, didn't it? They had a moment at Stavolo and collected a Lamborghini and then was in the pit again. Ah, yes, Ethan Patel. Yeah, beg your pardon. He's back out there, some distance behind. Speaking of, that's our third place car that's dancing around the back markers. One of them happens to be the Lego Ferrari. That's unfortunately sent the 117 somewhat deep into the chicane. But speaking of that car, it's now in. So that'll be the final stop for that car. Now, he's in Gardner Renault, going to hand that car over. We will see if he's going to see out the race or whether there's one more driver swap for that car. There is our race leader, Danny Ferguson, still doing what he can to maintain that 4-second gap to James Armstrong. And Armstrong was slightly slower, just half a tenth slower than Ferguson last time around. So again, that gap still ebbing and flowing. Oh dear, what's happened to Peter Millar? That's not a happy looking car. What's he done? Let's see. So that's coming through Bruxelles. Oh! The outside curb coming down towards Speaker's Corner really bit him, but maybe we caught him just as he was recovering from that. And
I suspect so.
Yeah, it doesn't look like anybody hit him, or he certainly didn't hit anything. And there we go. It looks like he's back at the pace again. So just an unusual spin there. There's Thomas Baker. He's had that strange technical failure, or what looked like a technical failure, that sent him hard into the wall on the Camel Straight on the, I think it was the second safety car we had. We had a few in short succession, so I lost track of which incident happened on. But up into 17th though for Sapphire, so it's been a decent drive, right on being challenged by the M Squad Oceana car. So there's Ryan Kerr that is back in control of the number 68. That's a definite battle for 17th position. Actually, the two ahead of them, Stephen Hatter and Luka Korolev, are still fighting for 15th place. The Bert Sim Sports Red and the LMP New Star cars are fighting away. In comes our race leader. So Daniel Ferguson has now pitted. Is the Brabham car going to follow? No. It looks like James Armstrong is going to press on and see what he can do. Looks like the 117 car has not changed hands. So Ian Gesno Renault still in control of that one. There's Ryan Kerr now side by side with Thomas Baker. That's the Valkyrie cars. That's third and fourth, or what is now third and fourth, just coming past them. Flash of the lights there from Ellie Goldstein, who is the current third place car, and both Mercedes do a good job of dancing out of the way of the Valkyries. Was that Baker coming in? Yes, it was. So Thomas Baker bringing the number 96 car, the Sapphire SimSport car, into the pit for what I suspect will be the last time of asking for this race. So then, the last pit stop's being played out. Who's done enough fuel saving? Who's done the calculations correctly? Who can hang on to the end? But also, if they have to do repairs on that 116, how much time is that going to cost them? If it's going to cost them anything, if they have to do any repairs at all, that's potentially the victory snatched away from Daniel Ferguson.
Certainly is, and as we see here, Ryan Kerr trying to stay to the back of the Valkyrie cars up in front. They're trying to just ride along on part of that train, and so therefore it is the ride of the Valkyries that they are trying to keep up with. But as they go then, no? Nobody? No? Okay. And away they go. So Ryan Kerr then in P17 in that M squad, as we were saying earlier on, if your coffee is that colour, then you may want to throw it away. But there we are. They're coming up to the back of the Lego car now, and it's so named for those in chat asking why and what it is, because it has a Lego livery. Look at that there. There's also a massive tank slapper beside it, and that being Ryan Kerr at the wheel of his Mercedes. So there we go then. They mount the curb in Pouhon. It's all very dangerous driving at the moment here in terms of trying to encourage a spin or something out of their car. But here we go then. So here's Armstrong then up in P1, and they head round the final turn then, get the power down, and start charging off into the distance. Now, they have been going very well so far. That's a 15.8 on their latest lap there. Now looking for 116. They are out of the pits again. It was only a 40-second stop, so a relatively quick one, actually, for them. So I would assume there was no repairs done or anything like that. So a quick splash and dash to get to the end. And Ferguson then, we will see what their lap time is as they circulate round. Right now, as you can see in the picture-in-picture, they are currently headed through the chicanes, the Fagny chicanes, just before you then get to Stavolo. Whereas then, of course, in the picture-in-picture now on your screen, it's then Armstrong going through Les Combes. So there is a significant gap between the two cars right now, and also critically for Ferguson and for Armstrong is that Ferguson is caught in traffic. Now that is going to slow them down.
Most certainly. Now, you could have picked up a bit of slipstream, but I suspect that this is not what Ferguson wanted, as of course the two cars ahead of him are squabbling. They're actually just trying to stay out of. Oh, that's going to hold Ferguson up. That's not ideal. As some cars were pitting and some were not, so a bit of confusion on who was going where, but that would have cost Daniel Ferguson a little bit of time. And of course, the later that these final pit stops happen, the shorter they can be, because they don't have to put so much fuel in it. So where is Armstrong now? That is the Fagny chicane he is coming up to. So how much longer could I beg your pardon? He's already been past it. That's Stavolo, now curveball Freya, and heading down towards Blochwell. Is he coming in this time? How much longer can he stretch this particular stint out? Also, we don't know if he was actually being conservative in that last run to go all guns blazing in this last section. We have no idea.
Absolutely, yeah. That's the real intrigue that we're faced with now. Is that, of course, Armstrong went very long indeed in the previous stint, very long. So they go around the corner and they're going to keep on going. It seems they pitted on lap 100, so they were definitely among the later stoppers that we saw. But they were not in the pits particularly long on lap 100. It was only a 43-second stop, so it might be that they were just then bringing the tanks, pitting at the same time as everybody else, in the knowledge then that they would go much longer and much deeper in this second to last stint before then powering on to the end. The other possibility, of course, is if they decide to brim the tanks at the final stop, and then you never know. I don't know what the fuel loads are like and how far a full tank will get you in this particular event, but let's say that was enough to get you to the end. What if it's now a case of cat and mouse, and now Daniel Kraft and Bastien de Silva and Daniel Ferguson, they've all now got to try and fight and get to the back of this Brabham car. Who knows? One thing that is for certain, though, is Bastien de Silva is in front of Daniel Ferguson and is setting personal best times which Ferguson has not set for some time in this race. Times in the 2:14s now for the first time in car 877. Of course, the car that was leading this race for the first couple of hours, and it must be said. And then Bastien's jumped in the car, then sets another lap time that is 100th slower than their personal best. Sebastian De Silva, and they've already stopped on lap 99, so they've got some distance to go still in their stint, I think. But they're certainly very good at being able to get it to last longer here. And once again, then we've got James Armstrong coming up to the last quarter of the lap now. We're watching De Silva now move to the outside of the car in front of them. They're not fighting for position at all. But they will be able to make use of that slipstream up the hill at least to then help them in their fight. So Armstrong now comes around towards Blanchimont, clears Blanchimont, and now heads up towards the bus stop chicane. Now, will this be the stop, or will there be another lap after this? Who knows? We will know in just a second. It's into the pits then. Into the pits comes James Armstrong, and now that means that there is a 1 minute and 22 second gap from them back to Daniel Ferguson. So as long as their stop is shorter than that, you would think that they will end up doing well out of this one. But here they go then. So they are trundling down the pit lane, of course at pit lane speed limits here as well. They've not come to a stop just yet, so their stop crucially needs to be as quick as you like. Meanwhile, we can see here Daniel Ferguson in the main picture. They are now just pounding round, coming through that Fania chicane once more, as James Armstrong continues moving their way down the pit lane. They've not got to their box just yet, as Ferguson now comes into Stavelot. Now, how long is this service going to be for James Armstrong? To give you some idea of the pace that Ferguson has at the moment, their last lap was a 2:15.74. The likes of Daniel Kraft and Bastien De Silva are setting times in the 2:14. So we would have to assume that Armstrong was in a similar pace as those guys, and therefore has been quick on the in-lap here. As it is then, Daniel Kraft crosses the line to then take the lead of this race, but they will have to pit once more. We're almost certain of that. But now then, Ferguson comes around the bus stop chicane and over the start-finish line to then begin their next lap, that being lap 124 in this 6 hours of Spa. And as they come round La Source, it doesn't look like Armstrong is going anywhere. No, I say that, now they set off. So this might actually be rather close indeed. They're right down at the exit of the pit lane. They've got the Broken Wings car in front of them, and now coming up over the top of the hill, I think they've done it. I think the Brabham car is going to take the effective race lead here, but they're going to have to defend hard straight away here from the car. No, they've done it too late. They've pulled out too late to defend that part of the racetrack. And now, as a result, they're going to fall back in behind the Pure Sims Esports car. And that means that the effective race lead is still in the hands of Daniel Ferguson.
Just, and only just. And the difference there is purely down to pit stop. Daniel Ferguson's pit stops were 40.8 seconds. James Armstrong's was 37.0. So 3.8 seconds difference. So that's on board with Ferguson. I don't think the back marker made any difference there, because obviously Daniel Ferguson was up to racing speed before James Armstrong had a chance to do so. But now we've got 45 minutes of a battle for what will be the race lead, because Daniel Kraft, who, by the way, set the fastest lap of the race last time around of a 2:14.66. So Daniel Kraft has just come into the pits. I was just about to say he has to come in again. Most of the pit stops are now being played out. Just having a look at who hasn't pitted. Martin Pearson in the 4th place, number 92, has not come in yet, along with Thibaut Prévost in the 777 car. Everybody else, the vast majority of people have been through the pit lane, but this is a battle for what will become the race lead. So unless Daniel Kraft somehow, I mean, their last stop was very long. It was a 1:20, whereas everyone else's was around about the kind of 40-second mark. So he won't come out in the lead, but could still play a part. Certainly could be challenging for a podium position. We will see. Unless his pit stop is desperately short. He hasn't actually hit his pit box yet, so that's actually irrelevant. There's no way he can join in this particular battle. However, James Armstrong for Brabham, Daniel Ferguson for Pure Sims Esports, this battle is going to go right the way down to the line.
It certainly is, and Morgan Butler has taken over from Daniel Kraft and will drive the last 45 minutes of this race in car 119. So that's interesting, whether or not they're going to be the one that makes the difference. 45 minutes to catch up to these two. They'll go slower as well, of course, because they are going to be fighting one another to the end now. That's almost certain, but let's have a look at the cars elsewhere in the field. So Jonathan Poulet has taken over control once again of the 877 car, but is now behind their teammates. The two Valkyrie cars. Let's see here. They've got they're in 4th and 5th. The minute they last pitted, it's on lap 123. So they pitted at relatively similar times, yet they've got an enormous march on the competition car. So as a result then, the driver who had led them throughout the first 3 hours of the race, led this race, is now down in P9.
That's how things can change in an endurance race. Actually, you can see darkness beginning to fall. The headlamps now actually starting to serve a purpose other than informing back markers that we're coming through. So now the headlights actually serving to illuminate the way ahead. But that is not what James Armstrong's interested in. Now, Armstrong may decide to just sit there and hover in the background until the very, very last minute. He's got time to play that game. You still have 45 minutes to go, or just under that, 45 minutes to go. So he has got time to decide how he's going to play this one out. But I think it's fair to say Daniel Ferguson has been absolutely incredibly quick for a very long time. So it's that's not going to be an easy task for James Armstrong to try and wrestle the lead from Daniel Ferguson. So we could well see James play the play the strategy. I think it's going to be a bit more of a fight than that.
It's definitely going to be interesting how this all shapes out, and well, we've got a number of fights still left to conclude in this race, I suppose you could say. Morgan Butler all the way down in P8 now. That was a driver that we were maybe thinking, or a car rather, that we were thinking may end up getting onto the podium here if they were careful enough. And now look at this now. This is a battle for the lead. We haven't really seen this since the first 3 hours, and then the safety cars muddled everything up. But now, all of a sudden, we've got some action up at the top end of the field. It's two Mercedes cars fighting one another, but in two entirely different teams. Pure Sims Esports currently leads the way in the Brawn liveried car driven by Daniel Ferguson. And then behind them in car number 52 is the Brabham Esports car being driven by James Armstrong. Remember earlier on in the race when I flippantly said I quite like the number 52 on a race car? Well, it's now fighting for the win. Is number 52. It's actually the number I use in my career modes on the F1 game. Fun fact. But there you go. So it's but there we are. So we're now going to watch these guys continue to just batter one another lap after lap, I'm sure, for the rest of this race. The gap has extended out though slightly over the course of this second sector. It's now up to about half a second when we were right down to about 1 or 2 tenths through that. Through the first sector and up towards Lake Com. But now we have traffic. And how is this going to play a part now as the race leader comes through? Will they jump out of the way of both cars, or will they simply hold both up, or will they hold up one and not the other? This is the thing about lapped traffic. They tend to gain a sense of awareness after the first car has gotten past them. So here we are then, headed down into the bus stop chicane. And once more then, the Brabham closes up in the braking zone. I think that's partially to do with that front end damage that the Pure Sims car is carrying. Unless, of course, they had it repaired at the stops. And then this is just an enormous turn of pace from the Brabham car. But as it is then, they come into La Source. Very, very tight to the apex indeed. And now we'll have the run down towards Eau Rouge, Radion and the Kemmel Strait. And as they're headed down there, that gap is coming down all the time. Under 3.5 tenths of a second now as they head through Eau Rouge over the top of Radion. And that's some more time gained by the Brabham car. It's now just 2 tenths of a second. 1.5 tenths of a second. They're going to head down now towards Lake Com. Are they going to end up going for the move? No. They're going to stick in behind. They're going to use the draft. They're going to save fuel. And this has added a little bit of extra spice to the mix now, because whilst we're not going to see move after move, lap after lap, it does mean that at the end of this stint, Daniel Ferguson will have punched a hole in the air this entire time, used more fuel, whereas James Armstrong is going to be saving and saving behind his race-winning rival.
True enough, I think what Armstrong is doing, he doesn't want to leave himself. He's pushing, is what he's also doing. He doesn't want to leave himself open to counterattack, so he's biding his time as to when he's going to make his move. Unless Ferguson makes a mistake, oh dear, like Maximilian Prodol's just done in the Ford. So he's had a bit of a moment. Didn't quite see where that was. That's Fania chicane.
That's in the Fania chicane.
Okay, and dear.
Oh yeah, just on the exit.
On the road, the apex a bit. Oh no, that's a bit clumsy. Just allow the car to roll backwards, and so he's reshaped his. So both of the Fords actually have the Big Dipper now. So it must be a Ford.
Yes.
Trademark Daniel Gilligan is
yes
the Ford. I'm not sure the Ford would adopt that as a GT car design, but hey, you never know.
You never know. So, sometimes geniuses are not appreciated in their time. But here we are then, one genius at the wheel and another one in second place. These two drivers have navigated the chaos, frankly, of this 6 hours of Spa, especially at those safety car restarts, with grace and poise, I think it's fair to say, and have now got themselves in a position where they could very well be taking away the win from this race. 6 hours of racing will culminate in, I imagine, one of these two. But that being said, if they stuff it up massively, then it could be that Valkyrie eSport car 577 ends up coming into the mix here, which then by extension would mean that the Valkyrie by Francorchamps miniatures car would come into the mix as well. And imagine seeing those two going at it for a race win.
It's certainly not impossible. We've had so many different thrills and spills and unpredictable moments in this race. Anything is certainly possible. If these two come together in a very big way, it's not impossible for those behind to capitalise, or if they tangle up with traffic. We've seen that happen a few times in the course of the race, so that is not impossible whatsoever. As Ferguson continues to navigate his way through the corners, through Speaker's Corner, now down towards Double Gauche. It's just easier to say Pouon, so that's why I've stuck with that all race long. He'll have a couple of cars ahead that he would have already thought about how he's going to get past, assuming, of course, they behave themselves. That is the 24th and 12th position. So there's Boris Schmidt in the DSRT car, and also Yuri Sokac in the Shadow Realm car that they're catching up to at the moment. Nearly a second between the two cars. So has Ferguson decided just to use a bit more right foot, try and get away from Armstrong? I suspect this Armstrong's made a tiny mistake coming through the Fania chicane that's allowed that gap to just grow a little bit, but that gap will absolutely disintegrate before the lap is or before the next lap is done. So nothing to read into that as the two cars ahead of them swap around. Of course, they're putting laps on one another as well through the chicane once more. And yeah, coming back to what you observed earlier, Daniel, how the tails of these cars look very lively from a spectator standpoint. And again, just takes one moment. You take your eye off the ball just for that one split second, and these cars will bite you. We now come through La Source down the hill once more. They should catch the shot. Well, certainly Ferguson will catch the two ahead on the Camel Straight. This could be slightly awkward for Armstrong because he's nearly a second back from Ferguson. He's going to have to press on to close that gap down. Actually, no, they're not going to catch them during the Camel Straight. I did wonder whether Ferguson was going to catch the traffic and Armstrong wouldn't have a chance to get past them. So that might be, again, something Ferguson might want to try and consider. And it's a difficult tactic to try. But that, again, might be why he was trying to build a bit more of a gap between himself and James Armstrong.
Certainly might be, yes. I mean, yeah, it's one of these things where, obviously, drivers are not just looking at the latest apex, they're looking at the next apex. They're obviously keeping an eye on as much of the situation they possibly can. Let's have a look at this incident with Korolev. Could this be another person claimed by Bruxelles? There we go. Around they go. Rear end locking, as we've seen so many times over the course of this race. But now then, as one back marker is cleared, the gap is 8.5 tenths. Now it's 9.5 tenths. Ooh. I startled myself there with my own ooh. But there we go. So then through the corners they come, through Stavelot, through Col of Paul Frere, and then up towards Blanchimont. Now through this entire section of the circuit, this is going to give just a little bit of a tow to Daniel Ferguson, and the whole way through means that they're going to just have that little bit of respite, that little bit of a rest from what has been constant attack from the Brabham car behind. Now, in terms of this then, they come through the bus stop chicane. They've got then this car in front of them here, the lapped car that needs navigating. And once they've managed to make their way through, it's then going to mean that once again, Ferguson is then exposed to the attack from behind, and without the tow to be able to remedy the situation. It's a bit like in Formula 1, if you have DRS, but the car in front of you has DRS as well, then they're safe. And they can't really be overtaken by you unless you happen to get an absolutely godlike exit out of a corner. So that's one thing. And now as they come over the top of the hill, you can see that advantage is just being stretched and stretched and stretched this whole time by the Pure Sims car. With the back marker standing doggedly on the racing line and deciding, no, I shall not move. And then away they go through Les Combes, and that's now one extra car between Daniel Ferguson and James Armstrong.
And now 1.5 seconds as well separates the two. I mean, there is still time. There's 33 minutes just under remaining of this race. So James Armstrong does have time to try and reel that gap back in again. And of course, Daniel Ferguson has that much time to continue to build it. I would imagine now that with a car in between the two, he will probably try and press on to build that gap as much as he can. He won't want to leave himself open to counter-attack. The next Pure Sims guy in Guillaume Renard, what a shame what's happened to him, because he was right up there running third and fourth for a long period of time, but sadly sees himself down in 9th position on the back of the Asper car. So that's Raul Suarez that he is now challenging. That's a battle for position. Lap times around, wow, goodness me. The 117 car was, 1.3 seconds quicker than the Ferrari. So this should, in theory, be a relatively straightforward passing maneuver for the 117. We'll see, yeah. So he lost. So he was down to the pit stops. Gernot Renault was in the pits for over a minute, whereas everyone around him was doing around about 35 to 40 second pit stops. So that was where in Guillaume Renard lost all that time. It's just that another 20 seconds in the pit lanes. That's even in an endurance race, you don't want to be losing that much time.
No, absolutely. That's a absolutely catastrophic loss of time there for them. It's also the situation for Morgan Butler as well. Over 1 minute's worth of final pit stop there, which would explain how they lost quite so much time to the cars around them. But as things are then, with this battle here for P9, it's giving us a bit more action than we've seen pretty much anywhere else in the field for a little while now. We obviously had that flirtation with the battle for the lead. That seems to have petered out slightly now. But we are hoping, of course, that the Brabham Esports car is able to make things interesting again and get up to the back and give us a bit of a race, a bit of a battle. But in terms of then what we're seeing throughout the rest of the field, it's actually everybody is well over a second away from each other, except for this battle for third and the battle for eighth. And as they come round Stavelot now into Col of Paul Frere, it looks like Ian Gagnon-Renault is going to get themselves into a good position to make the pass here. And so up they go then, up towards Blanchimont, the next corner that they're going to come across, and he's already ahead, a whole car length ahead, in fact. They now go down towards the bus stop chicane, and that gap is extending all the time. Look at this then, on the brakes, the two cars seem relatively equal until then you see that timing tower change, and it's nearly doubled the gap between them, going from really extending the gap, in fact. That was a 2.5 tenths gap headed into that bus stop chicane, and then on the exit, it's now become an 8 tenths gap, 8.5 tenths now as they head presumably through La Source. So now then, Daniel Ferguson has a 2-second gap to James Armstrong behind, and on the one hand I'm torn. One driver is driving a Brawn-themed Mercedes with the first name of Daniel. On the other hand, the other car is driving as a Brabham and has the number 52 on it. So I kind of want both of them to win, to be honest.
Split loyalties there, why not? A late pit stop then from Matthias Berg in the 51 car for the Apex Tech Racing Squad. So final 30 minutes of this race. It's a shame that whatever numbers they went by obviously didn't work. Their last pit stop was 1.5 minutes. So they were in the pits a long time last time around. So their strategy has bitten them a little bit. It's still a little bit of time once they come out of the pits to try and do something about it. Daniel Ferguson is just, again, upping the pace, exactly as you say, Daniel. There you see in the background of the shot is James Armstrong. That's what 2.4 seconds looks like along the Kemmel Straight. And just rather minding his own business now. And ploughing on. If there is damage to the front of the car, it's not holding Daniel up at all. He'll have another couple of cars ahead of him to deal with, as we just see on the tower. The Broken Wings car in 13th position. There's Dimitri Namba, the number 2 car, just get ahead of Matthias Berg. It was a drive-through penalty for Matthias. He didn't stop. So we said right at the top of the broadcast that the instant limit in iRacing was set to 40 for this race, and if you went over that, you had to serve a drive-through penalty, and if you gain another 40, you serve another one, and that's exactly what's just happened there. As Matthias Berg trying to then get back ahead of Dimitri Namba in the Broken Wings car. Oh, side by side in Poo 1, that's going to force the Broken Wings car wide. I mean, no impact, fair play to the pair of them, but yeah, I don't think Matthias Berg was too happy about that, but either way, that was the ruling, and he hit the drive-through limit and he has served his drive-through. So to 13th, then 4 seconds to go before he has to challenge the 777 car, Stephen Lemonnier for Valkyrie. But yeah, up front, that relentless pace from Daniel Ferguson seems unstoppable by, well, the only person that can stop him seems to be himself.
Yes, indeed, it certainly does. And as we watch now the battle there from the Apex Racing car and then the Broken Wings car trying to hold on, we go back to our race leader. And 2.7 seconds the gap. We're now into the last 27 minutes of this Grand Prix, not this Grand Prix, sorry, I'm using the incorrect terminology again, into this 6 hours of Spa. We've got, yes, just that 27 minutes to go now, and things are looking incredibly exciting here to be able to finish out the race. I mean, I say that, there are about 2 cars battling each other on the circuit at the moment, and the Valkyrie Esports car 577 seems to have even gapped their teammates who had been running behind them for a long, long time, of course, well within 0.2 of a second most of the time. But now it's over 2.3 seconds the gap between the pair, so and steadily been rising lap after lap. So it's one of those things where I think now the car in 3rd place has decided, right, no more fun and games, I'm going to go and secure this podium now. And then of course up at the front, the Brabham Esports car certainly seemed to have opportunities early on in this stint, but all of a sudden the pace has just completely gone away from them, and so they've gone from fighting they've gone from fighting for the lead and even lifting off going into the braking zone, not wanting to overtake at that point in time, to now being over for nearly 3 seconds back from their rival. Quite astounding.
It is, yes, that's quite a pace change. But of course, you know, the later in the day we've gone, the track temperature has cooled off, the tyres are absolutely burnt to nothing anyway, so there will be very little life left in these tyres, so they just have to do what they can with them. But doing what they can, Danny Ferguson can do quite a lot with them, you would see, as he screams on through Blanchimont once more towards some more back markers. The closest battle we've got, certainly in the top 20, is Luka Korolev and Rudy Garcia Hamidis, the LMP New Star car, and the MGB, I knew I'd do that again, MBG2 car battling for 16th place. So as you can see on the tower, that's the closest one we've got. The top 20 outside of that is Justin Loon, Sebastian Peters, having an argument for 28th position. That's the 26 Shadow Realm car, the 95 Sapphire SimSport car. But Daniel Ferguson now homing in on the Ferrari just ahead. And is he going to choose the opportunity to get past another 0.6 to his advantage there? The lap times are slowly coming down, so as I say, his track temperature and tyre life continue to fall. That is what is going to cause that, and an easy dance there for the race leader to get around the Ferrari. But of course, if they start to lose grip, then one simple mistake could very easily undo the progress that Daniel Ferguson has made. I also think that James Armstrong's backed off a bit because he's actually slower than the two Valkyrie cars behind, but there's a 40-second gap behind, so he's got plenty of time that he can just back off a little bit, make sure that he brings home the Brabham car in a very strong second position.
Yes, indeed. And of course, as we've said a number of times over this race, it is just for fun. That's all it's for. There's no prizes to be won or anything like that. But all the same, these guys are racers. They are going to be desperate to get as much as they possibly can. And if you're in second place and you've been right there, almost sniffing the back, as we see what I believe is going to be another victim of... There we go, is another victim of Bruxelles. But if you have been right there, if you've been sniffing potential victory, amongst other various fumes coming out the back of a racing car, then of course you're going to want that. You're going to want that so much, even if it doesn't mean anything, even if this is a race that nobody's going to remember. And it's just one of these things, isn't it? It's one of these things where these competitive people will be their competitive selves. And as I say that, we then see Ian Gagnon-Renault coming up to the back of the Sapphire SimSport Alpha car, moves to the inside, and then that's a nice textbook move into Les Combes. They get themselves up into P7, and now if they want to have one last bit of point scoring glory in the last part of this race, then they need to make up a 6.1 second gap to the Valkyrie competition car. The car, which of course, as we say, was formerly leading this race for 3 hours.
It was a pole starting car as well, Jonathan Poulet, who was the one that put it on pole, so I don't envy that task, quite frankly. But of course, the car is not quite in as strong a shape as it was when it qualified, of course, so that may well be something that could be of benefit to Mr. Gagnon-Renault. Matthias Burke, we saw him earlier, so serving that drive penalty on the back of the 12th place Treble 7 car. So that's Stephen Lemonnier. We saw Matthias dispatch fairly handily Dimitri Namba when he came out of the pits, and he's going to do a pretty short... Oh, is he? I thought he was going to make short work of Lemonnier, but the Valkyrie car is doing his best to fend him off, but no such luck. The Apex Tech Racing Mercedes through into 12th position. Matthias Burke having a bit of a last charge to try and scrabble back some positions before that checkered flag falls.
Yes, indeed. It looks like there's definitely some more stories to be told in this field. We've got the likes of that eSport 777 car. Will they be able to get back at Burke towards the end of this one? Then got this battle here. Hermida is on the back of the car in P16. That is being driven by Korolev, of course, who's been in the wars a couple of times over the course of this race, but still going on strong. And will Hermida be able to get themselves past? That is the main question, the one which we will all want to see an answer to. If they do, though, they're going to be defending in a bit of a no man's land, because then they're going to be defending from Korolev, and in the meantime it's going to then be a good 18.5 seconds until they come across the BWT car up the road. The BWT car, which is running around in P15 in the hands of Josh Grady and is 19 positions up on their starting position. Again, I think a very, very admirable effort from those folks there, and what they were doing. For Jonathan Poulet, of course, as you were mentioning before there, the pole man, the one who was able to get this race led for the first 3 hours, near enough. There was a bit of fighting, of course, with the BMW over one of the Pure Sims cars, but as it is then, they are down in P6. They are well off where they would like and arguably deserve to be. 14.3 seconds, in fact, off the back of Morgan Butler, who is driving that car that was that one competing with them throughout that first stint. Meanwhile, up at the front there, look at that. The gap has just crossed into 5 seconds. Now this was a battle in which one car is injured and the driver therefore having to, try and overcome that. And then the car behind was, good tyres as far as we're aware, good fuel loads, was able to run an overcut, all these things. And yet, despite all of that, all of a sudden it's gone from relatively even Stevens in terms of gaps to then suddenly just Daniel Ferguson once again just pulling out a gap on these guys and not relenting at all. In terms of those lap times, it's a 2:15.7 for them the last lap and a 2:16.6 for James Armstrong behind. Absolutely incredible display.
Absolutely so. But as I think is been the case, I think James is now just conceded he isn't going to challenge Daniel Ferguson's pace and has opted to go into bring it home mode, considering the gap he's got behind to the lead Valkyrie car of Ellie Goldstein. So a wise decision, I think, if you realise that you're risking too much to try and challenge for someone that is normally quicker than you, then you're just potentially throwing away a good result. As we continue to watch Rudy Garcia Hamida, we were briefly, as, oh my goodness me, 3 wide coming down towards, no, bit of ping pong potentially. I was Justin Liu.
Oh no!
Outside of that, was the one that lost out. So that was, so Justin Liu was 29th at the time. I think that was Sebastian Peters that he was arguing with, and that's actually brought his car into the pits. Well, his car is now in the pits. Whether it was that incident alone that caused it, I'd be surprised, because it didn't look like it was a big impact there. But that was a bit unfortunate. That was Alexander Strutsenko on the inside line in 10th position. There was putting a lap on the pair of them. That just unfortunately squeezed together, and the accordion effect sent Justin Liu round.
If I were to put my David Coulthard hat on for a second, I'd say that was a Constantino effect. But there we go. So so all the cars just coming together then, and braking and stopping and all this sort of thing, all in the same space of road, closing up, then separating out, and so on. And someone's almost come a cropper there, and not quite DNF'd into the wall, but they'll have not appreciated the love tap all the same. Now, as Daniel Ferguson then comes round the corner, that is known as double gauche, but also to those of us who are cultured individuals, it's known as Puon. Then we see ourselves coming through the Fagnes chicane, then up towards Stavolo, and then Curve Paul Frere, and then the mostly straight run back towards the start-finish line and the bus stop chicane as well, of course. Now, given that that's all the case, then we are looking at once again, it's a dominant display here at the front. I mean, clearly Ferguson doesn't need to be driving this quickly now that we have the school of thought that the Brabham car is no longer pushing and is just seeking to maintain its position. And well, there we are then. It's everything is moving in the right direction for Daniel Ferguson and for Pure Sims Esports. In terms of the gaps throughout the field, there's only one other battle, really. Well, I say one other, that's implying there's a battle happening here. There's not. There's one battle happening throughout the field, and that is for P16. That's, again, that battle that we were briefly looking at earlier on between Korolev and then Hermida behind. But for now, that gap is, broadly speaking, staying where it is. So we're not really seeing much movement there at all. And now we're treated to just some hot lapping from Daniel Ferguson instead, which I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining at all. The man is driving the wheels off that thing. Tyres that, as you pointed out earlier on, Chris, most likely dead. They are still pounding round and delivering laps in the 2-minute 15s. There's only One other car in the top 25 that I can see that did that the last lap. So it's a very impressive feat from Daniel Ferguson.
And that's also a pure sim car. That's the 117 over here. Renault that managed that one. So, yeah, phenomenal performance from Daniel Ferguson, from the Pure Sims esports team. Of course, not just one driver of any car. I think if you make it to the end, that's a fantastic performance, quite frankly. I certainly couldn't manage it myself. Anytime I do any kind of sim racing, it's generally sprint format, no more than an hour absolute tops is what I can manage. A late pit stop then for the premature acceleration Lamborghini. The number 76 car is in. That's Renan Almeida that has brought that one in very, very late. So whether they've had an incident or the fuel calculation couldn't quite go far enough, within 14 minutes of the checkered flag, that's got to hurt a little bit. Looks like we'll hit 140 laps. We'll be just short of the 150 mark. But yeah, if you've made it this far, you've done a fantastic job. Of course, we've lost a number of cars, about 14, 15 cars or so, are no longer out there hitting the tarmac. That's for the survive. Even those that were in it at the beginning, it's endurance racing is a difficult discipline. So well done to all of our drivers. Oh, James Armstrong is in the pits.
Oh
the
dear!
The car is in the pits. Why is the number 52 in? Because they came in after Daniel Ferguson did. Oh yes, good point. Yeah, so he probably short stopped to try and get out ahead of Ferguson. But, oh no, that's got to hurt. That's got to hurt, because that's going to put them at least out of the podium spots. So that is going to put the Valkyrie pair on the podium, assuming they, of course, don't have to stop.
Absolutely, yeah. This completely throws a spanner in the works in the last 13 minutes. Oh no, he has a black flag, apparently.
Oh, it's a
According to someone in the chat.
It's a drive-through.
Oh,
So
dear.
yes, they've hit the incident limit.
And now
Yes.
that means they can hear boss music now, because now all of a sudden there is a rapidly approaching Valkyrie esports car. There it is, just as they come out. So now we've got about 10 minutes or so of racing, where this Brabham esports car is going to have the wheels driven off of it to try and get back onto the podium here today. This isn't over yet. Do not adjust your sets, anybody. We've got some more racing to do.
Did you see that James Armstrong nearly ploughed into the wall of the AC of Radion because he's pushing that hard to get back out onto the track? Just over 10 minutes left and a drive-through penalty. Oh, he's got to be kicking himself hard for that one. My goodness me. But this, yeah, exactly as you say, Daniel, now we really are on for a spectacular finish. That's assuming, of course, that James has got anything left. If he's had to conserve tyres or fuel or what have you, which I'm not entirely sure he's going to, then...
Sorry to interrupt you, but the chat is being my friend at the moment. Hello, Jan. I love you, Jan. And they're telling us that essentially the reason that they dropped back on Ferguson so much was because they had 39 X's for the last hour. And they were trying to manage them, but then they've just overstepped it ever so slightly. And then that means they've got that 40th. That means they now have a clean sheet. And that means they can use as much abuse of track limits as they possibly like in order to make up the gap here. So I don't think there's a lack of pace in this car whatsoever. I think this is now going to be an absolutely all-out sprint to the finish line.
Oh, let's have it. Let's have it. Well, look forward to this then, because certainly James has proven that he's got the pace to hang at the top, obviously, because that Brabham car has been at the top part of the field for a long time. So he's now just got to leave nothing on the table. He's got 40 incident points he can use up, which would be impressive in 10 minutes if he managed that. But he's got two Valkyrie cars, one of which he can just see right ahead of him. So that's Michael Meyer. Started on the front row alongside Jonathan Poulet, who's some distance down the road. So it is on. So James then has it all to do. He can see the Valkyrie pair. Well, can he see the other one? He might not be able to see the other one. He will see.
Might be able to. It's gonna be faint in the distance if they do, but it's still. I mean, that's still within 5 seconds. You can't clear the Kemmel Straight in 5 seconds, so that's definitely possible that we see that car ahead. I mean, is it this one that's directly ahead of us on the road? No, sorry, that's the one that's 1.8 seconds ahead. So yeah, there we go. I just want to say on that outlap from the drive-through there. Armstrong was able to close that gap from 3-point-something seconds, I forget exactly how many, to the 1.5 it is now. So clearly, they have been given the poke up the backside, if you will, to get moving on as quickly as they can. And Meyer, in the position number 3 there, the next car up the road, is setting times in the 2:16s at the moment. Now, we'll see what that is as they come across the line. But whether or not they're able to then keep it competitive and keep the speeds high or not is going to be the real indicator as to how much pace is in this car. James is now trying to drive the wheels off.
That gap is disintegrating between himself and Michael Meyer. So that's quite amazing to see. Let's see how well he can really keep it going there. Of course, the lap times, exactly as you just said, are somewhat skewed, as Michael Meyer's having some lag moments there to himself. That's why he keeps appearing and disappearing in our view. The tower's going to be upset because, you can see him actually blinking out of existence right ahead. It's really, really distracting. But we're now going to see some more representative laps. There's a Lamborghini there that really doesn't want to be there. The number 40 car, stay out of the way, flash the lights, don't get involved. Let's see what the lap times are. So, 2:16.8 for Danny Ferguson. I think we can ignore him now, some 40 odd seconds down the road. 2:16.0 for Ellie Goldstein, 2:16.6 for Michael Meyer, and 2:16.
Oh, and Armstrong is ahead according to the timing graphic. What's happened there?
Meyer's disconnected. Oh no! With less than 10 minutes to go, he's out. That's
one down, James. You got 6 seconds to make up in 8 minutes. Good luck.
Wow, that would be something if he was able to close that down. But oh no, from third place.
Third place, having gotten all this way. This is like Toyota all those years ago in the last lap of Le Mans, and they were just conked out, and that was it. That was their race done. Oh dear, oh dear. Well, that's a real shame. You can see them now just tumbling down the order. There they go, down to 16th. Oh, that's a real shame. I really hope I'm not coming across as taking the mickey at all. That's genuinely a massive shame. Because you invest 5 hours and 53 minutes of your life into something, and then all of a sudden it comes up with nothing. So there we are. That's absolutely heartbreaking. I really do genuinely feel for them. That's awful. But there we are. So they go all the way down to the bottom of the timing table. Well, not all the way to the bottom. They'll finish ahead of the cars who'd retired previous to them. But it does mean that premature acceleration now goes back up into the top 20, and that's something that we can all be happy about. Where's the sausage team? They're your team. I'll let you find out where they are. Excellent, very good. I will stall for time whilst you're looking for them. Oh no, there we go. The Sausage Dodgers Racing. There they are. They're P32. Luke Sherlock. Hang on. So we've got someone in the field called Sherlock and someone in the field called Watson.
Yes, we do.
Dear, oh dear. Right, okay, it writes itself. Fair enough. So that's where Sausage Dodgers Racing happens to be. They're just outside of the top 30. But there we are then. So Valkyrie by Francorchamps Miniatures. I think that was the car that disappeared from the order. They're now registering as in P10. So whether or not they've been able to reconnect, possibly, and then that's where the simulation has just spat them out, I don't know. But
driver, if that's the case, that's Michael Rodriguez that's got that one. So yeah, they've had to change driver as the current driver at the time. Michael Meyer has had that disconnect, so Michael Rodriguez was able to jump in and take control of the car, but down to P10, as you say.
Yeah, and unfortunately for car 52, the Brabham Esports car, it looks like Ellie Goldstein is setting some very good times indeed. Low 16s fairly consistently, and I think that by attacking so much after the drive-through, it might be that James has now gone through whatever was left of their excess fuel and tyres, because they have consistently lost time ever since the disconnect for the Valkyrie teammates. So that's a sign that the best really that can be done for the Brabham Esports car today will be third. That being said, though, could always be that this driver here, Daniel Ferguson, and then Ellie Goldstein behind, the pair of them could end up getting 40 incidents themselves if the racing gods smile on the Brabham Esports car of James Armstrong, but somehow I doubt it. So there we go. And even then, even if that were the case, I mean, it's a good 50 seconds between James and Daniel Ferguson. There is a wonder whether or not they would actually be able to make up that time on the car ahead. But there we go. We get a brief shot of the Lego car passing through there, as now Hermida, one of the drivers who was incredibly close to the Lego car update, Revis Racing. It's just gone through. You've just seen it. There you are. Yeah, so a car heads into the pits. Then Hermida, they were one of the few drivers offering us an on-circuit battle. Right now, it's a battle for 26th position with Maximilian. Oh, I just moused over it so I can see their name, their team name instead of their actual name. There we go. Maximilian Prodhol, maybe? I don't know. And Tim Holes. They are fighting within 0.2 of one another, but apart from that, everybody else in the field is either separated by multiple seconds or by multiple laps. So there we are. In terms of the display up at the front, of course, they have been able to lap everybody excluding the top 10. That has been the level of driving that we've seen from Daniel Ferguson today, and their team, of course. It must be pointed out. But the reason I mentioned Daniel quite so much is that absolutely dominant display when we had that latest safety car restart. You know, disappeared off into the distance, got over a 20-second gap, over 4 seconds in just the first lap alone. And then controlled the pace from there, and then obviously had that small incident, lost some time, but then was able to keep it all within the white lines. That's the main thing. That's really the thing which I think has saved them over the course of today, because if the car of James Armstrong had not deviated from the racing circuit and gone off track quite so many times, then you never know, they may well have been able to stick with them, as that's the reason that was given for them backing off there. So there we are then. We are now down into just the last 2 minutes. The last 2 minutes of this race. It's been an experience, hasn't it, Chris?
Absolutely so. And another last-minute pit stop, another splash and dash I can see on the board. The number 2 car, that's the Broken Wings car, is in the pits. Then Dimitri Namba has had to bring that one in, either for a drive-through or for a splash and dash. I did notice there was somebody else that came in, and I completely forgot who it was. So yes, penultimate lap, I think. It depends on where Ferguson was when they came over the line. Now, we might still see some twists in the tail, because bearing in mind, if people were really running the fuel tank low and the race leader crosses the line with just a few seconds left, that can undo those that were running very, very close to the limit. I've seen that numerous times. So we'll see how this race unfolds on board with our race leader chasing a back marker down through P1 and towards Stavolo. 30 seconds left. Now, is Ferguson going to press on to try and beat the flag, or will he back off? That looked a little bit deep coming into the Fanish chicane. No, he's not going to beat the flag from there. So Daniel Ferguson, then this will be a checkered flag awaiting him, and next time around through towards Stavolo, and that's another one. That's Raul Suarez from 8th for the Asper Team Esports Ferrari. Has had to go through the pit lane as well. Oh my goodness me, still dramas to unfold. So where's that going to drop him? Well, that's good. That's going to drop him a little way. But Checkered flag is now out, awaiting, and there it is. So Pure Sims Esports will take the top spot. Your winner for the 6 hours of Spa is Daniel Ferguson in the 116, giving it plenty of wiggles. And why not? It's going to be Valkyrie, Ellie Goldstein in the 177 car, so 42 seconds down the road, and a storming performance. But that is going to be second to the Valkyrie team, and third will go to Brabham. So James Armstrong did indeed make it back to the podium following a very dramatic last few laps, so then trying to avoid that final incident point. There was not to be. A very well-deserved win, as of course checkered flags appearing on the tower because, as Daniel said earlier, those up to and including 11th were one lap down at least. So they'll be crossing the line. There is our second place car. Ellie Goldstein has crossed the line. Third will go to Brabham Esports in the hands of James Armstrong. Then it's the next two Pure Sims Esports cars. There is Morgan Butler. It does say Morgan Butler, but unfortunately, I'm fairly sure that's not a double barrel surname. And next one will then be in Gunnar Renard in the 5th position car. Then it's the next Valkyrie car. Jonathan Poulet, our pole sitter, will then be taking 6th position. Here comes Gunnar Renard over the line to claim 5th. So 3 of the top 5 positions belonging to Pure Sims Esports. Excellent performance for them. Valkyrie takes 6th. Then Sapphire Sinsport Alpha in the hands of Martin Pearson. Up 9 positions from where they started. Very nicely done. Takes 7th. Alexander Strutsenko for KTM. Here he comes as darkness very much descends here in Virtual Spa. Will take the 8th position place. Then the next Valkyrie car, Michael Rodriguez, following that last minute disconnect for them, will come home in 9th and being chased home by the Asper Team Esports Ferrari. Well, there's several cars chasing people home, but not on the same lap. There's going to be Raul Suarez following a late run through the pits, will take the last of the top 10 positions. My goodness me, Daniel Gilligan, what a race we've had.
Absolutely there, Chris Buxton. It's been absolutely phenomenal as now Suarez comes along to cross the line as the last of the top 10, the last one on the lead lap. And that is the race concluded. Battles up and down the field, a great deal of excitement for those of us in the box, the virtual box, I suppose, and then of course for you all watching at home, I'm sure.
Absolutely. So there it is, confirmation of where the teams came. So it was Pure Sims Esports with the top spot. Then it's Valkyrie in second, Brabham third, Pure Sims Esports 4th and 5th, Valkyrie 6th, Sapphire 7th, KTM Professional Safety Car in 8th. The next of the Valkyries in 9th, Asper Team Esports rounding out the top 10. Then Apex Tech Racing in the 51 car in 11th, DSRT RJB Solutions in 12th, Valkyrie 13th, LMP New Star 14th, Burt Sim Sports Red in 18th, the BWT car coming home 16th, and the M Squad Oceana Coffee Bright Green car in 17th, Sapphire Sinsport Delta in 18th position, and then 19th was the Premature Acceleration Lamborghini, and rounding out the top 20 was the second of the Brabham cars. Then further down, RW Motorsport, I think I'm right in saying that they finished with the most positions gained. They gained 32 positions from their start. Will Eubanks brought that car home, just 2 laps down from the lead. Then the MBG2 Esports yellow car in 23rd, Scorex in 23rd, Broken Wings 24, Straight Line Racing in 25th, Writer Engineering 26th and 27th, Sapphire take 28th, Highway to Heaven 29th, and the 30th belongs to DSRT. The rest of the positions are, as you see, the Sausage Dodgers came home in 32nd in the end. My word, what a fantastic race that has been. That is going to wrap up today's proceedings. Thank you very much to those that have been with us throughout the stream. It's been a great pleasure to stream this event for you. For Coach Dave, the 6 Hours of Spa as hosted by SimGrid, Thank you very much, David Christie, for being in charge of the cameras, and of course, the race direction by Michael Hamlet. Daniel Gilligan, thank you kindly for joining me in the commentary box. It'll be a huge pleasure to have you alongside me, good sir.
Thank you very much, sir. I will extend all my thanks to the production team and the race director and all that sort of thing as well, and then of course to you, sir, as well for being an absolutely top bloke in the commentary box, the virtual commentary box, with me today.
You are far too kind, sir. So do join us again for when we next get racing underway here at SimGrid. There's plenty of action to look forward to. We hope to see you then. Until next time, thank you very much and good night.
Thank you.